Oh my goodness.
He had a good 5-minute commute. It was doubled by his trip to the grocery store though.
I went to get some free snacks.
Oh, Lieutenant. Oh, yes, I want to see you. I've missed you, man. I haven't seen the last 2 or 3 weeks except on screen. That wasn't my fault last time. It was Mother Nature's
They have a
fault.
lot of
I know,
technology
you're right.
going
You're
on.
right. You're right. Mother Nature.
Show us the Zoom on these screens, so anybody who's doing it will not be able to see their face. If you run out, for instance, on the Sabella matter, we can connect on the laptops and like set laptops up and you'll be able to see on the screen, but it won't be able to face.
I would have brought my iPads if I knew.
Yes, I would suggest
Um,
that.
Okay, let me tell everybody when they, well, I guess everybody's Abby and. What time did you get in here? In town? You get here last night? Yeah, and what time do you get out? Do I have to be mindful?
I'm actually in and out of California. So I couldn't. I'm just gonna spend the last flight out was at 6:30. I don't think we're gonna.
Maybe.
Yeah, now I. can
Wait,
take that one there.
You can move it up. You want, I'll let you know, because right, you'd be surprised, but.
Hey, good morning. This is Carson City. Just doing a quick test.
We can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you.
meeting for the month of December. If you could please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to remind anyone who's coming up to speak at the podium. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone. You speak clearly as possible, as this meeting is being recorded and transcribed. At this time, if we could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
May I just comment?
Yes,
I just wanted to say how wonderful it is and how thrilled I am to be in my hometown of Boulder City, where I grew up. And in fact, I actually this was the elementary school that I attended. And here we are again, over 50 years later, I'm here. But I couldn't have grown up in a better place in Boulder City. You could walk anywhere in town. We didn't have traffic lights, no fast food, anywhere. It was so safe. You could have your doors unlocked. And I went to elementary school, I went to junior high here, and I went to high school here and my dad opened Boulder City Hospital. He's a physician. And I just have the most wonderful memories. So I'm just so thrilled and honored to be here. And I'm so proud of Boulder City. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there because it's just a real treat to be able to come out here. So thank you so much.
thank you. Excuse me. All right, good morning. Thank you for your patience. If you would please state your name for the court reporter and the record.
My name is Robert Franz. Good morning. Merry
Morning.
Christmas. I'm here today to tell you about my experience working at Red Rock Casino. I started working at Red Rock as a banquet server back in November 2006. I worked there for 14 years, and I worked my way up from on-call to full-time. Full-time meaning I was scheduled first when events were booked. I was loyal to the company and passed on opportunities to go work at new properties such as Resort World and Caesars Forum. I even bought a home near Red Rock. In 2020, everything changed. When Red Rock reopened after the shutdown, I was not brought back to work, despite my years of service and excellent performance. Instead of bringing me back, they hired new people in the banquet department who had no experience with the company. I was told to interview for my old job, and I was not offered the job. I was eventually rehired in the summer of 2021, but lost all my seniority, and I would only be working on call. Here's the part I haven't told you yet. Every Tuesday, I get an email about banquet shifts at Red Rock. On Thursday, I compete with other banquet servers for the work, despite my 14 years with the company before 2020. This is something I have to go through every week and would not have to suffer it if the company had done the right thing in 2020. These are all shifts I would have previously been scheduled for before the shutdown. I'm still fighting for a union contract at Red Rock. It's not fair what the company did to me and other workers who had never got their jobs back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Brianna Carbajal, that's BRIANACARBAJAL for the Culinary Union. I want to put the size and the scale of the stations, casinos, workers, pro-union movement in some perspective. Over 5,300 workers unionized at 8 station casino properties over 3 years, winning elections by a combined average of 65%. Pro-union workers won an election at Boulder Station involving 577 workers in September 2016 by 62%. Pro-union workers won an election at Green Valley Ranch involving 833 workers in November 2017 by 67%. Pro-union workers won an election at the Palms involving 910 workers in April 2018 by 84%. Pro-union workers won an election at Sunset Station involving 588 workers in June 2019 by 83%. Pro-union workers won an election at Fiesta Rancho involving 195 workers in June 2019 by 85%. Pro-union workers won at Fiesta Henderson involving 315 workers in September 2019 by 57%. And the union won recognition at Palace Station in 2017 and at Red Rock Casino after an election in 2019. For workers in one of the largest gaming markets in the country, those years marked clear pro-union power, with workers putting their families and their union first. But in 2020, station casinos made a decision to put the workers' union last. For example, on a station casino's company operational timeline dated May 1st, 2020, the union is put last at the very end of what would be a consequential day for so many workers and their families. May 1st was the day station casinos announced permanent mass layoffs, including the closure of 4 properties. Station casinos had the legal obligation to notify and bargain with the certified bargaining representatives well prior to these layoffs of represented workers. But for the company, notifying the union was just an afterthought. Again, over 5,300 workers unionized at 8 station casinos properties and won union elections by a combined average of 65%. Yet in 2020, the union is last on the company's list for May 1st. The disregard for workers' collective voice and action in the locals market by station casinos still has consequences for gaming employees and their families to this day. Robert made this clear in his remarks. We urge you to ask station casinos how its workers' pro-union movement related to its actions against the union in 2020. And we urge you to ask station casinos why it would terminate unionized employees without first notifying and bargaining with the workers' union. Thank you. Morning.
Morning. Zachary Popple for the Culinary Union, POPPEL. We're here again to ask Nevada gaming regulators to take a closer look at the owners of Virgin Las Vegas. We sent all of you a letter last week outlining our concerns. Cliff Atkinson and Chad Conrad are here before you today for approval to operate the casino at Virgin Las Vegas through their company CNC 4455 LLC. They have said they would retain executive positions with JC Hospitality, which operates Virgin Las Vegas and will be landlord to CNC 4455. Fengate Asset Management and Juniper Capital are owners of Virgin Las Vegas. It defies common sense that Fengate and Juniper would not have ultimate influence and control over executives who they've hired to run the property, including the casino. Mr. Cliff Atkinson said he would have a role on the property. Will that role be his current one as president? Will Cliff, the Virgin Las Vegas casino operator, have an agreement with Cliff, the Virgin Las Vegas property president, whereby President Cliff will not have influence or control over Cliff, the casino operator? How will the casino managed by Cliff be completely independent from the property managed by President Cliff? Is President Cliff not going to have to answer to the owners of Virgin Las Vegas with regards to the success or failure of casino operator Cliff? Is this really an arrangement we want to allow in Nevada? When Deutsche Bank owned a resort on the Las Vegas Strip, the bank put 4 of their executives as members of Evoke LLC that had ultimate control over the entire property, including casino operations. And these executives went through Nevada's licensing process and were found suitable. They all had a signed non-interference agreement, and that letter agreement meant the owner would not directly intervene in the casino, but the executives would. Here at Virgin Las Vegas, you are being asked to believe that no one from the ownership group would interfere in the casino. Fengate's website says the firm invests by taking influential equity positions. Juniper Capital website says the firm is active in all aspects of real estate investment and ownership. These owners tell you they exercise active influence in their investments. Finally, given Nevada's mixed record of holding billionaires accountable in the gaming industry, we believe Nevada gaming regulators should do everything possible to avoid any future surprises about owners of Virgin Las Vegas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present that wishes to make public comment here in Boulder City, Southern Nevada? Okay, Carson City? Is there anyone present to make public comment?
There's not.
Okay, that will close our public comments. Oh, before I close the public comment section, just to follow up a little bit on what Commissioner Silver said, I want to thank the city of Boulder City for allowing us to use this meeting room and allow us the opportunity to hold our meeting here. Not sure where we would be without them, possibly my house. So we appreciate the hospitality very much and thank you. And I also want, on behalf of the commission, to thank our staff. It is not easy to take this show on the road constantly and to adjust your lives and to enforcement to be here to help us have and do what we need to do. So we thank you very much. With that said, Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for November 2024.
All right, each of us has had the opportunity to review the prior month's disposition. If there are no questions or comments, I believe this matter is ripe for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition, November, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the non-restricted consent items?
Your items on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning are items 4, 9, 13, and 14. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on one of these items.
Yes, one moment. I have to get my number together. I lost my number, Madam Secretary. It is. Yes, on item number 14. I will disclose that as a result of my involvement professionally in a litigation matter that resulted in a business relationship experience, I am going to be recusing from today's matter in the avoidance to avoid any appearance of impropriety and implied bias, if you will. So at this time, I think we should, if it's okay with anyone who's willing to make a motion, we could separate items 4, 9, and 13, vote on those, and then perhaps someone could make a motion on item 14, and I will not vote.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve the unrestricted consent calendar items 4, 9, and 13 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. How about item number 14?
Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve non-restricted item number 14 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the record should reflect that there were no nays, and I did not vote on this matter. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the restricted consent items?
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 8 through 12. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right. We've all had the opportunity to review these items. Are there any questions or comments, or would anyone like to make a motion?
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted items 8 through 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? Excuse me?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the new game consent item?
Your item on the new game consent agenda this morning is item 1. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
All right, are there any questions or comments on this matter before, or on the consent new game? Or is there someone willing to make a motion at this time?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move for approval of the consent item, the new game, be approved by this commission as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. That brings us to the non-restricted items held out for discussion. Non-restricted number 1, could you read that into the record, Madam Secretary?
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Fernley Nugget Corporation, WCW Corporation, and Carson City Gaming LLC for registration as a holding company. It is also the application of Carson Lucky Strike Corporation doing business as Lucky Strike for a non-restricted gaming license. You also have the applications of Fernley Nugget Casino Corporation doing business as Fernley Nugget for a non-restricted gaming license and for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Fernley Bonanza Corporation, Fallon Gaming Corporation, Carson Bonanza Corporation, Carson Cactus Jacks Corporation, COD Casino Corporation, and Lake Tahoe Gaming Corporation for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Old Nugget Corporation doing business as Fallon Nugget, Fallon Bonanza Corporation doing business as Bonanza Inn and Casino, Silver Springs Nugget Corporation doing business as Silver Springs Nugget, Fallon Comstock Casino Corporation doing business as Comstock Casino, and Carson Comstock Casino Corporation doing business as Comstock Casino for a non-restricted gaming license and for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of David Scott Tate Gaming Trust, Fernley Nugget Corporation, WCW Corporation, and Carson City Gaming Company LLC for licensure as sole shareholder as noted on the agenda. Lastly, it is also the applications of David Tate and Christy Tate for licensure as an officer and/or director as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Is there anyone-
Good morning.
Oh.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, and Executive Secretary Rupert. My name is Sally Aloyan, enrolled agent representing Scott and Christy Tate and the entities of the David Scott Tate Gaming Trust. Today, we have Scott Tate and Christy Tate here to answer any questions you may have regarding the reorganization applications before you. Before we get started, we would definitely love to thank Barry Chilton, Coordinator of Applicant Services, Senior Agent Lundeen, Supervisor Moyle, Deputy Chief Rippey, and Chief Hoffman for their assistance in processing and investigating these applications. And also a special thanks to Deputy Chief Wilkes and Chief Levangsava of the Tax and License Division for their continued assistance. With this, I'll turn it over to Mr. Tate and Mrs. Tate to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some limitations here as far as being able to see you on Zoom, so appreciate being mindful of talking over each other for the court reporter's sake. And at this time, I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments, starting with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to take a privilege here also. It is so nice to be in Boulder City. This has been a big part of my my former vocation in terms of coming here and doing jamborees and things like that. It's nice to be here, though, and not get super soaked in a parade. So one of the few times, and I know some of my colleagues have had that similar experience and people sitting here and in Carson City, but it's a great joy. It's also fun to bring some gaming activity to Boulder City. You know, real good for it. Good morning to the Tates and Ms. Aloyan. Thank you for the presentation, which was lengthy in front of the Gaming Control Board, so we have the full record. Extensive materials, but it really all distills down into managing liability and cash management and staging of cash, estate, and tax purposes. So I can't see the Tates, but if you can just verbally say that's indeed what we're doing, and all of that lovely paperwork really does condense into those 4 pots, and we appreciate you bringing this forward for as the chairman of the Gaming Control Board regularly says, for state purposes, it makes it better for you all, but it also makes it better for the Gaming Control Board and its team when we enter into these kind of activities. But if you can just do an affirmation of that, please.
Yes, this is David Scott Tate, for the record. And as you represented, this is the purpose of this endeavor. It's quite lengthy. I've always seen agenda items of this nature with other applicants and always wondered what the deal was and tried to gain a little bit of understanding, but I think I have a very intimate understanding now. And after going through this process is we've been working on for a couple of years now. And, as stated earlier, couldn't have been done more fluidly without the support of all the members of the staff here. So we really do appreciate that. But I believe your representations are completely accurate. Thank you.
Mr. Tate, you're always a pleasure. Most of you know that I'm a neighbor of the Tahoe Nugget in Lake Tahoe. And we were blowing snow, I think 3 days ago, and that's very nice to be here in Boulder City. To the Tates, how's the property doing? So I have the pleasure of driving by it, almost daily when I'm home. But how's it going?
With respect to the Tahoe Nugget, we're happy with the property. It's unlike any property that we have. It's a very unique market, as you might imagine and know. But it's been well received. The community is very accommodating there. I think I know they're very hospitable, and they're appreciative of the level of investment there for that community to provide what we could characterize maybe as more of a local operation. So we're happy with that. We are always, whenever you have existing physical plants, you have challenges. Our restaurant was closed for 6 to 8 weeks, which was a little bit challenging, but that thing is back up and running and well received right here with the snow. And I was at the Tahoe Nugget last night at 8 o'clock, and it looked great. And as you indicated, received quite a bit of snow, and which of course is great for tourism to get some people in here, some tourism activity into the basin.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. And again, with the holidays upon us, I'm sure you will be bustling there and hopefully your other properties. But I just want to congratulate you on your portfolio of properties. Certainly the Tahoe Nugget is closer to home for me, but you do what you do exceptionally well. I appreciate you bringing this information and application to us. It's for all the right reasons. And I wish you and your family all the best in its operations. Merry.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you and your family, as well as all the board members. I just can't say how much, pride's a interesting, dangerous word. We need to be real careful. We have to get up, go to work every day and earn everything. But I am happy with the Game Control Board and their efforts and support, and the combined effort of all people. They're on the same page, trying to do the right thing and move the industry forward. So that's really real positive at this stage, to be honest with you, which is the only way to be.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Marcantonis if he has any questions or comments.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Tate, for being vocal in front of us today. I wish we could see you, but I was very interested with what we heard in the Gaming Control Board, and congratulations. My understanding, and as you expressed, that this is not going to result in any employee roles being lost at all. And in fact, there's future plans, which you may care to elaborate a little bit on if you're able to, going forward.
Sure. There is no reduction in force or employees. We're hiring people every day. We have a role or a responsibility or a philosophy. We're always hiring good people in our organization. We're going to find a place for good people. So that's going to happen. This process does, as you indicate earlier, it's a management of liability, it's a tax issue, and it's also to facilitate, future growth. The company owns several pieces of property like most gaming companies, and we look forward to growing those, maybe developing those projects in the near future. And they're all in the north, and we're going to stick to doing what we do, and continue to build opportunities for our existing employee base.
That's excellent. Thank you so much for that. And, this is really very straightforward. When boiled down, I will have no hesitation in supporting your applications today. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Chair. I want to dovetail off of what Commissioner Marcantonis has stated. And I also want to thank you for employing almost 300 employees up north with all of your establishments. I understand that for estate and tax purposes, you're reorganizing, but you also listed as one of the reasons for your reorganization is to utilize funds available in the proposed holding companies, which is to fund future projects. And I was just wondering if you could share with us what those future projects might be.
Right. Well, as I think I indicated earlier, we own, the company owns, a handful of real estate holdings, very similar to a lot of gaming companies. They have real estate holdings. Clark County is notorious for that. There's a lot of property operators down there that have holdings of real property in anticipation of developing property. So we do that, of course, on a much smaller scale. But we're blessed with the Northern Nevada and its growth. Northern Nevada is experienced, as we all know, a diversified economy. It's really diversified quite a bit over the last 10 to 15 years and tremendously over the last 10, actually, probably 15, 20 years. But, as that transpires, we believe in Northern Nevada. We think it's an excellent place to live, raise a family, have a career, quality jobs. We're moving to this area. And so as a result, we're long-term committed to Northern Nevada.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm happy to approve your applications. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So thank you, and thanks to both of you for being here being on Zoom to answer our questions. We appreciate it. I don't have any additional questions for you. I think it's been covered through the board and my colleagues, and at this time, I would ask if anyone has a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
Madam Chair, may I take a moment, please, to recognize a dear friend and a very special public servant in Nevada, Mayor Hardy, I think, has snuck into the back of the room. Thank you for letting us use all this. We spent many years and many, many, many late nights in the state legislature, in the Senate when we served together. But it's just lovely to see you, in your hometown and continuing your public service after leaving Carson City. But Doc Hardy, your pleasure. Thank you, sir.
You missed our public thank you. We really appreciate you letting us use this wonderful meeting room, and this is very helpful to us. So thank you so much.
We're going to look for the plaque for Commissioner Silver somewhere in this former elementary school. The shrine, I'm sure, is somewhere around the corner.
Yeah, I gave a shout out to Boulder City. You missed that. But I just saw him at, of course, the 4th of July, and we had a long talk. And so it's always good to see the mayor, and I'm so happy to be back. So, hi.
All right, Madam Secretary, back to business. If you would please read in non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of C&C 4455 LLC for registration as a holding company. It is also the applications of MGNV LLC doing business as Mohegan Sun Casino Las Vegas for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda and to add, remove, or modify conditions to license. You also have the application of C&C 4455 LLC for licensure as a member as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Clifford Atkinson and Chad Conrad, finding of suitability as a member and manager as noted on the agenda, and for licensure as a manager and key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. To my left is Cliff Atkinson. To my right is Chad Conrad. On Zoom, we have for Mohegan Holdings, Mark Rubenstein, and in the audience, Joe Hassan. And also on Zoom for the landlord, we have Attorney Sean McGinnis. It's nice to be here in Boulder City. It never sucks to come here. With your permission, I'll have Cliff tell you a little bit about plans for the location and the transaction, and then we'll have the two individuals tell you a little bit about themselves.
Okay, just one second. Let me confirm that do we have who was stated? All the attendees?
We have Sean McGinnis. I see him, and that is all right now.
So do you want us to?
We can be fine with it. We can go with Mark. I don't think it's going to be an issue. We have Joe in the audience. So.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cliff Atkinson, Atkinson, and I'm the president of Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. And first of all, thank you for your time and thank you for hosting us today here in Boulder City. The property we're talking about is about to celebrate its 30th anniversary as we turn into 2025. And that's the property that was known for several years as the Hard Rock. The property was acquired by the current investment group back in 2018. Significant funds were put into the property, almost $400 million in the renovation. And the property reopened in March 2021, arguably one of the most difficult times in Nevada's history, and has struggled since that opening. As you know, we're about 1 mile from the Las Vegas Strip, and with not much around us, although there is some new development coming that we're excited about for the future. But right now, the goal is to protect all 1,710 jobs at the property. That is our number one goal. And we're here today because the deal structure between the property and Mohegan Sun back in 2021 simply did not work. Earlier this year, on March 29th, 2024, Mohegan provided notice of lease termination to the property. As a result, my colleague Chad and I are here today to put a plan into place. I became COO of the entity, MGNV, reporting to Joe Hassan, who's here today, earlier this summer in July of 2024. The entity that we are creating and that we are asking for approval for is the lease structure that is in place today would remain in place. And I think that's a really important point to hone in on. So this is a lease structure that our current ownership has been operating with since 2018 under a few operators, under Brookfield, under Warner Gaming, and today under Mohegan Sun. So that entity will stay in place. The expected close of that transaction date, based on approval today, would be by the end of Q1, by March of 2025. With that, we have many ideas and plans to not only maintain the jobs, but also to grow the business, including rolling out a new customer loyalty program, rolling out a new sports betting operation, and at the end of the day, bringing life back to the property through entertainment, food and beverage areas that we've already taken some control of. And the casino is just one piece of the overall property turnaround. Earlier this year, we refinanced the property, which was key to getting to this point in time. We also moved from a Hilton managed property into a Hilton franchise agreement. And this piece today is one of the last to put into place to keep the property moving forward. I thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis, start with you.
Certainly. Thank you both for being here, Mr. Conrad, Mr. Atkinson. Mr. Atkinson, very good to see you again, particularly with your storied career in the city, both the Mandarin Oriental and the MGM thereafter. I listened with great interest at your presentations in front of the Gaming Control Board. And I have to say that I thought it was an extremely well thought out plan, if I may use your words, bring the mojo back to the Hard Rock.
Thank you.
And, it depends how that could be interpreted by different demographics. But nonetheless, you've got your hands full. And it's so good to see that you are not feeling hampered by the fact that you've got a little bit of distance from the Strip, which I think has been a challenge in the past for that property over the last, whatever it is, 20, 30 years. But all of your thoughts of the possibilities of entertainment sports betting. Who who will oversee casino marketing in the end as you go forward?
So, great question. Thank you on that one on the casino marketing. What is great about this opportunity and is unique is I have to, for the record, commend and thank my colleague Joe Hassan, who's here today, who's currently general manager of MGNV and is also the chief operating officer for Mohegan, the Gaming Tribal Authority. And so Joe has been a great partner, and he has a great team that he has put in place, not only for casino marketing, which we do plan to keep the current team and the resources that are there and to keep that going as we tell our new story, but many things that he's put in place, from AML, from compliance, things that are really, really important to all of us in the room. Joe has set it up and has set it up wonderfully for us to come in and step in and take that over and not only maintain, but also to continue to innovate and be on that cutting edge of innovation when it comes to compliance and security as well. So those, including casino marketing, would stay in place in our current program.
Thank you, and that's exactly where I was heading. So it's very comforting to know Mr. Hassan and yourselves, Mr. Conrad and yourself, will be focusing on compliance. We've taken a few body blows with that recently in our industry. We don't need any more. So thank you for providing the color background to that. Well, good luck going forward, gentlemen. As I said, I was very impressed with listening to the presentation to the control board. I have no hesitation in supporting you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gutwald, Mr. Conrad, Mr. Atkinson, and the folks I can't see, or I can see some of you. Thank you for being here. This is a great story. I mean, it's a difficult story. Board member Assad spent some time on, the preservation of 1,710 jobs, all of that. So I really do commend all of you for stepping forward and trying to make this really marquee special property a success. And I think your approach of using what may be a disadvantage to its advantage, I think you talked about being by the airport, but how to get the word of the day mojo, but the marketing efforts, the loyalty plans, just surprised some of that hasn't happened previously. Understand the Mohegans are focused on the East Coast and some of the international, but still, these are kind of, in my mind, and not ever being an operator, kind of commonsensical. But good on you for stepping in here and trying to make that magic continue. I mean, it's such a special brand. I do have questions about, and I've shouted out board member Assad's name twice now, but some of the ownership structure. Could you just describe, some of the investors, the Canadian pensions, the Fengate, but how that all works, and maybe staff can help me and the Attorney General's office on, what kind of licensing they might need to do in the future, or why they're not in front of us also today. But if you can just talk about how that all works as you steward this property into the future.
Happy to. Thank you. And good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. The structure that's in place for ownership of the property is JC Hospitality is the operating company. There's a holding company in between, and then there's the partnership of the investors. That's the official tax filing entity, JC LPF Vegas LLC. The partnership that owns the asset. The major member is Fengate. Fengate is a manager of the Liuna Pension Fund in Canada, and there are other investors as well, some U.S., some Canadian, and they have Fengate has seats on the board, as well as some of the other investors do as well.
I may jump in, Commissioner Krolicki, if that's all right. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow. I've been counsel for JC Hospitality since the time that they acquired the Hard Rock property, and I can provide a little bit of the regulatory structure for you, or at least what we've done with landlord suitability. At the time that the initial purchase was being negotiated, we were purchasing the property from Brookfield, who is the owner and the operator. Brookfield is represented by Brownstein. During the course of the anticipated closing at the end of March of 2018, information about the ownership of JC Hospitality and its principals and the responsible parties were submitted to the Gaming Control Board under then Chief Labadie and at that time Deputy Chief Hoffman. So there was the landlord suitability disclosure. For 6 months, Brookfield operated as the casino tenant and JC Hospitality was the landlord. Warner Gaming came in September of 2018 and became the replacement casino tenant. And during the course of that investigation, there was a deeper dive into the landlord suitability aspects of JC Hospitality. And at that hearing, the board and the commission requested that there be representatives of the landlord that came to testify before the board and commission in September of 2018 about what the ultimate remodel plans of the property were, et cetera. And then, of course, the plan always was for the Warner lease to be a temporary lease with the Mohegan lease coming in, and they were able to, a little bit of good timing, they initially had figured out that they were going to close the operations for the remodel, and that happened just before COVID. So that was somewhat helpful in that they didn't have to experience COVID directly. But then, of course, the Mohegan came back up and got on the agenda to get licensed. And at that time, there was again another review by the investigations team of the casino lease and the landlord parties. Then they did open, but they did open after the COVID epidemic had started. So hopefully that's a little bit helpful so you understand that that these parties have been known to the board and commission, and and as Cliff mentioned, they are used to being casino landlords, and they do understand what their lane is and what their lane is not.
And just to add to that, to summarize it, we have a long history of that landlord being in place and knowing that it can't be involved in the gaming operations. It isn't involved in the gaming operations. It doesn't have the wherewithal to be in gaming operations, particularly Fengate. They're a company, a pension fund in Canada. They have nothing to do with the operations here. And the example of Cosmopolitan was cited. In that case, you had mid-level managers who applied, not top-tier Deutsche Bank employees. So this is a tried and true course for properties here. Most of your REITs that you see in Las Vegas, they're not involved. This is a very similar situation. So with that, we'll leave it open for more questions.
And that's exactly how I had been looking at it with the REIT. It's up and down the strip, and yes, they are treated separately. But just for the record, and maybe the Attorney General's office or others can help me here. But we're satisfied with that. We don't need to have those investors identified, licensed by the Gaming Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right. I just wanted to get that out there. Thank you for putting that on the record. I also want to recognize Mr. Hassan, who spent some time in Lake Tahoe. Anytime I get to say Lake Tahoe, it's a good thing. But you had made a big impression when you were in the Winter Wonderland, and we appreciate all that you did for our Lake Tahoe area. Madam Chair, those are the questions I have for the moment, but I may come back. Thank you.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate those questions and the answers that were just given by you, because we did receive a lot of letters. And so I'm glad that the record's been, it's been clarified in the record. So I reviewed to the board's meeting. It was thoroughly vetted through the board's question. Just like Chair Hendricks, I spent many years, it seems like, at the Circle Bar and the Joint as well. And so I guess I was curious as to what your plans were for actual entertainment, if you can share that with us.
Absolutely. Entertainment is key to really any property in Las Vegas, but especially ours. It's one of the key differentiators. So we have a entertainment partner for the theater, the former Joint, AEG, who's been a fantastic partner, but we have several other venues that we program ourselves. And so we are restructuring our entertainment division. We're bringing more acts in. As an example, we've launched 2 residency shows in the past year. Live music, free, no cover. Live music is also a big part of our strategy for at least 5 days a week, looking to expand that. And the areas that you referenced before, bars, entertainment, reasons to come to the property. It's a big part of our turnaround strategy. And we have active plans to roll those out starting in 2025. We have construction walls up on the property currently.
And I had a question for Mr. Conrad. I mean, you've been with the property for 25 years. So I was just wondering, can you tell us how your experience at the property will assist in the rebranding under your and Mr. Atkinson's taking over? And what specific changes do you see when this transfer fully occurs around March 31st of 2025?
It has been close to 25 years, yes, that I've been at the property. An original, one of the early on Hard Rock employees. I've had, I think, just about every finance, analytics, accounting position that exists there as I worked my way up. And I've been very happy to be the CFO of the property for about 6 years now. I think absolutely my experience with the hotel and with the casino should be very helpful. I'd challenge anyone to know more about that building and that property and that business than I do at this point. And it'll come in handy. I think this specific transition that we're going into is a challenging one. I think we have, it was said earlier, we have our work cut out for us. I believe we do. But there's opportunity there. And I think a comment I had made for the board was that Cliff and I decided to step up and enter into this because we have I think a similar passion for the property. I think we believe in what the property can do, and we both I think believe in our abilities to move this casino forward. There were Mohegan is a great partner and has done made a valiant effort at the property. Some of the things that were a challenge for them just were they weren't able to overcome. But I think with that knowledge of the property, of the market, I think we can really move this forward specifically. And I'll reiterate what Cliff some of the things Cliff had said. We're going to move forward with casino marketing opportunities. A new loyalty program that will be unveiled, and then also changes to physical property as well with some renovations and that we won't name specifically here. That would be a surprise when those things are unveiled. But there's changes coming, and I think it really is the fundamentals though. It's the as the commissioner said, it's the marketing, it's the entertainment, it's the activation. I think the one key, if I can, that I've found for 25 years, is we don't have the foot traffic that walks by the building like the Strip does, but we do have the airport, we have the convention center, we have the Sphere on our side of the Strip. We'll have a baseball stadium on our side of the Strip as well, hopefully pretty soon, and then a new partnership with the Loop on our corner, and there's we need to activate the property and give people a reason to come to the property, and if we have the logistics in place, where we are, how people can get to us, and we activate as well, I think we'll be successful.
No, I appreciate that. And you can hear obviously from Chair Hendricks and myself being locals. I know you brought that up in the last meeting, how important it is to really cater maybe to the locals because some of our great memories are going there. And, you know, you got UNLV right there as well. So we've got a lot to look forward to.
Thank you. Yeah, and locals are a big part of our strategy, especially with the way the strip continues to evolve, our property offering real value to the customer as well, including free parking and things that really matter. That's a big part of how we're positioning our property for the next 30 years.
Well, thank you so much. I'm happy to approve your applications and I'm excited to see what you unveil.
Thank you.
I don't have any additional questions. I think it's been pretty thoroughly covered as far as the, you know, what the transaction, but personally, we could shift there. Perhaps there's, either a quick intro to you personally, so that I can open it up for questions.
Sure, sure. I'm might be the newest into that, and even though I've been here for over a decade, but I spent my career over 30 years as a hotelier, San Francisco, New York. I was transferred here in 2012 by my former company, Mandarin Oriental, where I spent half my career. Thank you for the earlier comments, Commissioner. But the owner of that property was the largest employer at MGM Resorts, and I was able to get into, with a fortunate opportunity, get into their world. And when Mandarin was going to move me again, MGM was consolidating and also building out centers of excellence and corporate resources to bring that company together. Humbly, I was chosen to bring the hotel division together and bring hotels like Bellagio, Aria, MGM Grand together into one company and one culture. And that's why I stayed. And when I was transferred here, my children were 4 and 1. They're now 16 and 14. And we are proud Nevadans. And we love living here. We love living in the area. I don't think there's a better place to be, and especially for what it is that we do. And that when I joined MGM, that was my entry into gaming. And being at a corporate level is great. That's not me. That's not who I am. I'm an operator. And so my first property was I was the president of Luxor, and being able to do with an aging asset, turn that one around. That's really what fueled my passion for gaming and putting it all together. At the end of the day, it's all about really, I always say 3 things: the asset, the physical property, what we offer, our customers delivering value, service like no other city in the world. And most importantly to me, the 1,700 team members that help me do it at my property today, every single day. And some of them have been there since opening for almost 30 years. That's what drives our passion to delivering a quality experience for all stakeholders.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Conrad.
Thank you. As I said earlier, I think, you know, my story is a little bit of a boring one. 25 years in Las Vegas at this property. At what was the Hard Rock is now the Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. And I think we've made it a point to, over the time that I've been there, to really take seriously, I think, the things that some of the things that you would be concerned about, and that's compliance and AML and BSA and a very thorough Title 31 training and program for the property and an audit program for the property and I think we plan on continuing the work that Joe and their team has done, in those areas. I think if I can, if you can indulge me, I think I would think, my wife of 22, 23, 23 years now, and 2 kids that we've raised in Las Vegas and in the Clark County School District, and 25 years at a job is is impossible unless you have a good structure behind you.
Agreed. Thank you for that. So
Madam Chair?
yes.
If I might. And, I know we're considering each of you individually, but sorry to clump you together, but I am for just the purposes of this. My first comments this morning regarding this application was, it's a very special story. And the holidays is a great time to be delivering this. It'll be a good holiday season for a bunch of folks. But I so appreciate what you're doing. I understand it's a great personal risk professionally. Mr. Conrad, you've been married to this company longer than you're married to your wife, I believe, if I do the math right. But I get it. And I think that gaming in Southern Nevada is fortunate to have your expertise and willingness to move all of this forward. Gaming is a business. It's a heavily regulated one. Here we are today, but it is in some ways a family. And your comments today, I think, are very authentic. I believe you care for these folks. You care for the brick and mortar as much as you appreciate the people who come there every day. And you're preparing to present a new product, shinier, brighter, and it's unique. But I think if anyone was going to make this work, you two certainly have the motivations and the experience, the passion to make it happen. And I just wish you, extraordinarily well, in this endeavor. I do think it's important also to discuss Mohegan. They've been a tremendous company, in Nevada. We respect them. We like them. They've done all the things they were supposed to do as a regulated company. It didn't work this time, but it was mentioned in the control board discussions that, focus on the East, do the international. But I know some of the Mohegan representatives are certainly here today. I hope the Nevada chapter of your gaming story is not over. It's just paused. But again, the application, what it means, perfectly comfortable. I applaud it. We'll be watching with great enthusiasm and interest. And, I think you've, again, created a very merry holiday season for a lot of folks as you tackle this project forward. And I just wish you all the best, and we'll 1,000% support it. Thank you.
So I would say impeccable credentials for both of you. That's without question. You have my support. And I'm satisfied that the letter and the record that you've made before both us and the board is sufficient, and I'll be supporting your applications. So anybody else would make any comments or a motion?
I'll make a motion. Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve non-restricted item 2, as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert and as approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Good luck.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 3?
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Craig Levesque for licensure as a key employee at J Resort LLC, doing business as J Resort. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning and happy holidays, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, Schreck. On behalf of the applicant, he's here to my left, Craig Levesque. He is the general manager for J Resort. Also with us today is Jonathan Boulware. He is the vice president of Nevada operations for Jacobs Entertainment. He's here this morning to support Mr. Levesque's application. Mrs. Levesque is also in the audience. If you had the opportunity to watch the Gaming Control Board meeting, you saw that Mr. Levesque did a fabulous affirmative presentation. He discussed his military history, his work history, and his family.
He also discussed the area of concern that was in his investigative report, and he discussed the personal challenges involved. He didn't discuss those challenges as a way to excuse some of those issues, but more as an explanation, so you'd get to know him. The board voted unanimously to approve his or to recommend his approval, and we hope that you will follow suit and also vote to approve him. And with that, he is happy to present a somewhat abbreviated presentation this morning, or we can also go right to questions, whatever is your preference.
Well, we would like him to introduce himself, so.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair Tagliati, Justice Silver, Commissioner Kralaki, Madam Secretary, and if the mayor's still here, Mayor Hardy as well. My name is Craig Levesque, and I was born in Buffalo, New York. I would like to introduce, for the record, the important people in my life, my family. My wife, Noemi, who joins me here today, and I were married at Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines when we were 19 years old. 35 years later. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So I get that a lot. I don't know if it's my low morning voice or what, but for the record, your wife's legal name is Normita, but you referenced a nickname for our court reporter. Can you spell it?
Yes, Noemi, Noemi.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so 35 years later, we still remain happily married, and we have 3 beautiful children that are watching here today. My daughter, Sarah, is 35, Sean, 33, and Skylar, 26, and 3 beautiful grandchildren. My family has supported me throughout my career demands, and including frequent moves and sacrifices, but always as a team, showing love and understanding throughout all of these moves we've made. I have over 30 years of storied experience in the gaming and hospitality industry, which I won't re-elaborate today, but both domestically and internationally, which started soon after I received my honorable discharge from the United States Air Force at Barksdale Air Force Base in Bossier City, Louisiana. And that's where my journey in this gaming industry began, right there in Bossier City, on a riverboat in a moat along the Red River. As an auditor. From a night auditor in Louisiana, I quickly got promoted within 5 years to our corporate office in Biloxi, Mississippi, and I got my first chance to assist in the opening of an international casino in Freeport, Bahamas, the Isle of Capri Casino. Following Hurricane Katrina in 2005, I helped reopen the Isle of Capri Casino and Hotel in Biloxi, and opening the Isle Casino Racing in Pompano Park in Florida. Other casinos I was fortunate enough to open were in Colorado, in addition to Freeport, and I was able to return to both of those properties as a vice president and general manager a few years later. As I spoke of prior, the Isle of Capri streamlined its portfolio, and my journey continued as vice president and general manager of a tribal casino for the Apache tribe in Lawton, Oklahoma. After that, I joined the Cordish Company as a consultant and became vice president of slot operations and their guest services. And I was also instrumental in opening their 2 new properties before, during, and right after COVID, including the Philadelphia Live Casino and the Pittsburgh Live Casino. Currently, today, I work for Jeff Jacobs and Jacobs Entertainment Incorporated at the J Resort in Reno as their general manager, leading the team as we heavily invest and revitalize downtown Reno, Nevada. Concerning my investigative report, I'm more than happy to go into any details you deem necessary concerning personal finances and overall my accountability. Throughout my career, I have remained transparent, diligent, and proactive, taking responsibility for all my obligations and responsibilities, demonstrating commitment and integrity. I prepared my family's future during my pre-retirement with a wealth management group that provides audit advisory services to me with financial investments, tax strategies, and just making sure I have a good future for my family for generations to come. At the J Resort, I prioritize compliance, integrity, and guest satisfaction with a strong emphasis on collaboration achieving financial goals, enhancing guest experiences. I look forward to contributing to Nevada's dynamic gaming industry, and I'm grateful for the professionalism and support of the Nevada Gaming Control Board investigators, specifically Agent Serenity Simpson and her team. She was gracious, very kind, patient, and very helpful through this process. Today, I look forward to answering your questions and working closely with the board and commission to uphold the success and integrity of our industry here in the state of Nevada. Thank you for your time today and consideration going forward.
Thank you. We appreciate your introduction and comments. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Marcantonis. If you have any questions.
Thank you for statements, but thank you for being with us, Mr. Levesque. And apparently, we've got most of your family watching us live,
yes,
which is excellent. They should be very proud of you as we are. Thank you for your service in the United States Air Force. Let's kick that out right out the gate. I mean, that's it's amazing background and career. You opened a casino in Freeport in the Bahamas, Isle of Capri. Having some experience in that part of the world myself, I know that must have been one of your biggest challenges. And you seem unscathed, so
yes, it was. Actually, it was the on time and under budget. I'm very proud of that. And how hard that is in the Bahamas.
Well done. And at least coming back now to this part of the world, you don't have to deal with hurricanes and other things of that nature.
Yes,
which we take for granted in Nevada.
Beautiful weather here.
Yeah, we are spoiled. But yeah, I seeing your presentation, I know that there are some conditions attached, but I will be. Also, I'm impressed that you have the support of Mr. Bulwer, who also has some history in our industry in this town for many, many years. And good to see you again, Mr. Bulwer. And I will have no hesitation in supporting you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. It's always a pleasure to see people who've put a lot of elbow grease into the gaming industry around the planet and bring it back home here.
Thank you.
I do believe you're exceedingly capable at what you do, and that's the good news in all of this application, and certainly having your family watching. I know that's a big deal. Kids don't often want to watch these kind of things. So,
I did bribe them slightly.
Hopefully they're having a Bloody Mary or popcorn or whatever they're doing.
Christmas is coming.
But I also appreciate the fact that you've got your colleague and Mr. Bulwer with you as well, and certainly your wife. The issue, again, this process is not easy. It is completely transparent, and you get the pleasure of that transparency today. And I know it's not fun, but it's critically important, and we do it for a reason, to make sure that when we do these approvals and I grant a license, that there's no doubt that you're going to execute your duties in a profoundly compliant, wonderful, constructive Nevada gaming way. We all can find financial pickles in our lives. I think yours had a medical component to it too, which we can't control. And unfortunately, it was just a downward spiral for a while. That's this unpleasant story. The good story is, you've knocked the heck out of that debt. You got some good personal financial advice from the Gaming Control Board, even though that's out of their job and they have a waiver and, don't hold them to it. But it's nice that you have a personal financial planner as well. Those things are important. It's just a cost that sometimes is that advice is priceless, as you move forward. The failing to perhaps meet your tax obligations. We are a tax collection agency at the end of the day. We've never had an issue professionally, but that's the one big red flag in me. But I think with the wrapping and the packaging that we've seen and the testimonial aspect and Ms. Vermey's representation, you chose counsel wisely. I'm I'm comfortable. I think lessons have been learned. I think you will perform your duties impeccably. You will perform them impeccably.
Yes.
And I will support your application today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So I appreciate you being here. And what I would say is, oftentimes I'm going to take this opportunity to just kind of comment generally. Oftentimes we have people that appear before us who, for whatever reason, struggle with acceptance of responsibility. There's some obfuscation, which your kids can look up later. And a kind of approach to things that is just not the best. I mean, we are here and we want to see people who, no one's perfect. I don't think anyone up here thinks they're perfect. But people who step forward, accept responsibility, lay out their own redemptive pathway, pursue that with vigor, and come before us and lay it all out is exactly what we need to see. And so I think you've answered every question that you can about your circumstances. We appreciate your candor and your efforts. And, it is a red flag, no doubt, but you've head on, I think reassured at least me. I can speak for myself and obviously others. And so therefore, I'll also be supporting your application today.
Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Silver, do you have anything to add?
I was just going to thank you for your service and say, I'm very impressed with your gaming background.
Thank you.
I just had one question, and that was, it did say in our investigative materials that everything would be done by December 11th as far as all cleaned up, so to speak.
Yep.
Is that true?
It's the best Christmas present I can give myself and my family this year. That is correct.
Wow, congratulations. That's
Thank you.
really a lot to be said for that. So I want to thank you for that because it did say December 11th. So Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to support your application. So thank you.
Appreciate that, Commissioner. So
I guess your kids don't need to look it up. I realize their age is like, okay, they know what that means.
they're in their 30s, so one of them may not. But
Yeah.
We'll quiz them later.
Well, here's the thing. I give you credit. I'm not sure my kids have ever seen a game control board meeting, our commission meeting, and they're of a similar.
they've
older.
grown up through this industry.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you for that. Okay, so at this time, does anyone have a motion they wish to make?
I
Up to you.
Commissioner, thank you. Again, Santa has delivered your family a well-earned gift for the season, so
Thank you.
it is great. Just one comment about the discussions of the Gaming Control Board. There was discussion of like a 2-year period where you might come forward, but I accept the outcome of that conversation that said, it really, it would be a restriction and we get to see you again, make sure, you've done it all. But I have little doubt that you've accomplished it, and I don't know what that 2-year would really bring. So I'm comfortable to not do that. I thought that was wise of the Gaming Control Board. So with that, I would move to approve non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Merry Christmas.
Madam Secretary, how is our court reporter doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Okay. Could you please read in non-restricted number 5?
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Victor Blanco for finding of suitability as a key employee, Light and Wonder, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees on behalf of the applicant. To my left, Victor Blanco. He's the Executive Vice President and Chief Technology Officer for public company Light and Wonder, Inc. There were no areas of concern or interest in his investigative report. The board recommended approval, and we hope that you will as well. And with that, I'll let him make his introduction.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Victor Blanco. I graduated from Texas A&M University with a degree in computer science I have two children, a daughter that's 13, a son that's 17. I started my career at Microsoft in Seattle. I spent about 7 years there. I had the opportunity to work on the first Xbox game console and then contribute to the Windows operating system. I moved to HTC, a phone company where I helped Google launch their first Android phone to the market. I then accepted a role at Aristocrat. That was my first entry into regulated gaming. I started at a technology leader role and then eventually moved through time to the CTO role at Aristocrat. So for the last 6 years, I was accountable for the entire company's technology strategy. More recently, in the last 3 years, I accepted a role at Light & Wonder for the same position, working for a lot of the same leaders that I spent time with at Aristocrat, and I have the same remit, a team of roughly 800 technologists and accountable for their global technology strategy.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today in person and introducing yourself. We appreciate it very much. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Krolicki. If you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Blanco. Always appreciate you being here and watching you in front of the Gaming Control Board. Your record is stellar. Your experience is spot on, and it's just a wonderful piece of Nevada gaming story. And we as regulators, you're making this industry better. So I'm fully support. Do have really just one question, and it was focused in the Gaming Control Board. The cybersecurity issue has raised its lovely head once again and again, and we're targets. And you all made a decision to have your CISO not report to you, but straight to the CFO, I believe.
That's
I think
correct.
your words were joined at the hip, but they don't report to me. Could you go through that process, why that determination was made, and how you are indeed tied at the hip, please?
I would characterize it as a separation of maybe church and state. Teams that report to me were accountable
Using the Constitution on me. We have judges in the room.
Oh, no, I know. I'll speak carefully. The teams that are reporting to me, we have a bias to deliver quality products on time, but we are date-driven, we're market-driven, we have operators that have deadlines and apply pressures. By taking teams like quality, compliance, and security outside my team, they can operate independently, and they aren't, let's say, roll up into my review structure. They aren't motivated by their scores and their promotions by the outcomes of my business. They're accountable to the global business, and so it allows them to operate independently and effectively have oversight into the products that I'm delivering.
How are you budgeted? Who controls that situation? And if I can ask for the CISO as well, if there are resources necessary for you to do your job or for the CISO, how is that done?
It's done at the executive leadership team. There's a team of around 10 executives, which includes myself and the CFO. We both bring all of our asks to our next year's plan of the products, the teams, the support that we require. We review it as a leadership team. We attach priorities to it, and then eventually that receives some level of approval or deferral based on the budget we have available and what our priorities are.
And again, cybersecurity has been around for a long time, but it's certainly escalated in the past 2 years. When did the CISO come on board with the company?
He was within the business before I joined, so he's been in the business.
So you've been there 2.5 years, I
That's
believe.
correct, sir. And we've grown that team since I've joined the business as well.
So if you, just from a budget standpoint, what's the allocation for this type of activity from 2 years ago versus today?
I'd have to follow up with that number, sir, because it's not my organization. I don't track it closely, but we have a team of, I would say, 3 to 4 very senior security members. And the way that, the way that our process works is any new product that we identify and we want to stand up, my technology team, well, let's say, is one of those members that define what that product is. We're partnered with a quality team that's at the very beginning of the process, the compliance team, and our security team. So the entire product definition, the way we build out our schedule, and the way we decide to release that to a market, it has to be signed off by all 4 of those teams. So the growth of Light & Wonder has driven the growth of the security team to meet that scale. So we just need to make sure the growth is to match our product ambition of that security team.
And that certainly makes sense. And it's not my endeavor to ask you things that are outside the wheelhouse, but I appreciate it. But the representation is as the company's grown, so has the dedication of resources to this area.
And we recognize it's an arms race. As we place higher barriers, there are people trying to break those barriers down. So it's a continual process.
Good. But again, your background is exquisite, and I'm perfectly comfortable and excited to support your application today.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Thank you for being with us, Mr. Blanco. I mean, you initially started off saying that there are no areas of concern. Unfortunately, we're not, we're meeting in Boulder City in Nevada. If we were meeting in Texas, there were a lot of areas of concern with you. You graduated from both UT at one point and A&M with a certificate, or?
No, just.
Or am I confused here? Because that would be a really big problem.
No, that would
for
be a big, significant conflict of interest. No, just Texas A&M.
Just Texas A&M.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I spent 10 years in Texas, so the minute you said, I read all of that, I was raising my eyebrow. I know that Chair Hendrick mentioned it briefly at the control board.
You know the rivalry
then. Of him. Yeah. So it just brought a smile to my face, you know. Thank you for being here. I too will have no hesitation in supporting you today.
Thank you.
But thank you for being in front of us, Mr. Blanco.
Commissioner Silver?
I echo all of the statements and comments of my colleagues. You have an incredible, gaming background and amazing applicant. We just approved Siobhan and James Odell, and you're just in line with, that amazing type of quality person that's before us. So I'm more than happy to support your application as well.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate you being here. I will be supporting your application. You're very qualified with zero concerns. And so, again, we appreciate you being here to answer all of our questions. And at this time, I would ask if anyone has a motion.
Certainly, Madam Chair. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate
Are your children watching today?
No, they're in school today.
Class project. There you go.
Thank you.
We still read. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 6?
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Jason Sides for licensure as a key employee at Neva One LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Once again, for the record, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, I'm Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my left is the applicant, Jason Sides. He's the Senior Vice President and General Manager of Neva One LLC, doing business as Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe Hotel and Casino. This is his application for licensure as a key employee for that property. He has a long history in the gaming industry, and he is happy to tell you about that and answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having me this morning. As was mentioned, my name is Jason Sides. I'm the Senior Vice President and General Manager of the Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe. Of course, I was in front of the board a couple of weeks ago and gave a pretty thorough bio, so I'll spare you some of the details and just kind of do a high level. Judge Assad had the opportunity to quiz me on my craps knowledge and payouts a couple of weeks ago. Appreciate that. Got into the business about 30 years ago, started as a craps dealer, and have worked for several companies, including Boyd Gaming, MGM Mirage, and for the last 13 years, the Golden Nugget family of casinos. I'm, proud to be here today and be an example of what anyone in this industry can accomplish. If they do some hard work, and what a great industry it is and the opportunity it provides. My company asked me to relocate to Lake Tahoe about a year ago as Senior Vice President and General Manager. Talked about it with my family, and we've moved up. We've absolutely loved it. The community's welcomed us, and very happy to be there. So I'll let you guys
Commissioner Krolicki from your neck of the woods.
Mr. Sides, we could have done this at the Red Hut on Kingsbury instead of assembling here today, but very nice to see you. Yes, you were just in front of us, so a lot of the kicking of the tires we've already done, but just to set the stage a little bit, I had a chance to walk through the property just a couple of weeks ago, and it's looking good, but certainly a work in progress. It'll be exciting to get those, the other tower done and the rooms, things that have been needed there for literally decades. And I think that's been part of the issues. The bones have been tired. It can be shined up, but you all have gotten into the structure and the things that have needed to be done to make that property, be viable for a long time. So, just applaud to you and Mr. Fertitta and others who've made the decision to do it. The legacy of that property is profound, and I know that. The Bruce Park and the Park family, for some people, they may not know that it was cattle company. They used to run cows in the summer up over Kingsbury Grade, and they'd eat grass, and it just happened to be on the state line of Nevada and California. So good on them. Location is always important. But it's, the High Sierra, it was the first time I walked into that property, and that was in the 1980s. So it's just had a storied, troubled, challenged, wonderful history. But I think the ownership and the stewardship and the experience that's extraordinary that you bring, and again, from, working as a dealer, I believe you were in the industry, to your position now, it's just a great gaming story to you, and a credit to the company to bring you in to do these things. Can I ask you how the property's been doing? I know we just finished shoulder season, and you've got construction going on and those kind of things, but with a hockey team playing across the street, all those things. But could you just give us a check on how it's going?
Of course. Yeah, the property is doing well. Obviously, as you mentioned, it's a very seasonal business up there. With summer obviously being the peak season. We have a big renovation project, as you suggested, going on. One of those projects, Saltgrass, has been completed. We have multiple projects currently under construction. We anticipate getting our first rooms back in March and opening that back tower in March. And we've done a lot of planning over the last year, and you'll see several other projects kicking off here over the next few weeks.
And when do you think the new tower, that the room stuff will be finished? I think you said second quarter next year.
The back tower, the one closest to the lake, will be March, and the front or main tower will be later this year.
Good. Well, Control Board Member Assad will be pleased. As I went into the property a couple weeks ago, I did do a recon of Sawgrass, and I think it'll do us just fine when you take me to dinner there someday. He can't do it, but you can.
I hope to see you.
I want that verbatim in the record, please. But thank you. And I have to do it because irony is just too sweet. But you have one child, I think a first grader, down in the valley. His name is Carson.
That's correct.
And the valley, for folks, it's Carson Valley. So how did you name, a very prescient decision to name your son Carson, 6 years before you arrived in Carson's Valley to pursue your career?
Quite the coincidence, for sure. There's no family history with the name or anything. It was simply just on the short list, and a name that Tiffany and I liked, and that we ultimately settled on.
I just think it's sweet and fortunate, and good on you. I fully support your application. And again, you've been such an added person to the community. It's one thing to have the property, but as you know, and since we did discuss last time, you wear a lot of hats. You're on the sewer district. You got Lake Tahoe visitors. You do a lot of things in your day that have, that are outside of the property. But I just urge you to continue integrating yourself into this lovely community and its people and its issues, and be careful with TRPA, but there are a lot of things that come from the outside in. But the more you are present and care and put forth energy, it'll reward you greatly and the company. So again, fully support you. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So I don't have any concerns. And if this was addressed at some point at a previous appearance, I apologize if I am missing it, but I just wanted to ask you about this real estate holding company that you have.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just curious, is that something that takes a lot of your time, or how are you managing renters? That's no, you know, there are at least two of us, possibly more, that have extreme experience in the landlord-tenant arena. And we know that that can be very time-consuming and potentially litigious. So I was just curious. Doesn't affect any decision I make. I was just curious.
Sure, it's a fair question. Yeah, the real estate holding LLC is just a pass-through entity to my wife and I. It does hold single-family residences that we rent long-term, and we have management companies. Most of these properties are out of state, and management companies handle the day-to-day operations.
So smart. I was just curious. I appreciate it. You're obviously very qualified. There's no concern on that I have whatsoever, and I intend to support your application. Do my colleagues to my left have any questions or comments before, or would one of you like to call
I
for?
just wondered how you don't have an accent being from Mississippi. You don't sound like you're from Mississippi.
Well, it's been a minute since I've lived there. I mean, I guess I moved away 25 years ago, let's call it.
I don't have it. I'm pleased to support your application.
Thank you so much.
Certainly. Chair, I will move the motion, Mr. Side. Thank you for being in front of us. I'm delighted to see you're a member of the Compliance Committee, because that, as you probably have heard throughout today, and if you haven't, you'll be hearing more over the months, and that this is very, very important to us and to the whole state. So, and of course, any support that we can ever offer through the Gaming Control Board and so on, we would. In the meantime, Madam Chair, I'm going to move for approval for non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert. Thank you.
I'll second.
Excuse me. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I assume you're going to stay for our next restricted, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Neva One LLC doing business as Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe Hotel and Casino for the addition of a race book and sports pool and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
So this is very straightforward, but because you were here for this, your previous agenda item, I just thought we'll have any questions that any commissioner has before we choose to hear if there's a motion. Anybody have any questions or comments or a motion?
Just out of curiosity, I was interested that you all are having putting on limits on the sport book similar to Las Vegas. And that seems big for Lake Tahoe. Again, I don't follow that. And I know you're not doing the parlay, which was also a factoid that was interesting to me. But could you talk about, the limits and what, versus what they've been under prior ownership to versus under the Golden Nugget?
Absolutely. So I don't have insight into what limits the current sportsbook operator allows. That's not part of the agreement for them to share that information with us. That being said, we're going to have a escalation matrix for sports limits, and depending on the event and our appetite for the associated liability on that side of the event, different individuals throughout the organization will be able to approve escalating limits.
And the Houston Rockets are exempt from the book, correct?
That's correct. No Houston Rockets action. And just one point of clarification, we will be accepting parlay bets. It'll just be bets off what's on the board and not pre-printed cards.
Understood. That's helpful. Thank you.
Excuse me, anyone else have any questions or comments?
No. Well, if I might, since it's home game for me, again, I appreciate all that you're doing for the community and the area and for gaming, which is why we're here. Let it snow. We need some snow. I would like to make a motion to approve non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the item or the motion, excuse me? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We appreciate you.
Thank you, Sonia.
Okay, at this time, I've been asked to take a comfort break. It's 11:36 according to the city, Boulder City. And so we will take a 5-7 minute break. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We're reconvening the meeting after the break to read in the next agenda item. Secretary, please.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of MGM Resorts International, Mandalay Resort Group LLC, and Entain PLC for an amendment to order of registration as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Bet MGM LLC for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Madam Chair, I do have a disclosure to make. One of the, I think we've got a whole crew of attorneys on this, but one of them is Scott Scherer with BetMGM. And I just wish to disclose that Mr. Scherer has previously served as my personal attorney in various matters, but I conclude that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. I therefore tend to fully participate in the discussion of the item.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Scherer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck appearing on behalf of BetMGM. First, thank you for allowing me to spend some more time with my grandchildren during the holiday season by appearing from Carson City. With me on Zoom are Rhea Loney, Chief Compliance Officer of BetMGM, and Josh Weissman, Director of Licensing. Also on Zoom today is Sean McGinnis. And with you in Boulder City is Erica Okerberg, and it looks like Chandler Pohl. And I will be quiet for a minute to allow them to introduce themselves and their clients.
Yes, I'll jump in. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. And as Scott noted, Chandler Pohl, Vice President and General Counsel for MGM Resorts. Chandler Pohl is in attendance in Boulder City and appreciate the Zoom waiver of appearance for myself as well.
And good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg, appearing on behalf of Entain PLC. And then also with me from Entain via Zoom, we have two individuals. One is Simon Zinger, the General Counsel, and the other is Florian Sauer, who is the Compliance Officer.
Just give me 1 second.
Of course.
Okay, yes, we've confirmed they are on Zoom. So thank you for being here today, all of you, both virtually and in person.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it back to Scott.
Thank you. The purpose of the hearing today is to consider the applications of BetMGM to serve as a key employee of the MGM Resorts International race and sportsbook operations. I also want to thank Supervisor Doyle, Senior Agent Lambert, and Agent Colin Lane for their professionalism and flexibility, as these applications have taken some unique twists and turns along the way. The purpose is to allow BetMGM to serve as MGM's key employee, not to merely provide contract labor. They are not simply seeking registration as a gaming employee, but the key employee licensing that goes with a sufficiently senior role in the organization. MGM is asking BetMGM to serve in this role because of their expertise and staffing in the conduct of race and sports operations. So the expectation is that they will have a certain high-level functions, although as their employer, MGM will always have responsibility for oversight and policy direction. This will include BetMGM taking on additional responsibility in areas including trading, customer service, risk, and payments. MGM has submitted amended internal controls to reflect these additional functions that BetMGM will perform on their behalf. The amended internal controls are currently being reviewed by the audit division, and BetMGM will not act as a key employee until the amended internal controls are approved. Which brings us to the other recommended conditions. We have reviewed the conditions and have no concerns. MGM will at all times have the final say on everything related to the operation. BetMGM will follow the policies and directions provided by MGM. We agreed with the board that as a key employee, BetMGM will report to MGM's super trader or another executive designated by MGM with administrative approval of the chair of the board. So with that, Madam Chair, we'd be happy to address any questions or to discuss the conditions further as you deem appropriate.
Thank you. And we're talking about draft number. Which one?
Now, there should be two orders of registration, one for MGM and one for Entain. And I think Mr. McGinnis on behalf of MGM and Ms. Okerberg on behalf of Entain will have the drafts and should have reviewed those drafts.
So
Yeah,
is
it's
draft
draft number 1 from November 21st. It's the only draft there was, and it's in an appropriate form for MGM.
And for Entain, it's the same date, 11/21, and draft number 1.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, at this time, I'll start with Commissioner Marcantonis.
Yes, certainly. Thank you for being here. Good seeing you again, Ms. Zuckerberg. I was very satisfied with what I watched at the Nevada Gaming Control Board, but we just mentioned as we were describing our conversation today that MGM will be responsible for all risk containment. It's the key phrase. And of course, it seems as if we had, and perhaps you could elaborate a little bit on that, we have had some compromised issues over the, not that long ago. I realize these have been corrected, at least that was how it's explained to us. But perhaps if someone could give us just a little bit more color about how that occurred and how the patch has been put in place to ensure that it doesn't happen again. I know I think the phrase was patch tool, and I would just like to understand what exactly that is, if possible.
Certainly, I'm happy to answer that. And I think we have Florian Sauer on via Zoom who can provide a little bit more background. But just to give you sort of a quick flavor, what happened was when the system was migrated over to single account, single wallet, at the time that occurred, there was one particular tool, which was the PAT tool, that did not have the appropriate jurisdictional limits on it. And so what that means is it didn't specifically say certain employees can only have access outside of Nevada, certain employees can only have access inside of Nevada. And as a result of that, there were 2 employees who would otherwise have access to the app outside of Nevada that ended up having access to and made adjustments to player accounts in Nevada. That has since been rectified, as you noted, and some additional remedial controls have been put in place. I also, before I turn it over to Mr. Sauer, will note that we also provided an updated, detailed confidential report to the Nevada Gaming Control Board as a result of all of Member Watkins' questions that she raised on the record and provided that. And we're, of course, happy to provide a copy to the commission as well. But with that, if it's all right, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Sauer to provide a little bit more detail for you.
Yes, thank you for that, Ms. Zuckerberg.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for the question, Commissioner. There's not a whole lot to add to the explanation that Ms. Zuckerberg has given. What I would like to stress in this context is that this issue did not occur as part of like day-to-day operations, but it occurred in a very specific scenario where we moved our overall platform configuration to this single account, single wallet setup. This is something which happens very rarely. It was a big project, and there's nothing similar in the pipeline. So it's just key to stress that the day-to-day operations are not really impacted by this, and therefore the risk of something similar occurring are pretty much non-existent in the absence of similar projects. Nevertheless, I think our objective when it comes to compliance management is always continuous improvement. So we have looked into the matter. We've run several investigations within Entain in cooperation with MGM, with BetMGM, and we have tried to identify improvements. These have been implemented by now. Further access audits have taken place. We have looked at all the configurations that are in place at the moment. We couldn't identify any other issues. And at this point, we're comfortable that this risk is completely mitigated and something similar will not occur in the future again.
Well, thank you for that explanation. So am I to understand there were no financial losses as a result of all of this? This was just something that was spotted, caught, and corrected. And I appreciate that explanation. And excuse me, Ms. Zuckerberg, I have not seen what is the conventional report to the Gaming Control Board, which is why I asked you the question. But thank you.
Of course.
Thank you for the explanation, both of you.
And you're exactly correct. There were no financial implications of this. Okay. And the adjustments that were made by those 2 employees have since been ratified and confirmed as otherwise being appropriate, and that if they had been the correct employees with access, MGM otherwise would have allowed them to make.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Ms. Ogerberg and others. You do have a whole army of folk on this call, so I won't recognize everyone. The record at the Gaming Control Board that was established, I think, was extensive. You know, we talked about it all, and I think the gist of the story is, while there was inappropriate access and, you know, remediation was necessary and all of those things, the system actually worked. You know, the MGM audit team found it, self-reported as we're supposed to. So this is a great, you know, I think, case example of how to do it right when something goes wrong. But I'm, you know, again, with the record that was set, I am most comfortable supporting the application today in this matter. I'm just seeing if there are anything else in my notes. No, I'm comfortable. I intend to support it, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Silver?
Yeah, there were no areas of concern after watching the board's meeting. I saw a lot really went into the conditions and the orders for all the parties to be happy with the final product and the language of the conditions. So I've got no areas of concern, and I appreciate your coming here and explaining even more to us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have nothing to add as far as questions or comments. So at this time, I would ask, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
At this time, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Per Widerstrom for finding of suitability as an officer and director at Evoke PLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning for 3 more minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Tate, members of the Nevada Gaming Commission, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of Evoke, formerly known to the Commission as 888 Holdings. Joining me today from London are the applicant, Mr. Per Widerstrom, and counsel Amanda Usher. Chairman, we recognize the fact that there were no areas of concern or issues developed during the board's background investigation. However, recognizing that Mr. Widerstrom is a first-time applicant here in Nevada, and this is his first appearance before the commission, we do have a brief affirmative presentation. If I may, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Usher at this time.
We're waiting for her to accept the promotion in. So once she gets in, then you can prompt her again if you'd like.
Hello, good morning. I'm hoping you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you. I'm so sorry about that delay.
No problem.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. Well, good morning, Chair Togliatti, Member Solis Rainey, Member Kralicki, Member Mark Antonis, and Member Silver. My name is Amanda Usher, and I am a solicitor at Woods Were. To begin with, I would just like to thank everyone, and especially Chair Togliatti, for allowing us to appear over Zoom. It's greatly appreciated. Secondly, I would like to introduce Per Widerstrom, who is also appearing remotely and who is the subject of this application. Mr. Widerstrom is the Chief Executive Officer and an Executive Director of Evoke PLC. He joined the company on the 16th of October 2023, and his application to the Nevada Gaming Control Board was made on the 14th of November. Mr. Widerstrom took over from Lord Mendelsohn, who acted as interim CEO between January 2023 and October 2023. As the CEO, he is responsible for all high-level decision-making regarding company policy and strategy. He oversees the development and implementation of operational policies and strategic plans and is responsible for company vision. He oversees approximately 11,000 employees worldwide and has around 10 direct reports. Prior to joining Evoke, Mr. Widerstrom had more than 17 years of experience in the online gaming industry, the most recent of these being at Fortuna Entertainment Group, a market-leading omni-channel betting and gaming business in Europe. He also has had senior roles at Gala Coral Group, Party Gaming PLC, and bwin Party Digital Entertainment PLC. Outside of the gaming industry, Mr. Widerstrom has also held a number of senior operational and commercial roles at large global organizations. He holds a master's in international accounting and finance from the London School of Economics. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank Senior Agent Robertson and Supervisor Doyle once again for their diligence and collaboration, particularly over the last few months. Their work has been exceptional and it's been a pleasure to work with them again. With that introduction, I will hand you over to Mr. Widerstrom to tell you a bit more about himself and to answer any questions that you might have. However, I remain on hand to assist if needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Amanda. And first and foremost, I would like to thank the chairman, the whole board for letting me join in like this over Zoom. So very much appreciated. So let me just take a minute about, the information about myself. So my name is Per Widerström. I am a Swede at its origin. I have been into the job market for about 31 years. And out of those 31 years, I've actually been living and working abroad for 24 years, having had the privilege to live and work in 9 different countries across 5 different industry sectors, like, for example, the FMCG, fast-moving consumption goods sector, where I worked for companies like Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola. Had also a few years within the telco sector, in financial services, and deep tech. But reason for also being here now is that now soon 18 years within the betting and gaming sector. If I look now back to the last 22 years I've had executive roles, primarily as the CEO. The type of engagement I've had has been very much characterized by transformations, turnarounds. And I now have, since October last year, so a bit more than a year now, have had the privilege to be the CEO of Evoke, with absolutely fantastic brands like William Hill and Tate, where I have outlined a new strategy value creation plan, which ultimately implies an transformation and enabling this company to be an absolutely world-class operator. So that is a bit about myself. And once again, I would like to thank the board for me being able to join over the Zoom.
Thank you. Appreciate you introducing yourself. And I am going to ask my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Mr. Widerstrom. Pleasure to see you. I assume you are 9 hours or so in front of us. Where are you today?
I am in London today. I am in London today.
So you're only 8 hours. Do you live, you may have multiple homes, but do you live in the UK or in Sweden?
So I do have my family very much in Stockholm. I am very much based in London, where my office is and where my job is. So, but I do some bit of commuting.
And I know Evoke is headquartered in London, but is it publicly traded out of the UK, or is it the British Virgin Islands?
So it is publicly traded on the London Stock Exchange.
All right. And could you talk about the governance? Part of the application is for you to become a director. I see the other folks you'll be joining, but what kind of committee assignments and things like that you expect to be participating in?
So if you look at my overall role as the CEO of Evoke, I'm also an executive director of the board. So any form of engagement when it comes to our Nevada engagement, I will obviously then be ultimately accountable and responsible for. So that is what I expect to do.
Good. Now, your credentials, your education, your experience are most impressive. Nevada prides itself on the people who are licensed in our state and their backgrounds and their stories, and you're adding some great color and quality to the gaming family here in Nevada. So I plan to fully support your application, and I'm pleased to do so. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Markantonis.
Thank you for being with us, Mr. Widerstrom. I echo Commissioner Kurlicki's statements. Obviously, there was only one case through the Gaming Control Board in Toronto where we had a regulatory violation, resolved or otherwise, and it was an international one, mostly focused in Spain at the time. And I'm imagining that the patchwork and the systems have been put in place to, and I'd expect you to answer this in a granular fashion, of course, to make sure that there will not be no such repetitions in the future. Can you elaborate at all?
I mean, what I can say is that the level of investment and when it comes to focus from the board, from the CEO and myself throughout the whole organization, the focus on staying compliant and any preventive measures that we can put in, we do put in order to make sure that evidence like that or incidents like that would not happen. So absolutely, fully committed to make sure any mitigation that needs to happen, we will do.
Thank you for the response, sir.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Chair. I watched the Gaming Control Board's meeting, and you have an impeccable record gaming for 15 years and other licenses all over. I'm more than happy to support your application, and thank you so much for being here today.
Sir, I echo the comments of my colleagues. I appreciate your appearance and intend to support your application. So at this time, I would ask if one of my colleagues has a motion.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion then to approve non-restricted item 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert and as approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you and happy holiday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Thank you so much.
Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted number 11. If you could read that into the record, please.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Heather Basilota for finding of suitability as a key employee at Golden Tavern Group, LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Erica Okerberg. I am appearing today on behalf of Golden Entertainment. And here with me is the applicant, Heather Basilota. She is a first-time applicant in Nevada, and she provided an overview, as you would have seen at the board meeting. So what we'd like to do is just have her provide an abbreviated version of that for you, if that's acceptable.
Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Heather Basilota. I moved here in 1985 from Kansas, and I went to junior high and high school here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I have 3 amazing sons. I have my oldest son, James, is 26, and I have identical twin boys that are 25. I also married my husband a couple years ago. He is a retired police officer from Metro, and now he is working for a Vegas-born business called Brink, which is to help with drones for first responders. So, so I want to talk a little bit about, I joined Golden Gaming in 2012. I started as a bar host. I worked my way up as an AGM. I stayed with that company until 2015. I left to pursue my career at Richmond American Homes, selling new homes. Thought that's what I wanted to do. I came back in 2017 and went back to Golden Gaming, which is a company I've loved and has taken good care of me for all these years. I came back and I worked my way up as a GM. I opened a new tavern. I worked at the last tavern for 6 years before becoming regional operations manager. In my capacity as a regional manager, I oversee operations for 10 locations, as well as assist with management of our extra board employees. My role encompasses many duties, including hiring, terminations, team member development, discipline, compliance, guest relations, everything to do with the taverns may need. As far as reporting, I report to Vince Russo, Director of Tavern Operations, Dan Grossbach, VP of Nevada Distributed Gaming. I have 14 direct reports, 10 general managers, and 5 culinary regionals. Excuse me. And at this time, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you today. Thanks for being here in person, all the way out in Boulder City. So I'm going to open it up to my colleagues to inquire if Commissioner Marketonis, do you have any
Certainly.
questions or
Certainly.
comments?
Thank you for being here, Ms. Basilotto. And the question becomes, when you've got 10 general managers, that's got to be quite a stretch on your time and your travel time. And how do you allocate your time? I mean, how are you
Yes.
managed to handle all of that?
Right. So I start my day off in my corporate office, and then I'll go to the needs of where the taverns need me. So if there's anything going on where I need to go out to a location right away, that'll be the first place I go to, or maybe I end my day. So I have 3 locations in the Southwest, and then I have 7 locations in the North and Northwest. So I divvy up the time just depending on the tavern's needs. But typically I go out and visit each tavern 2 times a week.
Well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kralik?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Basilotto.
Good morning.
It's great to see you here.
Thank you.
Love your story. Homegrown, I think, was a term that was used, but you are from Lawrence, Kansas.
I am.
That's a home of KU. Are you a Jayhawk still?
I am a
or-
Jayhawks fan and a Chiefs fan.
There you go. No, it's most of my high school buddy. I'm from Missouri. They went to Mizzou or they went to KU, and just a matter of driving a little bit extra on I-70. But always a pleasure. It's the only hill in Kansas, I believe.
Yes, I
as in
think so.
Lawrence. But again, how you've done it, you have such an eclectic background. I mean, from real estate, cosmetology, you've done it all. But being a jack of all trades, I think helps you in this situation be an expert in one, and that's managing these folks and working for Golden Tavern. Commissioner Marketonis already discussed, if there's a discussionable item, it really is how do you allocate your time? 14 direct reports, 10 managers. I know you're kind of in the same quadrant or contiguous, but that's still a lot of time. If you can juggle 3 boys, I suspect you can juggle, these responsibilities. But I have 3 girls, 26, and I don't have twins, but 24 and 22. So we can speak after this. But no, I think you are very good at what you do. I love the story. You've done it the hard way, organically, and that just makes it even more special to be licensed to be a key employee. I will fully support your application today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. Yeah, your application is really impressive, and I'm sure it's really exciting to be here on this first time application for gaming. I wanted to dovetail off of what Commissioner Marketonis asked about your 10 locations, because I noticed that one is all the way in Aliante and another is all the way south Buffalo off 215, which is like the other end of the earth from Aliante. So these aren't like these are close at all in proximity. At first, I thought all of them were pretty close in proximity, but then I saw the one on South Buffalo, and now I must have had something wrong because you said 3 are in the south, so I didn't look at the zip codes quite right. But there's a huge distance there. So I had a question as to how do you juggle the extreme northwest like Aliante with the extreme southwest, I guess.
Yes. So our corporate office is on Jones and 215. The newest location we just opened is Great American Pub, and that is on South Buffalo, which
It's not open yet.
it's opened.
Oh, is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, we opened in August.
The construction's awful right there.
yes.
You can't drive anywhere around there.
We talk about that often.
It's really bad.
Once that Costco gets built, it should be a little bit better in that corner. But in the meantime, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. So that's right off the 215. So that's one I can hit easily. It takes me 5 minutes from work to get there. Then I have West Martin, which is right off of Valley View and Sunset. My office is Jones and Sunset, so that one I'm able to hit up pretty easy. And then I do have one in the middle on DI and Durango, by Desert Breeze. And then the other ones are all ping-ponging around. I say I'm going to the north, I might not see you for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
So it's usually about 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours once I head north.
Yeah.
And I spend the rest of my afternoon out there because I want to see my GMs who typically get there about 2 p.m.
I see. So really you hang around your headquarters, those couple pubs, and then you go out to the north.
Exactly, get all the office work done. But like I said, if there's an emergency or 911, I need to be somewhere, then I'm moving out there as quick as I can. wherever
You
I
don't
need
have
to
any
go.
problems handling 10 different locations.
No, no. And I have a great support staff with my team. If we ever go on vacation or need a day off or anything, everybody steps in to help each other. So I'm very fortunate there.
Thank you. Well, I'm more than happy to support your application. It's
Thank you.
exciting. So congratulations.
Appreciate you.
So the answer to most of your problems is the 215.
That's it.
Okay.
I know it very well.
Well, I also support your application and I appreciate you being here and answering all of our questions. And at this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if anyone would like to make a motion.
Chair. So Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve the non-restricted item 11, I think, right? And as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert and as approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It was nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 12.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of Matthew Reback for licensure as an officer at Galaxy Gaming, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon. For the record, Sonia Vermees from Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my left is the applicant, Matthew Reback. Also here, Emily Wind, Compliance Officer, and Bruce Benson, General Counsel, all for Galaxy Gaming, Inc. This is Mr. Reback's application for licensure as an officer pursuant to NGC Regulation 16.410. Mr. Reback appeared at the board meeting with my colleague, Scott Scherer, where he gave a brief presentation and answered questions, and he's happy to do that for you again today.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Welcome. I want to say real quickly that we have this list of your gaming-related license summary. Even though it's only a first-time licensee in Nevada, it's the tiniest font, presumably, so they tried to fit it on 2 pages, but couldn't. And it's quite lengthy. So there's going to be, a question of how do we compare? I'm sure you've.
As far as the application process goes?
Oh, yeah. I mean, no one has more experience.
I have had some time in the industry, about 20 years now. Been in this position for about a year. And I believe I have 74 currently applications granted and a few more pending. So the process has been arduous, thorough. I think the best word I could use is thorough but fair for Nevada. Every jurisdiction has been different, but I would say some are more brief, but in general, the ones, and there are a few that I would put in the thorough but fair bucket. So far, no surprises. And yeah, it's just one day at a time, one question at a time. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about me and my background.
The interesting part of your list is, we see a lot of, applications and there's just some very, jurisdictions that I'm not familiar with that I haven't seen before, I guess I would say. So it's very diverse.
Yes.
And that's very interesting to us, because we're looking at these every day or at least every month. But anyway, I don't want to take up too much time on that. I just wanted to make that comment and record and ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments that they would like to ask of Mr. Reback.
Well, Mr. Reback, yeah, it's quite a lineup of applications you have out there, as everyone has said. You worked under or with Mr. Hassan for a considerable amount of time, and of course, as you may have heard earlier in today's session, if you were here, he is held in high esteem by this commission. So I'm sure that background is exceptionally valuable for you.
I enjoyed the time I spent with Joe. He was the general manager. I was the assistant general manager. And then he moved on to the Hollywood organization. I became the acting general manager there. And I'll tell you, every day I was with him, I learned something else about operations. I find him to be at the very top echelon of operators I've ever experienced.
Well, you have an excellent background as well, and I will have no hesitation in supporting you today. Thank you for being here, Mr. Bierbeck.
I was gonna say, if you're good enough for the Chicken Ranch Gaming Commission. I mean, there's one example of just never seen that before. Anyway, Commissioner Silver or Commissioner Licky.
I hope that's not my county. I don't know where.
No, California.
There you go. Welcome. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you in person. Certainly watched attentively as you were in front of the Gaming Control Board. I think you represented that 93 applications have been filed with your name on it.
That's correct.
But the only one that was a couple days tardy was ours.
That is also correct.
All right. Well, then that's still a pretty good batting average. Unfortunately, it was with us, but we understand these things happen, and it was 12 days. And I thought the control board had the full conversation with you, on that. I know Judge Assad talked about your time at San Diego and law school there. He called that the Harvard of the West. But for the record, Harvard is a Stanford of the East. So that still puts me in the driver's seat on this. Could you talk to me about Evolution's acquisition of Galaxy and how that has proceeded? And I think that's supposed to be finalized in 2025.
Absolutely. I can provide you a high-level summary of how that transpired. So conversations started earlier in the year in earnest. Eventually, the parties reached an agreement, and on July 18th, the agreement was signed for Evolution to acquire Galaxy Gaming. After that, we did a press release on the same day. We filed a preliminary proxy statement, then we did a definitive proxy statement, and then at the request of some shareholders, we filed an additional definitive proxy statement. So lots of proxy statements, and they're quite lengthy. They detail all the communications that took place between our organization and Evolution. Evolution is one of our customers, as one of the leading suppliers of online gaming content around the world. We do supply our table games, brands, and game mechanics to them, and those are distributed through their distribution network. So we knew Evolution quite well. They were a good partner of ours. So they pursued us, and we ended up reaching terms that were good for our shareholders. As of right now, they are in the process of applying to multiple jurisdictions, and it's one of the primary contingencies on this deal closing is Evolution getting through the application process through a number of jurisdictions. Because those processes can take an uncertain amount of time, what we're saying is that we're targeting sometime in mid next year that we would expect the deal to close, but it will all be dependent on those applications and the time to evaluate those.
Understood. So that was a friendly acquisition, or was it a merger? I think the words I saw was acquisition.
Yeah, it was an acquisition. They're publicly traded in Stockholm, and we're publicly.
I was going to ask. They're on the, I think, what I would call the pink sheets. They're not on an exchange. They're over the counter.
No, they're publicly traded in Stockholm. Galaxy Gaming's over the counter.
You are, okay.
Here, yeah. So both publicly traded companies.
So was it cash or stock, or how was?
It was an all-cash deal. It was valued about $124 million. That it would include our debt. So they're basically buying all of our equity and taking over the company. We will be a privately owned and operated subsidiary of Evolution when the deal closes.
Okay. And the Galaxy shareholders approved this, I think, just last month.
They did. November 12th, there was a shareholder vote, and it was approved by quite a margin.
Perfect. Excellent. No, I'm delighted to support the application today. I think your tremendous value added. I look forward to learning more about Evolution as we go forward, but certainly Galaxy is a marvelous company led by, I think somebody used to sit on the Gaming Control Board actively, but you've got good crew and good folk and a great story, and fully support the application today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners Marcantonis or Silver?
I have nothing further today. Thank you, Sam.
I just wanted to say thank you for being here, and you have an incredible record. The only I was going to follow up on Judge Tagliati, or excuse me, on Chair Tagliati's question as to what was Chicken Ranch Gaming Commission in
California.
Okay. Yeah. Other than that, I'm more than happy to support your application. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you very much.
As I'm sure you may know, any kind of animal before ranch in Nevada is a very different.
Don't go there.
I have heard that, yes.
Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So,
And Madam Chair, just for the record, I'm going to reference my disclosure about Mr. Sheriff previously made because he participated in front of the Gaming Control Board. And I just want to make sure that disclosure is out there.
okay, so the record will reflect you incorporated that herein by reference.
Please, thank you.
With that said, is there any other questions or comments, or would one of you have a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 12, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as approved, recommended by the Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you. Thank you. Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted items held out for discussion. If you could please, I would note that restricted 1 was referred back to staff. So at this time, I need you to read in to the record restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Rush Hour 3 Inc. doing business as Old Vegas Lounge for a restricted gaming license and the application of James Slark for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. Here with me today is Mr. James Slark. We did give a presentation at the board. We'd be glad to give that again if you would like, or we can go right to questions, whichever you prefer.
Go ahead and make the presentation.
Thank you. So this location is an approximately 3,050 square foot grandfather supper club to be known as Old Vegas Lounge. That will have 15 slot machines embedded into the bar top. On or about August 1st of 2023, the location held a one-day opening to preserve the grandfathering rights for this location. It is my understanding that this location needs to be relicensed by the date of the NGC meeting of next month. The local licensing applications have already been submitted with Clark County on November 7th of 2024 and will be ready to be approved if this application gets approved. If the state gaming license is approved, the intent is to work with the county to obtain local licenses and be ready to open by middle of next month. Although the applicant would hold a restricted gaming license for this location, he has entered into a participation agreement with Golden Route Operations to be the SRO for this location. With that, I'll have Mr. Slark give a little bit of information about himself since it's his first time in Nevada gaming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon, Commission. Thanks for having me. My name is James Slark. I'll give a brief background of my, I guess, the quick life story for you. Born in California, quickly moved out to Boulder City, actually, when I believe I was just 1 or 2 years old. So it's kind of a unique full circle moment for me as well to be back here. After that, my father worked in the gaming industry where he opened his first tavern. So it's always been in my life, gaming. I moved to Colorado with my mother, where I attended middle school and high school and college. I went to Colorado State University, got a bachelor's degree in journalism and media communications. Always held service and waiter jobs throughout that time in college and high school, always been working. After college, I moved out to Boston actually for a brief job, for a marketing communications job at Suffolk University that I did. And unfortunately, that's kind of when COVID struck. So I decided to quit that position and move out to Nevada about 4 years ago now, going on my 4th year here, to work with my father and learn the game industry and the family business. So I'm very, very grateful to have that opportunity and that blessing. Grateful of the board, what their decision was, and I understand their direction. And I'm very excited for the future with hopefully everyone's blessing as well to move forward and with a prosperous future. And yeah, I look forward to any questions. I'm happy to answer anything or clarify any.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, really quick, Mr. Slark has reviewed and understands the condition on this license, and he's also attended the restricted licensing seminar on June 13th of 2023. And then with that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. We would like to start if there are any questions.
None from me. You?
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Chair. You know, we had the opportunity to watch the extensive discussions with the Gaming Control Board and in particular with the chair as well. And how is it going? And this might go to the next item, but how is it going, the sale of the other two properties?
Yes. Yeah.
I guess I'm skipping ahead.
No,
but
of
I was
course.
just
No, sure.
wondering because I saw that they had that 90-day maybe buy, sell.
Of
How
course.
is that going?
Yeah, so it was made loud and clear by the chairman. So we're moving as quickly as possible. Jeff is helping me with his law firm as well. I've already formed the actual entities to purchase the other two locations. So yeah, so moving as quickly as possible on that.
Well, based on how much was discussed, I'm satisfied as well with what's going on as far as you taking over this and becoming the owner. So thank
Appreciate
you
that.
for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Commissioner Kralicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Slark, welcome. Mr. Donato, always a pleasure. Not to be redundant, but oh my goodness, this was discussed at great lengths. You know, it's what appears to be simple is not. Just a lot of background, particularly with your father, that made a lot of these things just a little bit more intense and with some urgency. I will repeat what the Gaming Control Board said, and it was just referenced. That 90 days was a strong suggestion, but no fire sale. I mean, do what you need to do, but expeditiously as these kind of matters can be done. Certainly understand the grandfathering matter for February. I mean, that has great value. And so, you know, I'll be supporting the application for those items. But could you talk just a little bit more about, you know, and I will put both of these items together. This is for you to, you know, be a officer director and shareholder and with a gaming license. But the key employees at the other two, again, there is some, I don't want to say confusion, but it's just an unusual arrangement. But can you talk about that a little bit more, just for the record?
Of course, understood. So thank you again as well. So the location that will be opening in January, that'll be fully my location, of course. I have responsibility over that.
And the $25,000 note has been executed, done, and I saw the terms thereof, but that is a document and that's a liability you have with your father.
Yes, sir. Yep. And then the other two locations that'll be assessed as well, valuation accordingly. But yes, I'll be working, you know, very hard between all three of those locations, and the key employee. It's going to take a lot of time, a lot of hours. I understand the responsibility it takes. A lot of gaming regulation is not taken lightly. So I understand there's a lot of responsibility to do and balance these three locations. So I've already put thought into the location opening in January, potentially finding a key employee for that to help me support that, as I'm key employee at the other two operating locations, so I can make sure my time's allocated responsibly. So I know that there'll be a lot of work to do.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
No, it does. And you know, this is follow-up is somewhat imprecise, but again, at the Gaming Control Board, which I thought was a thorough hearing, so we don't need to go over a bunch of it. But there was that lull between, I think, August of last year and April when the date of sale occurred, if that was the transaction date. But could you just talk about the activities and attempting to sell the assets, but just what occurred before it landed in on your lap?
Yep. So the time lapse you're talking about.
Yes.
So there was a change in representation as well that kind of accounted for some of it. We were at the previous law firm. So between that period of kind of switching over, when I went to Jeff Donato to help me with the application, that kind of took time, obviously, to form new applications essentially. There was a attempt by my father to explore to sell the other locations. That did not really come to fruition. And as we knew time was ticking, so we said, look, we need to come to a decision here. So we decided I'm going to take responsibility and give this all my attention. And then it was decided that he would pass them to me, essentially, sell them to me for fair value. So that is what was kind of determined. I know it's a very brief summary of that, but hopefully that kind of helps explain the lapse of time. So there's a lot of things happened. Some, like I said, some previous attempts fell through at selling the locations. So that's how we settled on giving me that shot. So.
And that satisfies me. And you, as you did at the Gaming Control Board, your father will have no participation or advisory role or anything to do with the gaming at these properties.
Yes, sir. I understand that condition.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, those are my questions. I will support your application, but you've got a full to-do list. You're going to be super busy and a whole lot on your shoulders. And I wish you super well. Again, I know it's a complicated swirling of different things coming together, but I wish you nothing but success and believe you can pull it off. But you're going to be a very busy man.
Thank you. I really appreciate the support. It means a lot. Thank you.
And I would just say, I just want to make sure that the condition that we're talking about, the language of it is that there would be no involvement nor influence. That was what was ultimately approved by the board, I believe. And what I would say is, as far as going forward for me today, that is the most important thing. I think you need to understand very succinctly what that means in my view, just in case I happen to be around and there was some claim that condition was violated. No involvement means no advice. Hey, Dad, I have a problem. No involvement nor influence. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. Yeah. Thank you.
Because that's pretty expansive language, right? And it leads a lot to all things. No involvement nor influence. So we're not talking on the property, managing or doing anything. We're talking any influence. Do you understand that?
Understood. Loud and clear. Yep.
That's significant as far as this condition and what I'm going to vote to do today. So as long as you know that and you're acknowledging it on the record, I'm ready to call for a vote.
Yep. I acknowledge it. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion to approve restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended for approval by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion?
With conditions. With
the
conditions as read into the record, yes.
No discussion for me.
All right. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I'd like to thank Agent Marta Rosa for all her work on this application and hope everybody has a great holiday season.
Thank you.
Thank
you too.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Could we do number 3?
Oh, 3. Wait, we have to do 3. Sorry.
Ready for a motion.
No, I have to.
Oh, you have to read.
Madam Secretary, if you could read in restricted number 3.
Restricted number 3 are the applications of James Slark for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Minor detail. Go ahead and state your appearance.
Madam Chair, just for the record, I was not involved with the completion or submission of these key employee applications. So Mr. James Slark will be moving forward with himself, representing himself on this on this item.
So as far as any relevant information that was provided on the previous agenda item, I'll ask the AG, is there any issue with incorporating it herein by reference so that we can have that as part of the record on this agenda item?
No, there's no issue with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so does anybody have any questions or comments on this agenda item? If there are none, I would ask for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
The condition.
As read in and as recommended by the board.
Yeah. Okay. All right, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 4?
Restricted number 4 is the application of Vegas Store LLC doing business as Corner Market for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Aram Mecca for licensure as a member, manager, and key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. David Brown on behalf of the applicant. With me to my right is Mr. Mika, as well as Mr. Chavez sitting behind. As you recall, we were here a few months previously, and there were some concerns raised with Mr. Shaba. He has voluntarily requested to be permitted to withdraw his application. He's here, though, of course, in case you had any questions. We wanted to do that in abundance of caution. We are in agreement with both of the conditions suggested before. As you might recall, there was never any intention for Mr. Shaba to be actively involved with this business or this location. Mr. Mika has been actively working there for the last 9 months. He's there 40+ hours every week. It was always intended for it just to be him. We're in complete agreement with the condition that Mr. Shaba will have absolutely no involvement with the business. We provided copies of the purchase agreement, promissory note. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, excuse me. Commissioners Silver, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mika. Thank you for being here. I wanted to ask you, we were so involved last time with Mr. Shaba that I didn't really get an affirmative presentation from you. And so I wanted to know more about your background.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Aram Mika. I born in Iraq. I moved to United States in 2010 and been working hard. And recently I moved to Vegas last year, and I was trying hard to get that opportunity, which is I get that store, and trying my best to open it. And then now I would like to have this opportunity, and then, and
I
trying.
saw from the prior investigative reports, which they didn't include in this report, that you had been a truck driver, and
Yes.
that was your occupation before doing this.
Yes.
So you were a truck driver, and then I show you were disabled after that. You got in an accident or you were disabled?
Yes, on
Can you tell me
2007.
about that? And how long were you driving?
So I drove from 2011 or 12, I'm not sure that time, and took till 2017. Until 2017, on June 5th, 2017, I got in a big accident back in Arkansas, and I was disabled to do anything for 4 years, 4.5. It was a bad accident, and after that, I think to move to Vegas and have this opportunity to change, like not doing driving anymore. And
So did you do anything from the time that you had that accident in 2017 up until I showed that you moved here in January of 24. So basically the beginning of this year, you moved here.
yes, I worked here and there just to make a living, and I worked in with my friend's store in San Diego around 10 months just
What
to
kind
get
of
an
store?
liquor store.
Okay.
Liquor store, and has a restaurant inside, like a deli, just to get an experience, because I decided to open a store in Nevada, and he helped me out to give me experience, and
And so when you're saying you're disabled, were you getting money through Social Security disability, or how were you supporting yourself?
so I got a lawsuit case, and on that, because it was not my fault on that accident, and yeah, I was getting money from that case.
So you really just started working in the convenience store, like besides the liquor store, you're now running this. Is anyone helping you besides just you yourself? You're running the store.
He does have a tremendous resources. He's got other friends that are in the business, but he's the heart and soul of the store. He's there 40+ hours every single week, a very active owner and participating.
That's all I have. I mean, yeah.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But There's a,
I mean,
I
I'm
wouldn't
just
say
wondering
large,
how
there's a
somebody
there's a
who
fairly
is a
large
co-
Iraqi community that's here, and a lot of people that own similar type stores. And he does have other friends that are in that business. One of them, Mr. Biddy's here. His family has, several other convenience stores, liquor stores in, Clark County.
Yeah, I was just curious because coming from like being a truck driver to, working in a liquor store and now starting a store here, what background and skills you had to run a business as well as, have a gaming privilege license.
Like Mr. Davis said, we all do, like all my family, all my cousins, friends, they do liquor store, convenience store. I have little background, and then last year when I worked in San Diego, I worked 4 months and I become manager and manage all the liquor store. And now I'm doing 9 months so far in this store, doing so great. It's running up and no problem.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm trying to remind myself where the store is located, and I'm looking through the materials. Can you just give it to me so I can?
Sure. It's 6700 West Charleston Boulevard.
So Charleston and,
Rambo.
okay, so
Charleston.
that's a pretty high traffic area, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
It's interesting. I've mentioned this before, in other meetings with the, think those kinds of businesses have, significant litigation exposure, safety issues, that kind of thing. And so, there's one thing for gaming and then there's running that business. So, I was just, I'm hearing that you have other people that run that same kind of business that you can go to or look to get advice and that kind of thing. Is that what I'm
Right.
hearing?
Right. Right.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow up. Is there, do you have any questions, Commissioner Kralik?
No questions. Mr. Mika, welcome. Thank you for being part of our activities today. Mr. Brown, always a pleasure to see you. The towing business, you have no other interests other than this store. Do you
Did you
do
say
you
towing?
participate with Mr. Shaba at all on the towing and the California
No, sir.
matters?
No.
And you're not involved or named in any of the litigation that
Not
is
all.
going on in California?
No, sir.
Right. And you attended the restricted gaming seminar?
Yes.
And you cherished every minute of that lovely presentation. You learned a lot, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions. I'll support your application today.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
It's comforting to see people like yourself who have come from backgrounds that may have hardships and will come here and work hard to try and achieve their dreams. And you seem like one of those individuals. And it's great to know that there is a large community around you too, with same cultural backgrounds that can support each other. That's very good. Since I know this is hard for you coming in front of us again, but I'm satisfied at this point, both of the Gaming Control Board testimony and listening to Commissioner Kralik. So I will be happy to support your application today too, and I will wish you luck.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll try my best to be always working hard. Yes.
Any other comments or questions? Well, I guess what I would say about the application, request to withdraw the application, is that I don't think it requires any commentary. I think the record in the past speaks for itself, and I think that was a wise move, personally. But that being said, that's not who's standing before us now, sir. At this time, I'm going to call for any questions, a motion, if anyone has one.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 4, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, there being no discussion, All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Right there.
I'm opposed.
Okay. The record will reflect there was one opposed. Sir, congratulations. I think who you get your advice from is important going forward. Just remember that.
I will.
Okay.
100%. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 5?
Restricted number 5 is the application of BSAG Corporation to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 19220E. It is also the application of Mandeep Kaur for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, Enrolled Agent. Joining us today from Carson City is Mrs. Carr. Ms. Carr.
Hello.
With your permission, Madam Chair, give just a brief overview of this application, allow the applicant to provide some information about herself, and we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. This location is an existing convenience store known as 7-Eleven store number 19220 and is located in the city of Sparks. On or about August 23rd of 2021, the applicant took over the operations of the store that has 4 slot machines. Since the SRO, Sartini Gaming, held and continues to hold the restricted gaming license, the gaming has been operating under a space lease agreement, and the applicant has only been collecting space lease rent since the time of taking over the operations. If the application is approved, however, the space lease will convert to a share in revenue agreement, and the applicant will commence participating in the gaming revenue under the SRO's license. Mrs. Carr attended the restricted compliance seminar on November 12th of 2024. And with that, I'll have Mrs. Carr provide some information about herself.
Good afternoon. My name is Mandeep Kaur, and I was born and raised in India. I came to United States, Sacramento, California in November 2003. I did my general education in India. After moving here, I got my GED diploma. I did CNA programming and pharmacy technician. As for my working history, I started working as a barista in 2004. After that, I had work of other job series like certified nursing assistant at Cottonwood facility in Woodland, then pharmacy technician at Med-Aid Pharmacy in Sacramento. While I was working at Med-Aid Pharmacy, I had an opportunity to work as a manager at my brother, a 7-Eleven, which is owned by my brother, and which inspired me to get to franchise my own store in August 2021.
That will conclude our presentation, and glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that introduction of yourself. We appreciate it. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if anyone has any questions or comments on this agenda item.
Just one comment, if I may, Chair. Ms. Carr, you're there's no doubt about it, you're a hard worker. You're talking 30 to 40 hours a week?
Yes.
And that's separate from driving backwards and forwards? Is that right?
Yes. Yes, I do commute like twice a week, and then I stay a couple days with my sister. But I'm getting my own place maybe next month. It's in the process.
Okay, but you're comfortable, obviously, with the work, and that's very praiseworthy. I just wanted to clarify that you're taking time to think about the time that you need personally. Thank you.
Thank
you. Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Ms. Carr. We've had several stories today of personal journeys that found themselves coming in front of us from places far away to get restricted gaming license or otherwise. And I just commend the story. Your education and background, I love the pharmacy technician certification I believe you have accomplished and received. Things happen serendipitously or, you know, just series of events and being with your brother and being at that store in Sparks has now made you a person who can receive a percentage of a gaming revenue from rather than just the space lease. You get to participate, and I think that's a wonderful thing. So you know, I believe you will excel at this responsibility, and I'm happy to support your application today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver, did you have anything to add?
Well, just really impressive, and, you know, thank you for, you know, your presentation. I'm satisfied with what went on at the board as well. Thank you.
Okay, at this time I have nothing to add. Thank you for being here, or, you know, appearing virtually and answering our questions. Appreciate it. At this time, I would ask one of my colleagues if they have a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move to approve restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended for approval by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Jim Partee for all her work on this application, and see everybody next year.
Congratulations.
Good curling.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that brings us, I believe, to restricted number 6. Madam Secretary, if you could please read that into the record.
Restricted number 6 are the applications of Black Willow Corporation for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Tanya Svoboda and Gary Svoboda Sr. for licensure as an officer, director, and/or shareholder as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications by Tanya Svoboda and Gary Svoboda Sr. to pledge equity interest as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chair, Justice Silver, Member Krolicki, Member Marcantonis, and Madam Secretary. For the record, although you can't see me, Kelsey Benu with McDonald Carano. I'm here on behalf of both Black Willow Corporation, DBA Shoshone Market, and Tanya and Gary Svoboda. With me this afternoon are the applicants and transferees. Thank you again for allowing us to appear from Carson City. I'm sorry that you aren't able to see us. We're here today to respectfully request the approval of the applications as read into the record by Madam Secretary. There are a few of them. First, we have an application for the proposed transfer of interest from the Ann H. Berg Trust's 100% interest in the Shoshone Market, which, if approved, will result in each of the Svobodas owning a 50% interest in the Shoshone Market. Second, we have applications for the licensure of each of Tanya and Gary as shareholders, officers, and directors of the Shoshone Market. And finally, related to the purchase sale agreement and ancillary documents, we have an application by Tanya and Gary to pledge their membership interest in their Shoshone Market ownership to the transferor Ann Berg, trustee of the Ann H. Berg Trust, in conjunction with a secured promissory note. In preparation for the requested approval of these items, amongst other things, Tanya and Gary have both taken and completed the board's restricted license compliance seminar. With that, we'd like to thank Agent Heather Partee and Special Agent Brandon Peters for their thorough work on the applications. They were an absolute pleasure to work with. And at this time, if it would please you, I will pass the mic over to Tanya and Gary to briefly introduce themselves for the record, and then we can open the floor to any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Svoboda. A little background on me. I joined my parents in 1989 when they built and opened a convenience store in the middle of Nevada in a small mining town. Just not much there. And so we did that, and I started working with them there and just stayed in the business for the most of my early life. And from making deli sandwiches to actually operating the store, running the store, managing the store on the day-to-day. And my mother is 74, and she just has decided it's time for her to move out. And about the same time, my husband retired from his 30-year career with the mine. And he is joining me down there, learning about the business, seeing how it is on the day-to-day. And that's where we're at right now.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity just to be here today. My name is Gary Swoboda, and for my career, I was born and raised in northeastern Wyoming on a ranch. Followed my father to Nevada somewhere around 75, and that's when I got into mining, so around 78, 79. So the better part of 40 years have been in mining and manufacturing. Spent 22 years at Round Mountain Gold. Then we opted to move to Cartersville, Georgia, and work for Komatsu America Corporation. Spent 10 years there, and all our family and grandchildren, everybody were in Nevada, so we opted back to Nevada. Tanya has been working for the store since her return, or our return. I decided to retire and go to work for her in about 2021, and busier than I was when I was working for the mines. So I was in health and safety for the better part of my career. So a little bit about me.
Thank you for that. It's a pleasure to have you. Is there any other comments you wish to make before I ask my colleagues to ask any questions they may have? Okay, there being none, do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments?
No questions. This is very straightforward for me. Thank you, Chair.
Always have comments. I just wanted to welcome the Svobodas being with us today, even if it's virtually, Ms. Benu. Tonopah is, I know you're not in Tonopah, but you're nearby, and you went to Tonopah High School, I think, Ms. Svoboda. Yeah. But that's like in the middle of the state. You keep choosing to go to Carson City and not to Las Vegas. It's warmer down here. So just
right.
For the record, I mean, your application is prudent, and we've said, and the theme is for folks who are doing estate planning to do it in advance when all things are fine and there are no tragedies or drama or things like that, family matters. It's always good. So totally understand what you're doing today. I am curious. I've actually been in that store because there's not a whole lot in Round Mountain. I say that out of respect and affection for our rural part of the state. But I don't think there are 2,000 people who live in the Round Mountain area. It's got to be a challenge to run a store. Is that correct, or you are the focal point of the community?
We're a little more of the focal point. Yeah, we are definitely the focal point of the community.
And that's why, I mean, that's why what your business is far more than just an enterprise. It is a part of the community.
Yeah.
I saw the number of machines. Or how many machines are you looking to put in?
There's
how many machines are? I'm sorry, I should say that.
10. Yeah.
How many?
There's currently 10 in there right now.
And you've attended the compliance seminar, I believe?
We have, yes, sir.
And to Mr. Svoboda, what I saw that you were safety supervisor at Round Mountain and the mining industry. Was that your exclusive duty, or what were your other jobs in your career with the mining industry?
Yes. Well, in the early years, I was an equipment operator. Then I moved on into training. Yes, in the 80s, and then from there, I
progressed into training supervisor from there. When I went to work for Komatsu America Corporation in Georgia, I became health, safety, and training manager for the corporation of Komatsu. Opted to move back to Nevada, and I took on the position of health, safety, and training superintendent, and then interim training manager at the end of my career at Round Mountain Gold for 2 years.
Well, I appreciate each of you sharing your stories. You both are quintessential Nevada. Many of us have had the opportunity because of previous careers and vocations to spend an inordinate amount of time in rural Nevada, and that was actually one of the great joys of my job and my life in public service. The rough, the isolation, the toughness, the mining, all of those pieces, the very fabric of Nevada, you all represent. And as you do your store in Round Mountain as a community center, I just applaud you. You have an extraordinary way of life, and we're happy to help you sustain that by doing these estate things, from moving it from your mother to you, Ms. Svoboda. So I'm delighted and proud to support your application today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do either of you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Well, I think it's unanimous, so I just need a motion.
I miss not having Commissioner Solis Rainey here today, because she's always first on the button and we take it for granted. Madam Chair, I'm delighted to make a motion to approve restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended for approval by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you and happy holidays.
Same to you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right. At this time, Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 7?
Restricted number 7 are the applications of Taj Group LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good, excuse me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Josh Aldabaugh. I'm one of the 3 current owners of Taj Group LLC, doing business as Stakeout Bar and Grill. I'm here today to ask for the Commission's approval on transfer of interest from my 2 partners to myself, which would result in me being the 100% interest holder in the company. I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't know if you'd like me to go through some background. I was approved for this gaming license about 3 years ago.
Why don't I ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you?
Sure.
Okay, I'll start with Commissioner Silver.
I just want to comment and say how great it is that you're going to be, taking over 100% the Stakeout, because like Chair Hendricks, the Stakeout was the place when I was at UNLV. So, I mean, I have many fond memories of it. I watched the board meeting and I thought it was really funny. We're the exact same age. So if you went to UNLV, that's where you went, the Stakeout. And I just hope you revitalize it and get all the UNLV of age students,
of course,
there. I just wish you really the best of luck to bring it around.
Thank you.
So thank you so much.
I would say, as the younger UNLV grad, it was still the place by a couple years. So just interesting history. Do you have anything, Commissioner Marcantonis?
Well, one question. How do you think, or what is your plan to revitalize the place and bring it back for all of these alumni that are waiting anxiously to revisit the youth? Go ahead.
Sure. So first thing is part of the reason why I'm buying out my partners here is I want to invest in the business itself, upgrading the furniture, the bar top, remodeling the upstairs to make it more attractive to the student population, because for the past, I don't even know, 10, 20 years, It really hasn't been the student hangout that it used to be. So that's my goal, is to bring it back. We're looking at sponsorships with the UNLV hockey team, basketball team, and basically just try and market to the campus across the street.
Thank you for that. And good luck to you, sir. I'll be
Thank you.
happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki, anything?
I'm amused that you appear to have a quorum of the Gaming Control Board and gaming commissioners, having been customers and regular patrons of the Stakeout Bar. I feel like I'm really missing out.
Those were good years.
A little blurry, but all good years, I suspect. No, it's a great story. I understand what you're doing. And good on you. I mean, there's a legacy, and we see it regularly, but those who want to cultivate and sustain a tradition and a place, it's got to be a business, and it's got to work for you and your partners. And apparently there's not been enough for your partners, but I applaud you for continuing something that is a special place for many people and people you've touched in the last few weeks with this application. Timing is always an issue. You're a personal injury and estate attorney, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And that's full-time practice, but I think you represented that you would be spending, and you're nearby and can run over, and you live nearby, can run over, but 20 hours a week or something. So you're committing to, 2 full-time jobs here.
Correct. Yeah. And I should note that my law firm is owned by me and one of the other partners in the Taj group as well. So it's, I have a lot of flexibility, let's put it that way.
And not to get into your personal world, but I think the manager is acquainted with you beyond the management of the restaurant.
That is
that a way to
correct.
say it?
Yes.
Be
Yeah,
careful.
Yeah.
Be careful on that. Won't go there, but yeah. And how much does she work there per week?
She physically bartends there one day a week, but she manages full time. So she's in and out pretty much every day. Not a full shift. She comes in when needed to cover shifts, but also does inventory, ordering, any issues that pops up throughout the day.
So she's a full-time employee, salaried or by the hour, whatever you do.
Currently she's by the hour, but we're hoping to get her on salary in the next year or two.
Good. All right. No, I'm excited to support your application. This is fun and it's apparently very important to my colleagues here. So I will support it with enthusiasm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, at this time then, I would ask if Commissioner Silver has a motion.
A toast.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve restricted item. What is it? 7, as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert and as approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board with best wishes.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
Thank
Good luck.
you. Madam Chair,
Congratulations.
Commissioners, have happy holidays. And I also want to take the opportunity to thank our investigator, Senior Agent Wilson. She was wonderful to work with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm being told we need to take a short recess for comfort reasons and also make sure we have our technology ready to go. So we'll be in a short break of hopefully 10 minutes or less, and that's for them. after the break. At this time, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next agenda item.
Next, for your consideration, you have a stipulation for settlement in order, settling the complaint filed in the matter of the Nevada Gaming Control Board versus Scott Martin Sabella, case number 24-02.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman, Commission members, Madam Secretary. I'm Mike Sauce with the Attorney General's Office here on behalf of the Gaming Control Board on this matter today. Before I go on, I can allow Mr. Williams introduce himself and his client if you'd like.
Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry. I was advised that there's a recusal on this matter, and I neglected to give the commissioner an opportunity to make a record on it. So apologize for that.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Because of my longstanding friendship with Scott Sabella, I do not feel that I can be fair and impartial in consideration of this matter, so I am going to recuse off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll go ahead and proceed unless Mr. Williams would like to introduce himself and his client.
We can wait till after Mr. Trump.
Okay. As read into the record by Madam Secretary, before you for your consideration today is a settlement between the board and Mr. Sabella that resolves a complaint that was filed earlier this year against Mr. Sabella. What I plan to do is just to provide some brief background, go through the allegations of the complaint, and to go over the terms of the settlement, and then, of course, see if the commissioners have any questions. So the first thing I want to briefly address is how we got to today with the board's complaint in this disciplinary matter. The federal government has primary jurisdiction over the reporting of suspicious transactions and money laundering, and has for almost 20 years, at least in the state of Nevada. Additionally, the federal government investigates and pursues criminal violations of federal law, which resulted in the federal government appropriately pursuing a criminal prosecution against Mr. Sabella, which is now concluded. As a result, the board performed its regulatory oversight obligations of Nevada's gaming industry, of which Mr. Sabella was a part. That resulted in the complaint and the settlement that's before you today. The other thing I want to note about the complaint is that it addresses Mr. Sabella's conduct while he was the president and chief operating officer of the MGM Grand, where he is, of course, no longer employed. Subsequently, he became employed at Resorts World Las Vegas, and he received gaming approvals in relation to that employment. It is through that employment and those gaming approvals that is the avenue through which this commission has the ability to discipline Mr. Sabella. Turning to the violations of the complaint, Mr. Sabella, on December 18th of 2023, pled guilty in federal court to the crime of failing to file and causing MGM Grand Las Vegas to fail to file a suspicious transaction report with the U.S. Department of the Treasury in relation to an individual by the name of Wayne Nix, who presented $120,000 in cash to the MGM Grand to pay a marker. Mr. Sabella, through the plea agreement, admitted that he was aware that Mr. Nix engaged in illegal bookmaking and continued to allow him to gamble at the MGM Grand, and he admitted that he deliberately avoided learning how Mr. Nix paid his marker. This crime occurred on or about July 27th of 2018, while Mr. Sabella was employed as the president and COO of the MGM Grand. Through that plea agreement, Mr. Sabella also admitted that his conduct violated the company's AML policy and internal controls. So the factual background forms the basis for the 3 counts that are in the board's complaint. The first count has to do with the violation of the federal law. The second count has to do with Mr. Sabella knowingly allowing an illegal bookmaker to gamble at and patronize the MGM Grand. And then the third count pertains to his failure to comply with the company's AML policies and internal controls. Going on to the settlement, Mr. Sabella has admitted to the allegations of the complaint. Mr. Sabella has also agreed that his license as president of Resorts World Las Vegas and his finding of suitability as president and director of Genting Assets, Inc. are revoked. The board and Mr. Sabella agreed that these revocations shall be retroactively effective to December 27th of 2023. That is the date that his plea agreement was filed in the federal matter, and that is for purposes of NRS 463.174. That particular statute provides for the list that is maintained by the board of those individuals who have been denied or revoked, and it also sets forth a process for how a person can request from this commission how to be removed from that list, and that can occur under the statute 5 years after the revocation. In this case, the board has agreed to making the revocations effective retroactively in recognition of Mr. Sabella's cooperation with the board through numerous interviews with board agents and with the board members themselves. Mr. Sabella has also agreed to pay $10,000 towards the board's investigative costs. And then finally, as this commission knows, the board has filed a disciplinary complaint against Resorts World Las Vegas, alleging violations that occurred while Mr. Sabella was employed there. So with that, the board and Mr. Sabella have agreed that this settlement encompasses and it is intended to resolve any responsibility for those alleged violations that may be attributable to Mr. Sabella. So in other words, this will globally resolve everything that's out there for Mr. Sabella. Those are the terms of the settlement. I do want to emphasize, though, the significance of the penalty that Mr. Sabella has agreed to here with this settlement, and that's that all of his gaming approvals will be revoked. And as this commission knows, a revocation is the most severe sanction that this body can impose, given the serious consequences that flow under the Gaming Control Act that impact a person's ability to make a living in Nevada's gaming industry. And in fact, the reputational harm that can flow from that can extend beyond Nevada's borders. So with that, those are the terms of the settlement, and the board is seeking your approval of it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, you want to come up? The record should reflect that Mr. Sabella is attending by Zoom. I just want to make a record that because he resides out of state and he has certain limitations on out-of-state travel without permissions from persons outside of our control and authority, this was the most efficient and appropriate way to guarantee his ability to participate in this proceeding to the extent that is needed and that he wishes to do. So appreciate, that he's here, and if you are ready.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, board members. My name is Colby Williams. I, along with Don Campbell, my partner, and John Spilatro, represent Mr. Sabella, the respondent in this action. I don't have a lot to add to what Mr. Somps has already presented. I think he accurately stated the background of how we got here in the terms of the proposed resolution that's before you. But because Mr. Sabella is present and attending by Zoom, I thought it would be most appropriate for the board to hear directly from Mr. Sabella, who has a statement he'd like to make, given his 30 years in the industry and the significance of what today potentially represents. And so with the commission's permission, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Sabella and allow him to read a statement. I'm happy to answer any questions the commission has either now or after Mr. Sabella's presentation.
Thank you. Sir, when you're ready.
Okay, first of all, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. It was very important for me to explain the facts and circumstances that led to my plea agreement for failing to file a suspicious activity report, also known as a SAR. When I was the president of the MGM Grand Hotel, the time frame covered by the complaint, MGM Resorts at the corporate level performed all compliance functions. I did receive training regarding suspicious activity reports, as well as other anti-money laundering matters. I was not, however, part of the compliance department. I never attended a compliance meeting or had any input with the compliance committee at MGM whatsoever. In fact, I was never given any forms that I could fill out to make a report to compliance if it had been necessary. I was only told to discuss with my superiors, which I did many times. There was a preferred customer of MGM Resorts named Wayne Nix. Mr. Nix had gambled at various other MGM properties, but not the MGM Grand at the time this occurred. The marketing department for MGM Resorts created what was called Undercover Boss. These golfing trips would be attended by multiple preferred gamblers, MGM corporate executives, and casino hosts. I was designated as the host of these outings. This is how I got to know Mr. Nix. On these trips, we bet on golf and made gentlemen bets on sporting events, just like all the other executives did on these trips. When I first met Mr. Nix, he already had been well established at MGM Resorts for almost 3 years. I had no idea he was a bookmaker. I only knew that he gambled on credit given to him by the MGM Resorts credit department. Accordingly, I relied on the fact that he would have been vetted for his occupation and credit by both the credit department and by compliance. Mr. Nix and I golfed a couple times in Las Vegas, and I ultimately learned he was an ex-major baseball player, a developer, a business owner, and as well as a bookmaker. Although we did make a few gentlemen bets, there was never a VIG. I did not have an account with Mr. Nix. I was not a customer. I did not procure customers for him, and I did not authorize any comps that he did not otherwise earn through his gambling activities and within MGM guidelines. Nor did I ever authorize Mr. Nix to be allowed to pay his markers with cash. I had no knowledge of how or when he paid his markers. It is my understanding that certain MGM casino hosts received kickbacks and assisted Mr. Nix in his endeavors. Those people have gone unprosecuted as far as I am aware. All their alleged conduct was more and more egregious than mine. They personally benefited financially from their conduct. I received no personal financial benefit of any kind from my conduct. Nonetheless, I was the easy target. I was the president of a Las Vegas Strip hotel. The federal prosecutors in Los Angeles wanted to send a message, loud and clear, that the failure by casinos and their executives to comply with anti-money laundering laws would not be tolerated. I recognize now that my failure to file a SAR was a violation of law and have accepted responsibilities for that. Never in my career did I file or cause a SAR to be filed. To my knowledge, no hotel president has ever filed a SAR. It was always left up to compliance. I have set forth these facts and circumstances to let this commission understand the culture in which my failure occurred. You don't have to take my word for it. You only need to look and see that since the investigation into these issues, MGM Resorts, 86, many bookmakers that have been gambling in its casinos, and some of them for over 20 years. I have met with the board and its agents on multiple occasions, and I have answered every question put to me on these and related issues. While this complaint against me focuses on my failure to file a SAR while at MGM Grand in 2018, I would note that the federal government and gaming have investigated both MGM and Resorts World Las Vegas regarding my tenure at those properties. The only charge brought against me was the failure to file a SAR, not to file a SAR during my tenure at MGM. Today's stipulation, if approved, now resolves any gaming-related issues during my time as an executive at both MGM and Resorts World. I have spent my entire career dedicated to the gaming industry and the betterment of Las Vegas. I have sat on various boards and committees, all aimed to improve the Las Vegas community. I helped develop programs and internships at UNLV, where once I was celebrated, and now I'm a pariah. Casino executive colleagues and friends won't even reach out to me. I have caused my family to suffer, and I am pained by the knowledge that I have to leave the industry that I love. At 62 years old, I know I still am capable of serving the industry in appropriate capacities. These last 2 years have been a complete nightmare for me and my family. Published reports have labeled me as a dishonest, lying, sneaky, terrible person who committed a heinous crime. I am the only person in the gaming business to be charged for not filing a SAR that had no motive or personal benefit. In case you don't know, I have lost everything overnight. I have taken a massive hit for every casino worker in Las Vegas. But after today's hearing, I can now begin to closure. I can now begin to receive closure. Of course, I will live with this for the rest of my life, but after today, there will be no more courts, hearings, meetings, attorneys, or judges. I can now move on and enter the next chapter of my life. Through this process, I have learned what the true meaning of friendship and loyalty is. The people I thought were my friends all scattered. Today, you can see I have a new look, a lot of gray hair, I have a new contact information, and most importantly, I have a new outlook on life. I want to thank you for allowing me to hold a gaming license in senior executive positions for over 30 years. I truly enjoyed working in this great industry. While I would have preferred to surrender my license in a last act of dignity, the board's proposed terms for doing so were simply unacceptable. Therefore, I humbly ask this commission to accept the proposed stipulation and agreed revocation of my license and approvals. Thank you again for listening today.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, I have a question that's not a requirement, just a request.
Sure.
Because of the sound issues, do you happen to have a written copy of what appears the prepared statement that Mr. Sabella just read into the record?
I do.
In case the quality of sound on the video is what, I mean, I heard it and I'm listening very carefully because I've been listening to it all day, but I would, if you had a copy of it, we could make it part of the
Should we
record.
mark it as an exhibit?
Please.
Sure.
Mr. Sabella, did you read that verbatim from a prepared document? And would you have any objection to us making that part of the record so that we have your words in the record?
No, ma'am. I plan on sharing this with whomever is interested in seeing it.
Okay, thank you.
It's in my backpack, so if it's okay, I'll just walk back and grab a
Please.
copy. Sure.
Please. Good. Enforcement will take it for us. Or the employee of the month.
Any other questions, Chair?
No, I just wanted to make that record. And now if you have any additional comments, thank you.
I do not. I think Mr. Sabella summed it up eloquently to the extent that he was able to be heard, but I am happy to, with respect to the terms of the resolution, I'm happy to address anything that the commission may have.
Okay, so there's 3 of us present today that will be hearing and voting on this matter. I will open it up to whichever one of you chooses to inquire or comment first, if at all. Sure, Commissioner Marcantonis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sabella, and thank you for appearing in front of us today. I realize how difficult this must be for you and what a long journey it has been to get here, as it is, quite frankly, for us and for me. But perhaps we can reach some kind of conclusion today or not. There has been extensive constituent commentary via social media and other channels, and a lot of it directed not only to yourself, but also to all of us as gaming regulators in the state of Nevada for being too soft-handed with some of the situations that we sometimes have to deal with. And of course, we are tasked with enforcing the established operational and ethical standards of the industry. But nonetheless, you did allude in your commentary, and I have read that you were relying, in many cases, on your own compliance team members, or even your corporate compliance team members for support and guidance as you went about your daily compliance duties. And quite frankly, they let you down, sir. And this is a statement to all of them, not to you. I think that your case, if there's any good to come out of it for at least the industry, is that C-suite executives and ownership groups of all these companies should take note of the fact that Nevada's adherence actually to Nevada's compliance standards is not negotiable. And all these organizations and individuals should make that they have strong compliance organizations within their companies. Too often, time and again, it comes up in front of us here in the Gaming Control Board or the Commission, where situations like that don't necessarily exist. Structures like that don't always exist. So I want to say that I hope they take heed of the fact that we will not tolerate where there is a shrinking of compliance thinking or organizations throughout the industry. Anyway, and still, Mr. Sabella, you are facing the punishment as best as you can, and you still will need to request the Gaming Commission approval to have your name removed from the exclusion list one day when and if you choose to return to the industry. So on that note, Mr. Sabella and Madam Chair, I will support personally, now that I have expressed my views of our industry that has let this gentleman down as well, I will support any settlement that is recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board and wish Ms. Sabella the best. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sabella, I do understand this has been an excruciating several years. I guarantee you that. I think Commissioner Marcantonas's comments are important as well because they come from someone who works in the C-suite and understands how these things happen. But we are here as regulators. We are here to make sure the standards of Nevada's gaming industry and the Nevada Gaming Control Act are perfectly adhered to because it's reputation, it's viability, it's so many things. And, we have a stipulation in front of us today and, much effort has gone into it. And I just hope that this not only sends a message if that's one of the things that are happening today is a byproduct, but I hope this does give you the closure necessary to heal and to move forward. And I will support the stipulation as it's presented. Thank you.
Excuse me. I guess what I would say is, a background of, judicial litigation experience. I'd say a couple things. I'd say, I have the sense that Mr. Sabella feels like he was he stated he was made an example of, and to some degree has paid a very heavy price and the unfairness of that. I would say such is life. That's what happens. It happens in the courtrooms and criminal courtrooms every day. And it's just the way it is. And so from my perspective, I know what it takes for adverse parties or parties coming to a negotiation, the work that's put into it, the consideration. There's kind of a record of settlements or recommended resolutions going back. And I think the DAGs have been very careful to try to be consistent, even though sometimes there's a new circumstance, and they try to be measured and look at a spectrum and be fair. And I put a lot of trust into that with the board. As far as both the AG and the board working together with the party to kind of take the 30,000-foot view of everything they know and reach a resolution. I'm not going to stand in the way of that. I'm going to support this, and I'm going to vote in favor of it as soon as somebody makes a motion.
Madam Chair, I will make the motion that the Gaming Commission accept this case number 24.02, the stipulation between the Nevada Gaming Control Board versus Mr. Sabella. But again, to accept the stipulation for settlement in order.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Sabella, I appreciate the difficulty that you would have had coming here with your circumstances, and I appreciate you being here by Zoom.
Thank you.
In spite of that. Thank you. Secretary, if you could please read in our next agenda item.
Next for your consideration are 3 gaming employee registration appeals. The first item is Jian Hu, case number 23LV01354.
Okay, the record should reflect that Ms. Wu's and her counsel's appearance are waived for the purposes of this hearing today that was going to go forward, but at the council's request, we've been asked to move this. Originally, we agreed to move it until January so that the council could have the opportunity to watch videos. However, it appears that date is in conflict with either Ms. Wu or her counsel's schedule. And so we're now have an agreement or an understanding that this matter will be on the February agenda. So we're going to move on then to the next item in the agenda. Madam Secretary, could you please read that into the record?
The second gaming employee registration appeal item is Miguel Robinson, case number 24LV00259.
Hello. How are you? Are you Miguel Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. So I always take a minute to explain the process so that you know kind of procedurally how this works.
Okay.
And then if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them before we get started. A couple things you should know. First of all, we have an entire record of in our materials of the documentation and the recommendation, of the Gaming Control Board, along with a transcript of the gaming employment objection hearing, and certain records. And so you should know that we have those things and we review those things before you get here. And if we have any questions that are raised by these materials, we would ask them, and it's your prerogative how you choose to answer them.
Okay.
But that would come after you have the opportunity to make any statement that you wish to make, or take any position that you wish to make. I take the time, though, to explain that it's presentation, questions, answers. I ask, is there anything else? When you say no, whenever that may be, then there will be some kind of motion here.
Okay.
When there's a motion made, then I ask, is there any discussion on the motion? For whatever reason, unless someone specifically asks you a question up here, you're not part of that discussion because that's right before the vote. And so it seems like I do this a lot, and then people kind of inject themselves into that discussion on a motion that is the voting part.
Okay.
So when I say, is there anything else? You're done if you say no,
Okay.
unless somebody asks you a question. Okay, but otherwise you are free to make all the statements you wish to make in support of your position.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have any questions before we start?
No questions.
Okay.
Mhm.
When you're
Okay,
ready.
So yes, I just want to start off by saying good afternoon to all the members of the Gaming Commission. I want to thank everyone for the opportunity for me to be here to address this matter. I understand the importance of everyone's role in upholding the standards and integrity of the gaming industry. And then I'll start with acknowledging the incident that happened in 2022, which caused me to obtain a misdemeanor charge. I just want to say I take full responsibility for my actions that caused this event. At the time, I did plead no contest. It was a suggestion from my mother to prevent a harsher crime. At the time, I didn't understand the legal system, but I do understand it now. I also want to say, sorry, I wrote some stuff down.
Take your time. You've waited 4 hours for this moment.
Yes. I just really want to say I understand more about this situation that I did before, and how much of an impact this is on my future today. I have reflected on this experience numerous times. And also, since that incident, I have completed 2 bartending courses. My first one was at Crescent Academy for about 2 months. The second, I joined the local union, 165 bartending union. I attended that class for 6 months. Throughout those courses, I learned a lot more about the industry, including also like customer service, and being a good example. Since then, I've also been working part-time at Lululemon as a inventory merchandiser. So I'm also responsible for nightly closures and product inventory. I also help care for my mother and my sister, which has also helped my senses with compassion, patience, and family values. I have been on good behavior since that incident. I haven't been in any trouble, legal trouble before that incident or after that incident. That incident does not reflect my character or who I am. And yes, and then lastly, I just want to emphasize my respect for the gaming industry. I understand how the importance of this matter is. And I've also been in hospitality for over 6 years. So I understand, the values of providing great customer service. Joining the gaming industry has been a long-term goal of mine, and I feel like my skills, professionalism, and dedication would also make me a good candidate.
Well, thank you for your statement. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues to make any questions or comments to you that they choose to as part of this proceeding. And I don't know, is there anyone who would like to start? Does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Markintonis.
Thank you, Chair. One question. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on the record. The incident and your arrest occurred about 2 years ago, come January?
Yes.
And the courses that you have taken, when did you complete these 2 courses?
At the beginning, so I just graduated the local union bartending program this June of this year. And the class I took before that was October of 2023.
Okay, and you're currently working at Lululemon. How long have you been
Yes.
there at this time?
I've been there now for a year. And
Have you had any kind of disciplinary actions taken for your performance?
no, not at Lululemon. Prior to Lululemon, I did work at Palms Casino and Resort.
Gotcha.
And I did resign from there due
Yes.
to my not being able to meet the attendance requirements. At that time, I was in the middle of my apprenticeship, so they weren't able to work with my scheduling to complete the apprenticeship. So I just felt it was best to stick through the classes and leave Palms Casino Resort and stay with Lululemon.
I think that was a good idea. And I know this is not easy for you, Mr. Robinson, so, but it's good for character building to also stand up and face your actions. So thank you for that update. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Silver, do you have anything?
Thank you for coming today, and I appreciate all of your statements. I think this is a tough case for us to look at because obviously you were not the actor at all, but you happen to be there. And you obviously faced criminal charges as a result of what this other guy did, but unfortunately you were there, especially afterwards driving.
Yes.
And so what have you learned about that? I mean, you drove off instead of, maybe, I mean, you're in a tough position, do you call the police? But you can imagine, in any criminal case, what if he had gotten a gun out the back and walked up and shot the guy in the face?
Right.
I mean, where would you be? This happened to be a baseball bat and some windows, but you can see how important it is as far as the company you keep, so to speak.
Yes. Since then, I've learned to definitely watch closely the company I keep and just overall not to put myself in those type of situations, scenarios. Like I said before, at the time, I wasn't thinking how much it could impact my future. So moving forward, definitely just taking in every interaction and just overthinking, making sure, the ins and outs of it and just not getting myself involved in those situations or even around those type of people.
So obviously the incident was concerning. It's been 2 years, and since the 2 years, you've certainly taken so many steps to better yourself and make yourself more marketable. On the other hand, we'll have to deal with, as far as the commission, of the legalities of, what do we do because the hearing officer was legally probably correct. Is there some appetite for any kind of wait 1 more year, or do we do something? Commissioners, but those were just my thoughts.
I just want to make a record about a couple things related to the Flex incident information. So there's a reference there to Mr. Robinson being asked. There's a commentary about Mr. Robinson initially told me the charges were dismissed. I read the course case disposition and it goes on. I'm looking at a register of actions where the case was dismissed. So I don't understand. I'm a little confused about the language there. It kind of suggests that it was misleading. I think the argument is, why do you plead nolo and pay $600 restitution to a victim if you didn't do anything wrong? And what I'm hearing Mr. Robinson say is because my public defender told me, don't do that. Go ahead and take the misdemeanor because it's going to be dismissed. Pay it all back. Suck it up. You don't want something worse to happen. That's like, I don't know, every day in the justice system. So it's not surprising to me, even in a little itty bitty bit. That being said,
Did you do restitution?
Yes, and I was ordered to stay out of trouble for 30 days, and I completed that as well.
I just wanted to make a record that it was dismissed, unless I'll ask Commissioner Silver, look at the second page of the register of actions at the 2/3 down on the page where it says judgment entered, 12/11/23, case closed, dismissed by state. So that's like a diversionary thing. You pay your restitution, you informal probation, you stay out of trouble, and then the case is dismissed. And so part of the problem sometimes in these is there's so much criminal law experience up here between two of us that we have a lot of outside the record knowledge about the system. And so, you know, I always try to make a record of it if it's impacting, you know, anything I'm deciding. And so that's why I'm making a record of this. It was dismissed. And so that was just important. I wanted to note that because the paragraph there is a little unclear. It kind of suggests a misleading or something, and maybe not. Maybe I'm reading more into it, but it doesn't really matter. It was dismissed. So I just want to make that record. Commissioner Licky, did I ask you yet? I'm sorry.
No. Ask one more question.
Of course.
Because it was dismissed, they're supposed to give you in justice court, when a case is dismissed, a piece of paper showing you how to seal your record. Was that ever given to you?
It was, and that's what I'm like kind of in process with right now, trying to figure out, because I wasn't expecting it to, because I kind of had this problem before where I applied at a job and it showed on a job application. So I was shocked by that as well, because I thought it would be just like off my record.
Not until you get it sealed, but that's why they give you that when the case is dismissed. You had the opportunity to have it sealed, actually.
Okay, thank you for that.
Well, you do understand when you fill out these applications, sealed or not, when they ask the question, you have to answer it.
Yes.
Because you'll be very surprised what our people find out, the board's people, sealed or not sealed.
Got it.
So that's part of this, right? Like you got to be forthright and disclose all things. But anyway, I'm sorry, back to you. Apologize. Commissioner Krolicki?
Mr. Robinson, again, I know this isn't a pleasant exercise, and I appreciate you being with us today. I always try to be consistent in these matters, and and I've got two former judges up here, so I really want to follow their lead on these matters. But Madam Chair, citing the Flex report, do you have beyond putting it on the record, is this bringing you in a certain direction on whether to sustain the objection to him receiving his registration?
Well, I mean, I was going to listen to what everybody had to say. That's kind of one of those where I was on the fence, to be honest with you. If don't take this the wrong way, but if you had an attitude and you were and you felt like the whole world is against you and it's also unfair and made a bunch of, you know, excuses and didn't make the appropriate presentation, easier. However, that's not what you did. Came in here and took a different approach that I respect. And so I got to tell you, I wouldn't be offended if we gave him the opportunity, but you know, it's one of those close calls for me, but there's nothing about this report. Just the thing is, I just know that people will take a deal because the alternative is a year to 2 years of appearances, hearings with no guaranteed outcome. You can't work on those days. You got to sit in court for hours. You know, am I saying that this was or wasn't him at the time? You know, I certainly can't speak to that. I'm simply saying, as this report lays out, why would he do that? Why would he pay? Why would he this? Why would he that? That's an easy answer for me. And so that's all I was getting at with the report.
And I appreciate that. You know, your interview with the hearing officer perhaps did have some tone, or that's how it was represented. But I think you know, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were frustrated because you did not believe you did something wrong, and the situation was being imposed on you that you were, you know, resisting and fighting against. Perhaps that was a reason for your tone. But could you explain a little bit about the context of those conversations? And again, you know, we work with people, they work really hard. There can be misunderstandings, there can be body language, you know, but you know, we just as we did in the previous case, you know, the Attorney General's office and the Gaming Control Board and folks work really hard. And you know, I want to support them. This is what they do.
Right.
But I understand this is a profoundly impactful day for you and what we do. But could you describe the conversation that made the record appear that you were not being cooperative, but being resistant and in opposition?
Yes. I think of myself as a respectful, honest gentleman. When I had that encounter, my first hearing, I thought everything was fine. The only thing I could say maybe came off defensive or something like that, is just maybe me telling my story. I think maybe they wanted more from me out of the story, and I just told them everything that happened. And again, I talked to both of the agents with respect, great body language, and that's just how I was raised, honestly. I'm not a disrespectful person. Even if I don't like the outcome of this situation, I understand it. I understand what you guys do and the other hearing agents and what they were there to do as well. So yeah, that's all I got. Sorry.
Madam Chair, I'm interested to hear the continuing conversation among the commissioners.
Okay, well, does anyone have any other comments or questions? Or if someone made a motion, we could discuss it then, but it might be wise to have that conversation now. It's up to you all.
For the motion?
Yes.
So, Madam Chair, I just don't have a lot of other comments. You have said that you were supporting your mother and your sister?
Yes.
And please refresh me, you've been working with Lululemon for a year?
Yes.
And what was your expectation before you came here today?
Like to this meeting?
Yes.
I honestly didn't have an expectation. I was very unsure of what I was walking into today. But I always just keep my head high and I trust God, and I was just hoping that you guys could see who I am as a person, because I know what's on paper is crazy and it's very embarrassing for me as well, because I've never been in any type of trouble like that before other than that incident. And I do believe that I am a good person.
Good answer. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. And you are a difficult case, but you've taken some steps that are very significant. And Madam Chair, of course, I would be ready to weigh in whenever, but I would lean toward giving Mr. Robinson the opportunity.
So are you making a motion?
Not, I will, but I don't know the exact verbiage, but I can say, Madam Chair, in that case, since I'd like to make a motion to overrule the Gaming Control Board suggestion in this case, at this particular time today. Thank you.
Nice. All right, any discussion on the motion? Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. I think it goes without saying that this was all a big misunderstanding. I pled guilty because I had seriously good reasons to, even when I don't think I did anything wrong, which happens a lot. You get one of those.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And then it never goes anywhere again. Kind of a thing is what I would say to you for the future. So good luck.
Congratulations.
Thank you all so much.
Have a good holiday.
Too. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in our next agenda item?
The third gaming employee registration appeal item is Raquel Beltran, case number 21LB11205.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, especially some of the judges and justice and even Judge Assad. It's good to see all of you, but I'm here on a Weinstock. I'm representing Raquel Beltran, who is here today, and it is her request that you not follow the recommendation of the board and allow her to get back into the gaming business. Ms. Beltran was an employee at various casinos as a dealer for over 12 years when she ran into some incidents which unfortunately occurred, that she did enter a guilty plea to a gross misdemeanor. She was placed on probation. She did successfully complete her probation and did receive an honorable discharge from probation shortly after we had our hearing in front of the agent for the control board. I would like to read a very short letter that was addressed to Ms. Beltran dated August 27th, 2024 from Crossroads of Southern Nevada. It says, this letter is to inform you that Raquel Beltran was enrolled in and has completed both the PHP level of care, which is the partial hospitalization program, and the IOP level of care, which is the intensive outpatient program with Crossroads of Southern Nevada, and has been in treatment with CRSN since May 7, 2024. PHP consists of 20 groups with 4 hours, 6 or 5 days a week. IOP consists of 24 groups for 3 hours, 3 days per week. I am Raquel's therapist and have worked with her in our individual sessions. Raquel has been working on a relapse program, again, not only for continued abstinence, but also to develop healthy coping skills with goals she wants to achieve in recovery. Her group notes reflect that she has actively engaged as evidenced by her sharing her thoughts and feelings and has positive feedbacks with her peers and group therapists. Raquel has met all the requirements to complete and graduate from the outpatient program, and she did receive a diploma for the completion of that program. Raquel is present here today with her father, Julian Beltran, who is a floor person at the Cosmo and has been in the casino industry for a number of years, approximately almost 40 years. Raquel herself was in the industry for a little over 12 years, working as a dealer in various casinos, and had no problems whatsoever. Her problem that she had, unfortunately, resulted obviously in her arrest and her guilty plea, but was not in any way gaming related. She has been a sole parent taking care of her young child. She also has an adult child for the past 2 years, and she just wants the opportunity to get back into the industry and to seek employment in the casino industry. She's here. She will answer any questions for you, and she will also speak for herself. And I appreciate your giving her time and us time at this hearing, and I hope that you will allow her to get back into the casino industry forthwith. I would also remind all of you that the board did basically say that they think that she should get back into the industry, but they wanted 1 more year before she could reapply. And I don't necessarily, with all due respect, see the benefit of 1 more year. She's been going through 2 years of not being able to get in the industry. She, I believe, has proven herself through her participation in the Crossroads program and her getting an honorable discharge from probation from the Department of Probation. And as the 2 former judges know, that's not necessarily an easy thing to be recommended and receive an honorable discharge from probation. So I would just ask, instead of having Ms. Beltran having to wait for one more year to reapply and having to go through the expense, time, and everything else, that you guys allow her to get back into the industry that she has been working at for a number of years. And she can certainly answer any questions that you have and address all the concerns that you would have, and I thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
I I heard that speech earlier about the presentation. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I don't really talk in front of people. So I've been a dice dealer I was at the Flamingo for 12 years, and then I went to Golden Gate and I was there for 6 months. I had gotten into a relationship with a boyfriend that got me to get these charges. What I believe is I answered, before that, I don't have a record. So I didn't understand as far as charges and convictions and all that. So that's where it got me. My case is from 2021, I believe, when it first started. It didn't come until 2023. So I didn't think I was charged with anything. And then I had one in January. I believe that was forthcoming with that as well. And like you said, I just want to get back in the gaming is all I know that I've done.
It's okay. If you have nothing else to add, or council, if you have nothing else to add, then I would ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Commissioner Marcantonis?
Thank you for being here. We realize this is difficult for you. But these are pieces of paper with a hell of a lot of words. And why don't you tell us, who are you? Who do you think you are? What are you about? What do you see in your future? Who are you?
Well, I am a mother of two, like you said. My oldest is 23. I have a 9-year-old. He has cerebral palsy, and he's seizure prone, and I'm a single mother to him. But I just see myself as a good mother and better decision making as far as travel goes, and I just see myself hardworking and just taking care of my kid.
And are you staying with your father now?
No.
No. But you have been receiving, from what I read and listening to counsel, that your father has been supporting you throughout this process?
Yes, and he still does.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. And it's great to see you, Mr. Weinstock. You couldn't have a better attorney for sure. He's somebody I used to go against all the time, and he's quite the advocate. So I appreciate your presentation today and your coming here and being honest with us. What are you doing for a living right now?
What am I doing for a living right now?
Yeah.
Right now I'm actually at a sober living, which I'm
What?
going sober living.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and then I get housing in January.
So you're in sober living right now?
Right.
Is that
Yes.
like a group home?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're with other, what was reformed drug addicts and sober living?
Yeah.
Who's
I guess-
taking care of your 9-year-old son?
Right now he's with my brother in California.
Okay.
I have a lot of family support.
Does your brother have guardianship over that child?
Well, yeah, right now he's temporary.
Okay, temporary. So
Yeah.
not formal proceedings. Your brother voluntarily is raising him right now while you're in sober living.
Right. And well, we have actually a case going with that. Sorry, nurse. Oh, he's fostering him. Sorry. So, yeah.
Is that through, and he was living here, was he removed from the home?
No.
Okay. So DCFS wasn't involved, like Department of Family Services, were they involved?
Yes, what happened was, I had got our house that we were renting, they decided to sell. Just right out from underneath us. So I took my son to his dad's house. That way he wasn't in the truck with us, while we find somewhere to live. That way he was at his dad's. And then that's when DFS got involved.
I see.
Yeah.
And, let me see. I saw in here, that actually the 2021 case, was actually grand juried. It was not a prelim, it was grand juried. Do you recall, like, was that gun crimes unit? Is that why it was grand jury? Do you know? I mean, maybe Mr. Weinstock knows, because you're talking about, 50,000 cases a year are filed with the DA's office, and very few cases go to the grand jury. So it perked my interest as, obviously, there was a lot here with that first arrest, and I was just wondering, was it to a certain unit like gun crimes? Is that why it went with an AR-15?
Commissioner Silver, yes, it did. It was originally a gun crimes unit charge. And then there were 3 co-defendants, including Ms. Beltran's former boyfriend, who is now in Nevada State Prison.
Okay.
And so.
And how long does he have in Nevada State Prison? How long did he get? Do you know?
2 years.
So he could be getting out soon.
I think, yeah,
Next year.
if I did the math right, I think August.
Uh-huh. And are you in contact with him?
No, not romantically or anything. I mean, he's written me, or he's called me before. I've changed my number, but before he had called me and I talked to him. But since I've changed my number now.
And do you have any plans to get back with him?
No, none.
The last arrest was in 2023, and you admitted to smoking methamphetamine, but that you didn't do heroin. Tell me about what, that was only in May of 23. When did you go into the outpatient? I'm kind of just lost on time.
Right. Well,
When did you
actually-
do what, I forget well, she's in sober living now, but you also did, I wrote down Crossroads, yeah. And so when did you do Crossroads? Maybe I don't have that piece of paper.
So I did Crossroads in April of this year.
April
as well.
2024.
The one from 2023, that was with my niece. And it was so what I had said was that she does, and because I was with my niece and she had priors or whatever it is. Like I said, I don't get in trouble or whatever. And she had thrown whatever in my purse. And they asked if they can search my purse. I said, yeah, no problem. Of course you can. And so the heroin was in there or something like that, they said. And I was like, I don't do that. And I was like, as far as I know, she just does meth. And I guess that's where they also said, or that's where they thought I did.
Well, that's
But
interesting,
then,
because on your other case, where in 2022, you had a 9mm in your purse and you said somebody else put the gun in your purse.
No.
So I'm just curious as to somebody's putting heroin in your purse in
No,
one case and
the one with the-
9mm in another.
No, the one with the gun, actually, my purse was sitting on the floor the whole time. And I guess I told them I actually had put it up. I didn't say nobody put it in my purse. I was cleaning up everything because it wasn't even our vehicle. And I just picked everything up and they asked if, they were gonna give us a ride. I was free to go. And he asked if I could search my purse. And I said, yeah, no problem. Like, I have nothing to hide. I was with my son. And there was actually 2 in there. Like, one was a lighter and then the other one was a gun. And I never said that anyone put it in there. I take responsibility. I must have picked it up and put it in my purse, but I was unaware of doing it because it was only me and my boyfriend and my kid.
And so you've been in sober living. Tell me how long you've been in sober living and what does that entail?
30 days.
It's what?
30 days so far. I've been in sober living. And it's a 60-day program. And then after that, they give you housing. But while you're in there, the first month is the classes 5 days a week, 4 hours a day. And then after that, you go to 3 hours a day for 3 days a week. You go to a meeting every night. We have scheduled bedtime, room check. We get up at 5 a.m. Everything's structured.
And what are your plans when you get done your 60 days?
Well, hopefully it'll place me in housing and continue. I'll have a sponsor. So as far as that goes, and continue the meetings and hopefully be working.
I'm glad to hear that you're doing so much better than you were.
Yeah.
So, I'll let somebody else have some questions.
Commissioner Krolicki, did I ask you? I'm sorry. It's getting late in the day.
Ms. Beltran, I know this is a brutal series of events and culminating today, and I'm glad your father is here and you've got family to support you and you know, many people go through these things without that kind of support, and I think it's critical for you. So good on them and good on you for having the family. You know, reading pieces of paper, this was pretty clear to me. You know, 3 different arrests and one being very recent, you know, just last year. I know you were here for the previous appeal and you know, there was some uncertainty surrounding that. I'm not sure that there doesn't have that same uncertainty in this, so it's still fresh. You know, mistakes were made, whether it's your boyfriend's fault
Right.
or, you know, these are incredibly serious and you know, AR-15s and weapons and heroin. I mean, these are serious things. So you know, I believe you're doing everything you can to make this right and better and take care of yourself and your family and, you know, well, you know, and get your son back from your brother when the time hopefully is right. But there's still issues swirling and there's still a recency. And I said it in the previous situation. We want to be consistent. These charges are real, they're recent. I believe you're trying to do everything that's right, but I think time is still important. You're still on the pathway to getting on your feet. I don't want to make it any harder, but we have to uphold certain standards and, you know, for these registrations. And I don't think we're there yet. And it pains me to say that. I mean, you know, we're people in the holiday season and who want to, you know, provide relief. The one area that I would entertain a conversation is, I think our Deputy Attorney General has suggested, well, if it's sustained today, meaning that we uphold the ruling of the hearing officer, right now it's a 5-year period for you to come back. I would certainly entertain a shorter period of time because I think, you know, you in your sober living, I mean, I think a good part of your story will be determined in the next year. And I think, Ms. Caruso, what did I misstate?
The recommendation of the hearing officer was for the 5-year to be reduced to 1 year.
I don't remember seeing that. I just,
I did.
Yeah.
okay, so it is 1 year. I
Correct.
just saw the 5-year.
If the commission makes that finding and sustains it, and I think it would be prudent to specify that after 1 year, she could reapply.
Okay, well, that makes me feel comfortable and I don't feel like I'm pushing against anything. I'm confirming what the hearing officer says. You know, Ms. Beltran, I want to see this as a happy ending and you're back on your feet and you're back doing the things you love. There's just too much you know, not to be redundant, but you know, some of these things were just over a year ago and pretty serious things. Continue doing what's right. And you know, I'm not sure what the commission's pleasure is going to be today, but I would support sustaining the objection today, but I hope to see in a year and then see how this has turned out for you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver has another question, I believe.
I was just wondering, is your DCFS case still open? Meaning that, are they still
Yes.
supervising you? Okay. And are they taking Okay, so the family services, they're still supervising you as far as your child, right? As far as getting your child back. 'Cause
Yeah.
he's in the foster care system
Right.
now. So that's an open case, right?
Yes.
Still? Okay, and as part of that, their case plan, do you take, I mean, not only are you in sober living, but does the Department of Family Services, do they do random drug testing too on you at all?
Yeah, they have. And then with the sober living, they do it. And I know since I've been in there, they've just been getting updates from them.
Right.
But she hasn't asked me yet to do another one.
Because you are actively working to getting your child back, going through sober living, and you're doing all these things. And you could hear in our last case, that young man had gone, since his one incident, he had gone to bartending school and he had gone to another union school and he was at Lululemon working. And you can hear that he's been bettering himself in the year or so that his case was going. And so that's something, I mean, I commend you for all that you've done and for you coming here today. It takes a lot of guts to come and talk to us and about everything that's happened. But to see you continue on that path, especially to continue with the drug testing as well through the Division of Family Services, I think is important. If you did come back in a year, it would be really prudent for you, at least, because I'll still be here, to bring in those drug tests and show us that you have been clean. Because I think part of what would be my issue is like Commissioner Krolicki's, there just hasn't been enough time, which is exactly what the hearing officer said. They just want to see, you walk the walk as well as talk the talk, if that makes sense.
Yes.
That you're doing great.
Okay.
Council, do you have any more comments before I call for a motion?
I really don't. All I'd like to say is I did submit the letter that I read for the record so that it can be part of the record if you guys ever want to
Thank
review
you.
that.
Thank you. Well, I guess I can make comments now, or I can make them when someone makes a motion. So I'm gonna wait and inquire if anyone has a motion, and then I'll make my comments.
Chair, I could make the motion. Make the motion to approve sustain the hearing examiner's opinion that the petitioner only be allowed to submit to be allowed to submit another application 1 year from today's date, not 5. Thank you.
All right. Discussion on the motion among the commissioners. Since I said I would comment, I'm gonna comment. I don't necessarily, I can see where this is, headed. The 1 year was recommended and different folks have said they support that. I've had entire hearings weirdly, Commissioner Solis Rainey would have been the most senior member of this commission, but because she's not available today due to a very serious family commitment, an important one, I'm the most senior. And so I have the most experience with these hearings. And I've had entire hearings go on about how you didn't tell the truth in the application. And that didn't come up once, right? My problem with you today is the language is very clear. The English language is it's very clear. As a matter of fact, I thought for the record, since I'm going to go against the grain on the 1 year thing, is under Nevada law, the board may object to an applicant's registration if the applicant has failed to disclose or misstated any material fact during the application and background investigation process with the board, NRS 463.335, subsection 12A. The question on that application asks, have you at any, in all caps, time been arrested, indicted, received a citation, or been ordered to appear in court for any criminal offense? The question even specifically directs the applicant to include incidents where charges were either denied, dropped, or dismissed. So number one, you have a conviction for a gross misdemeanor, not a dismissed case with you did great on probation and now your record is sealed. You have other cases with incredibly poor choices been made, and your information about those cases is inconsistent with what we're reading. But set all of that aside for a minute. You didn't disclose it. And that I have a problem with. I understand all the problems in your life and how you're doing great, but in the past, when we've had cases like this before, other members and myself, and I'm going to be consistent with myself in the past, so that similarly situated people that come before me get treated the same. And so you might walk out of here and say, well, what's the difference between me and the guy before me? Well, I can think of a few. One, his case was dismissed. Two, it was a misdemeanor, not a gross misdemeanor. And three, there's, the multiple arrests were not included, according to this, in at least twice before you filled out your application. You were arrested at least twice. At least twice is the phrase. So that's why I'm not going to support this motion. Not because I don't want to sustain it. I do want to sustain it, but I would make it longer personally. That being said, am I offended by my colleagues' preference to give you another review in a year? No, I'm not. So I just want to be consistent with things I've done in the past. So that's why I'm going to vote nay.
And if I may, Sharon.
This is the part where we vote. Remember what I said? And I said, we have a discussion, and unless you're asked a question, you're done. I know you were here listening because you listen for a living just like I do. And right. Okay. All right. So if you want to correct something incorrect or you feel that I've misstated the record, you can do that. But otherwise, you're done. Does this feel like old times? All right. Does anyone else have any discussion on the motion?
The discussion I would say is I wasn't aware of the institutional requirement of what you're talking about. I just wasn't aware since I'm a new member.
Oh, there's no institutional requirement. It's just my own anecdotal experience over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Ish.
No,
three and a half.
I appreciate you bringing that up. Sarah.
And Madam Chair, I'm on the page where that says that, you did not list it on your GER application. So that's a non-starter for me. So I still, that was part of my decision-making, but it would make it no way could anything happen today other than to sustain in my mind because of that omission. It's a big deal, a huge deal. And all of these other things don't have anything to do with the gaming industry. This one does. So I understand what the chairman is saying, but I think the total context of the story and the things that you're trying to do to make it right, coming back in a year doesn't mean you're approved. It just means that, give us a check, status update and see what's going. I know there's time and some expenses with that, but, I'm curious to see what you do and whether the chair would entertain 2 years or something. I don't think we're at that place right now. I will support the motion for 1 year, but I just wanted to explain how I approached it. Again, we need to be consistent in these cases. And that omission, the one time you touch the gaming control board process, you omitted it, and that's a huge deal. So I'm done.
So because I have respect for my colleagues, if this motion passes, I will have an open mind in a year if you come back. It's just that I wouldn't have done it today, but that doesn't mean that I'm bothered by it. So with that said, I'm going to call for a vote on the motion to allow, as Commissioner Krolicki said, there's no guarantees. We'll see where she's at. And that seems to be the motion, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Nay.
I'm sorry. I
That's
didn't
a
hear
big
your
deal now,
comment.
that fails.
I didn't hear her comment before. I would have liked to have heard that before the motion was made.
Okay. Well, I made it before your vote. I made it before the vote. I just, yeah, I can't, the problem, I don't want to unduly influence you with a history you're not familiar with. I'm just making my record on why I feel a certain way. Because I can't cite to a case and, I'm just talking like and counsel and quite frankly, you have no knowledge of these things. So it's not put upon you. It's just where I'm coming from. And I like to explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. So I'm not trying to influence you with a bunch of cases I can't cite to right off the top of my head here today. So that's why I waited. But what do we do? Where are we now at 2-2?
Motion
Would you
fails.
like to entertain another motion?
Yeah.
All right, I'll entertain another motion. Does anyone have one?
Yeah, I will make a motion, but the reason I was comfortable with the 1 year is because that was a recommendation that came from, the hearing officer. That's why I was there. So a tie vote fails. So that's why we continue this conversation, Ms. Beltran. I would make a motion to sustain the hearing officer's objection to providing the GER, but that the applicant, Ms. Beltran, has the opportunity to return to the Gaming Commission in 2 years.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 I didn't hear you. Oh, sorry. All right, 2 years.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you all again. Good seeing you. Merry Christmas to all.
Thank you.
Thank you. George.
Keep giving it stuff.
All right, so that brings us, Madam Secretary, to the next agenda item, please.
You have 4 regulation agenda items regarding proposed amendments to Chapter 368A of the Nevada Administrative Code as it relates to live entertainment tax and Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225, 8.130, and 14.025 subsection 2 as noted on the agenda.
Okay, we have on my list of who's appearing, it's kind of a triple team situation. So if you would state your appearance.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Ed McGaw. I'm with the Nevada Attorney General's Office, and I'm here today to present the proposed amendments to NAC 368A.510 as presented in LCB file number R063-24. The amendments here relate to the administration of the live entertainment tax. With me here today is Rusty LeBlanc. He's a deputy chief in the audit division, and he's happy to answer any questions you may have about the substance of it or the history. If adopted by the commission today, these amendments will be sent to the Legislative Council Bureau for final review. They will then be placed on the agenda of the Legislative Commission and will become effective upon that body's approval. As you may recall, the proposed amendments to Chapter 368A of the NAC were approved by you in March 2024 at your March 2024 meeting. At that time, the draft proposed to remove the requirement that licensees comply with the minimum internal control standards and instead they would have to comply with guidelines adopted by the chair of the board. Upon review of the proposed regulatory changes, the Legislative Council Bureau proposed a different approach.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. We appear to be having a technical issue. Could we take a 5-minute recess?
Okay, yes, the record should reflect that we have a screen that appears to be the Zoom, would normally be Zoom, that could cause one of us to have a stroke at any time.
Looks like a UHF screen.
We'll be in recess for 5 to 10 minutes.
This would just allow us to get rid of the guidelines.
Check 1, 2.
We're right here with sugar on demand.
All right, we are back. It's my understanding that we have tried to, this is Jennifer Togliatti, Chair of the Nevada Gaming Commission. We have tried to address the technology issues associated with YouTube, and it appears that we have audio publishing, for lack of a better term, capability, but not video. So what I'm going to ask each commissioner and each commenter today, and our DAGs and CDAGs to please state their name before any, even though the reporter recognizes all of our voices, we're doing it for YouTube so that any listener would know who is speaking. So at this time, could you start again, please? Because it appears that we may not have, we'll just start with I'll call the agenda item again, and then we will start anew. So can you read it into the record?
This is Secretary Rupert, and this item is the 4 regulation agenda items regarding proposed amendments to Chapter 368A of the Nevada Administrative Code as it relates to live entertainment tax and Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225, 8.130, and 14.025, subsection 2, as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Ed McGaw. I'm with the Nevada Attorney General's Office, and I'm here today to present the proposed amendments to NAC 368A.510 as presented in LCB file number R063-24. These amendments relate to the administration of the live entertainment tax. With me here today is Rusty LeBlanc, who is Deputy Chief in the Audit Division, and he is here to answer any substantive or historical questions the Commission may have. If adopted by the Commission today, these amendments will be sent to the Legislative Council Bureau for final review. They will then be placed on the agenda of the Legislative Commission and will become effective upon that body's approval. As you may recall, the proposed amendments to Chapter 368A were approved by you at your March 2024 meeting. At that time, the draft proposed the removal of the requirement that licensees comply with the minimum internal control standards, and instead those mix would be replaced by guidelines adopted by the board chair. Upon review of the proposed regulatory changes, the Legislative Council Bureau proposed a different approach, which ensured commission oversight of the process. Under that approach, the LAT mix would continue to exist, and any changes or reduction of responsibilities or obligations would be handled through the mix adoption process, which would allow for the commission to oversee it, as well as allow the industry to raise concerns to the commission. So to reduce the burden of the industry, which is the goal of the Gaming Control Board in proposing these amendments, the mix could be amended and reduce the procedures that way rather than have guidelines proposed by the chair. As stated, this draft retains the mix requirement for live entertainment tax. However, as with the previous draft, it removes the requirement that Group 1 licensees address LET compliance procedures in their system of internal controls. It removes the requirement that Group 1 licensees engage an independent accountant to perform certain functions and report those findings to the board relating to LAT. And lastly, it removes the requirement that Group 1 licensees' internal auditors perform certain procedures and file certain reports with the board relating to LAT. With these changes, the requirements relating to LAT that apply to gaming licensees will be more in line with those of other businesses, which was the goal of the board here. Non-gaming businesses. With that, I conclude my presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. If not, I would ask that the commission open this up for public comment because for the public meeting requirements.
Thank you. I'll open up for public comments right now so that if we had any questions, we could ask questions about the public comment. If I can do that. So is there anyone present in Carson City that wishes to make public comment? This is Jennifer Tagliati, Chair of the Commission. Is there anyone present in Carson City that wishes to make public comment? Please step forward and speak up. Appears there's no one present in Carson City. Anyone present here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? There appears to be none. At this time, I would ask my colleagues if they have any questions, comments, concerns. With whoever would like to start.
It's Commissioner Krolicki speaking. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know an extraordinary amount of effort has gone into this. Live entertainment tax is a extraordinarily important revenue thing for the state, item for the state. But with all the work that has been done, I really don't think there is additional massaging, and I really don't have any other comments except I appreciate the efforts that went into it. Makes sense. LCB agreed. Now we're in a process to get it codified, and I fully support this.
Commissioners Silver or Marcantonis?
This is Commissioner George Marcantonis. I echo Commissioner Krolicki's comments. Thank you, Chair.
Hi, this is Commissioner Silver, and I just want to again thank everyone for all the hard work they put into it, because they certainly know what it takes to get something, a new role or amended role. And I really appreciate all of the hard work that went into this.
So at this time, does anyone have a motion?
Chair
Is it,
Tagliani.
is it ripe for a motion?
Yes, it is. But one more comment. Could we make a request that anybody appearing here today for the LET reg sign the sign-in sheet?
Is there anyone present appearing today for this reg?
Doesn't want to do public comment.
No.
It's a formality. And this
Okay.
is Ed McGough for the record.
No problem, and I appreciate you bringing that to my attention as a requirement or an appropriate procedure. At this time,
Madam Chair.
One present to
it's
sign in.
Brian Krolicki. I'll make a motion, but I'm just, here's the help I need.
Mhm.
I move for the adoption of the proposed amendments to NAC Chapter 368A as presented in the LCB file number R063-24 to become effective upon approval by the Legislative Commission.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati. I believe my colleague John McKellar might be available to present the next two regs. Otherwise, I could present Reg 14, which.
Let's do that. I was going to ask if we could pass 5225 till the end.
Yes, we can do that. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did not hear you call my item at all.
Well, I guess technically I didn't. Sorry about that. But the good news is I was gonna trail it anyway, so you didn't miss a thing.
Okay,
you're-
do you want me to move on to 130 or do you want Deputy McGaw to take his next one?
Let's have Deputy McGaw take his next one, and then we can go back to the other two. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And this was John McKellar for the record.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Ed McGaugh with the Nevada Attorney General's Office here today to present the proposed amendment to NGC Regulation 14.025, presented in a draft recommended for adoption by the Nevada Gaming Control Board dated September 24th, 2024. To date, there have been no written comments submitted on the recommended amendment, and a public workshop was held by the board on September 24th, 2024, at which no in-person or written public comments were made or received. The proposed amendment modifies the process by which licensees or other persons may request a determination by the board chair as to the appropriateness of certain themes they wish to use in connection with their gaming devices. Currently, only those licensees or other persons who actually hold the intellectual rights to a theme may apply for a determination. The proposed amendment would expand the ability to seek such determination to those who have in good faith or have a good faith intention to obtain such rights within 6 months of their request. This is to save them the money of having to buy it and then find out they can't use it. Should the commission adopt the recommended amendment, it would become effective immediately. With that, I conclude my affirmative presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Jim Barbie is here from the technology division. He can answer any technical questions. Thank you.
This is Chair Tagliati. At this time, is there anyone present in Carson City who wishes to make public comment on the proposed change to Regulation 14.025 subsection 2? There being no one in Carson City, here in Las Vegas, no one here in Las Vegas. I would ask my fellow commissioners for comments. It seems very straightforward to me. Does anyone have anything they wish to say?
Brian Krolicki, Commissioner. Chief Barbie is here. Do you mind just putting some more poetry around the, who presents and writing a good faith intention to acquire within a 6-month period? What that really means to you outside of the regulations here?
Certainly. Jim Barbie, Chief of the Technology Division for the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Past practice has been that manufacturers are primarily the entities who bring these concepts forward. That doesn't meet they bring a concept forward without having acquired the IP yet, because acquiring IP is it's quite costly, and it's also a very timely process. So they're looking to get in front of it. The way the language of the regulation currently reads, they would have to have that IP before they bring it to us. The actual holder of the IP may not be the one who brings it in front of us right now. Expanding the language allows the manufacturer to bring it for us before they acquire it, or if the person who holds the IP would like to get that in front of us, they still have a vehicle to do so. But what this language does is really align the regulation with our current practice. We have been allowing those entities to come forward to date who want to acquire this IP to follow the Reg 1402 process, 14025 process.
And it's Brian Krolicki. I know we've talked about this before, but the Gaming Control Board is in the regulation business of helping the industry, expediting good ideas, just to do the job we need to do, but get out of the way when there's innovation and development. So this is just internal. So when these companies come to our technology division, if you will, that's, this is allowed. There's no external, they're not losing any legal rights to the intellectual property. I mean, we're only protecting them from you. I mean, I don't know how else to say that. I mean, this is not a public process, this reg, correct?
The Jim Barbie, Technology Division, Nevada Gaming Control Board. It can be a public process in a couple of ways. This is an administrative approval. If the person who brings this concept before us is aggrieved by the decision, let's say that someone brings forward a theme that doesn't seem to be in line with the public policy of the state of Nevada, and the board chair determines that it's not and does not administratively approve, they can appeal that under Reg 4 to the commission, and then it can become part of the public process for the commission to review that concept.
Okay, and I don't know how often that would happen. It's Brian Krolicki. But if they did choose to do the appeal, which becomes public, part of that calculation of doing the appeal is they risk intellectual property. I mean, there's no protections on it at that point if people are watching. I mean, I'm not sure how this language protects a company's intellectual property if it's a public matter.
Jim Barbie, Nevada Game Control Board. I think the intellectual property is still going to be protected under whomever maintains and owns that intellectual property. I think the only give that might happen if this were a public process is that there is a manufacturer who's interested in creating a gaming product based on that intellectual property. So it might be showing their cards in that sense if it were a public process, but I believe the intellectual property itself is protected under the laws that are specifically applicable to that, and that this language doesn't compromise that in any way.
But you just mentioned I don't want to overtalk this, but the reasons it takes longer today is because people are in the process, companies in the process of protecting their intellectual property. That takes some time and it's some cost. So now they're going, into a process that, front runs that protection. So this is so beyond my expertise, and Chair Hendrick is wandering up. I know I'm missing something here, but I just, if a company wants to expose certain ideas prior to IP, certification, then that's a decision that they will take, but this just allows them the opportunity to reach out to you before those are secured.
Can I make a comment to just set so that you can address it all at once? So the way I understand this, right, is where this really becomes that could be subject to challenge, in my opinion, the highest probability of that is the good faith intention. Because the way we conduct hearings, I don't know that the product itself or the property rights and the license that we're talking about and what it entails would be the reason for. The real issue is, are you really making a good faith effort to acquire the intellectual property rights that takes a lot of time and a lot of money? And if we had to have a hearing on it, it would be presumably not so much about what you're getting property rights for, but what you're getting, did you make a good faith effort? Two different things, in my view. Am I wrong?
Kirk Hendrick, Chair of the Game Control Board, for the record. Thank you. Yes, Chair Tagliati. We may be conflating a couple of different IP issues here. If you read what 14025 sub 2 says, as Chief Barbie mentioned, currently it states a manufacturer, licensee, or other person holding the intellectual property rights to a theme and moves forward. That's not how it works in reality, because as Chief Barbie explained, they would have to go obtain those rights to make an application to the board.
It costs a fortune.
Correct, exactly. And time and fortune.
It costs a fortune.
And it may be denied
IP lawyers.
after getting the rights. So all this was, and I probably started this a year or so ago, I said, if that's not how it's working in reality, what they should have is a good faith application that they believe they can obtain the rights, because otherwise they'd be wasting the board's time if they were just throwing things at the wall. What about this? What about that? So what this is I have a good faith belief that I can obtain these IP rights. And we used examples of the NFL, for example, which you've recently seen. If somebody thought they could get those rights, they'd make the application before they went and spent the time and the money to obtain the rights. So all this is, as Chief Barbie mentioned, is trying to make reality, the way the process works, fit with the actual black letter law. That's all it is.
And presumably, as you're doing it now, this is Tagliati, as you're doing it now, you're not just letting people game this and lollygag on the efforts to get to get the rights, right? I mean, you're following along and making sure that they justify to you that they are in fact that they are in fact pursuing this.
Jim Barbie, the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Yes, we do. Chair, the submission for the review of these themes includes a lot of background information that we need to see demographic information. We need to see, well, primarily it's demographic information, but we also want to see potential graphics that are going to be associated with, if you're going to create a slot machine over, the chair used the term, the NFL, we want to see what's that actually going to look like when it's presented to the public. So they do have to put a fair amount of effort into the application itself. And then there is a time frame that this all has to occur in. And I might have my numbers off, but it's established there in Reg 14025. Once we receive it, we have either 30 or 45 days to make a decision on that. And if we haven't, then it can follow that, the grievance process in Reg 4.
And then it's Krolicki. Thank you for that clarification, Chief Barbie. Who's the ultimate determiner of good faith?
Well, how the process will work, or how the process does work, the applications come in through the technology division. We will take the information that's provided by the manufacturer. We will marry that up with anything that we might have historically with either that particular theme or maybe decisions that previous board chairs have made on similar themes. And then I walk down the hall to Chair Hendrick's office and I present all of that information to him. And it would be during that time that we evaluate both the theme itself, and then the good faith effort would come through as part of that evaluation.
And if the company that delivered that packet to you for your determination and walking down the hallway differed from a conclusion that the chairman of the control board would make, I mean, are we, and I'm so sorry, I mean, it's late in the day, we were having a long conversation. The words are just so, good faith is not clearly defined. If the company believes they did it in good faith and you do not, how is that resolved?
Kirk Hendrick, Chair of the Board, again, for the record, this is how it's happening right now in reality.
Okay.
You're talking about very sophisticated manufacturers that are coming forward with these. They're putting their reputation on the line. To your question about whether or not they have a good faith belief that they can acquire the IP, that's happening right now. It's been happening for probably a couple of decades. I don't know. Senior Deputy McGaw, how old is this reg? It's been going this way forever. A lot of these manufacturers do not have the IP. They in good faith believe that they can obtain the IP. So that's happening already. That's just lawyer words to put good faith in there so that they know if you submit the application, you better be in a position of believing that you can obtain the intellectual
Again,
property.
I don't
That's
wish
all
to
we're saying.
belabor it. These are just very vague words and I just don't like discretion. But if it's already going on, this helps you do your job. This helps innovation. This helps a company. This gives another pathway. It's good for the gaming industry. I accept that. But again, these are just words that we've reviewed lately. You've been living this for a long time.
Jim Barbie with the Technology Division. To add to what you were saying, Commissioner, I think that this language might encourage those who may not otherwise have brought concepts to us because maybe they're reading the black letter of the law that they need to acquire the IP. This will make it much more clear that they can, during the process of exploring the acquisition of the IP, bring it in front of the board and find out, is this something that I'm even going to be able to get on the floor? So I would look at it as a potential boon to the industry where perhaps in the future we see more IP-related game themes because the industry might not be inhibited by the current language of the law. And then Chair Hendrick was suggesting, an example. There was some time ago, a manufacturer wants to work with a movie studio. They want whatever the latest, I think at the time it was The Walking Dead. Acquiring the rights to The Walking Dead is quite cumbersome. The potential game content that would be in The Walking Dead may also be contrary to the public policy in the form of graphic violence or something along those lines. So they would bring forward to us, here's what we want to do and how we want to do it. Is this something that would be approvable? And we would give them that feedback there through this process. If they weren't happy with the feedback, then again, they would bring it to you.
That all makes sense. I'm happy to make a motion if the commission is prepared to do that.
Chair, or Commissioner, could I add one more thing to that? The good faith language was also put in there to prevent someone from just shotgunning the board with tons of requests that they have no actual ability to get those IP addresses so that they could just see what sticks to the wall and then pursue it. We wanted to make sure they were serious about pursuing those IP interests so that they wouldn't be just trying to figure out where the board's limits are or just kind of seeing where to proceed. That was to save the board the effort of having to screen hundreds of IP requests when there was no legitimate person requesting it.
It's more than a temperature check.
Pardon?
This is Tagliati. It's more than a temperature check.
Yeah.
Where you go down rabbit holes because you're, pre-advising. That makes sense to me.
And the board didn't want to be in the business of approving every possible theme out there. We only wanted serious contenders. And the other thing I just want to clarify for the record, the Reg 4 appeal process would go to the full board first. So the person would be denied by the chair, then they would appeal to the full board. The full board would then render a decision, and then they could appeal that decision to the commission. So ultimately, the commission would be the policy setters on that if up the chain, the person was denied.
Okay, so Commissioner Krolicki, this is Tagliati. Commissioner Krolicki offered to make a motion. Unless there's anything else, I would invite him to do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Krolicki. I appreciate the conversation. Thank you for your patience. Again, you all live this every day and these are just kind of words on the paper for us. So it's hard to get context but if the language accomplishes what we're hoping to do, I support it. And I would therefore move for the adoption of the proposed amendment to Nevada Gaming Control Regulation 14.025 as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. And the draft date is September 24th, 2024 to become effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Okay, Michaela, are you there?
I am, Chair, yes.
Okay, can we go to, I'm going to ask that you present 8130, proposed change to regulation 8.130, excuse me.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for your consideration and possible adoption are proposed changes to Regulation 8.130. The draft before you is dated October 9th, 2024. The purpose of the draft before you today is to exempt all transactions which were previously reviewed by the board as part of an investigation. Currently, loans and other financing activities previously reviewed by the board were exempt. The proposed change would make all previously reviewed transactions exempt from further reporting. The specific request for this change was for leases that were previously reviewed. The reason for the proposed change is that these types of transactions do not raise any regulatory concerns for the board as the leases have previously been reviewed. I ask that you adopt the changes as recommended by the board to be effective upon your adoption, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
So before I hear from any commissioners or there's any questions, this is Tagliati, sorry. I would ask if there's anyone here to make public comment to the proposed amendment to Regulation 8.130 in Carson City. There appears to be no one to make public comment in Carson City. Here in Las Vegas, excuse me, Boulder City. There's no one present to make public comment. And at this time, I would ask my fellow commissioners if you have any questions or comments on this proposed amendment. It appears there are no questions. Does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move for the adoption of the proposed amendment to NGC Regulation 8.130 is recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board in the draft dated October 9, 2024, and to become effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to Nevada Gaming Commission regulation, proposed amendment to Regulation 5.225.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for discussion and possible adoption are proposed changes to Regulation 5.225, which would allow wagering accounts to be used for retail purchases in Nevada at a licensee, affiliate of a licensee, or tenant of a licensee or affiliate. The draft date of the proposed changes before you today is November 6th, 2024. The board held a workshop on the proposed changes on August 21st, 2024, and requested some updates to the draft. The board considered the updated proposed changes at its meeting on November 6th, 2024, and recommended the updated changes to you. The discussions concerning the proposed changes have centered around how much to expand the permissible use of wagering accounts for non-gaming purposes. The range discussed runs from retail purchases from a licensee all the way through unlimited use like the way debit cards are used. The draft recommended to you by the board is in the middle of this range. It would allow retail purchases made with a licensee or affiliate or tenant thereof, which are made in Nevada. Based on the discussions at the workshop and at the board meeting, this is probably the right step at this point in time. For future steps, further discussion from the industry should be presented as to whether it desires that wagering accounts could be used anywhere, just like a debit card, and whether this broad use of wagering accounts would be in line with the Bank Secrecy Act and other federal banking laws. Scott Shearer, as outside counsel for Sightline Payments, also submitted 2 comments for the board meeting on November 6th concerning the use of wagering account funds and an additional exclusion from the definition of wagering account. As the board did not recommend a draft incorporating these comments to you, I will leave further discussion of these to Mr. Shearer if he would like to request your reconsideration on their incorporation. I ask that you adopt the changes as recommended to you by the board with an effective date of upon adoption, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Is there anyone present wishing to make public comment on the proposed amendment to Regulation 5.225? On Carson City, excuse me. And here in Boulder City? And is Mr. Shearer online wishing to make a comment or on Zoom? Okay, so with that said, I would ask my fellow commissioners if they have any questions, comments, concerns, and who would like to start?
May I?
Please.
A question. I'm not sure I'm correct, but where we have the point 5.2251, where it says the patron's use and play of any or all authorized games and gaming devices, et cetera, but then in Roman numeral 2 in blue, any other use approved by the chair, meaning that any other use could only be approved by, only needs approval of the chair of the gaming control board. Should that not be any use approved by the board? Or is that just semantics? I'm not sure.
Normally for these things, we use the word chair, so it's one person approving. Otherwise, you would have to have a board meeting to approve it. And this, I believe, yes, if you refer back to 1A, chair means chair or the chair's designee. So for effectively, if the chair of the board did not want to approve other uses, he could designate someone else like Jim Barbie to approve other uses.
So I have a question as a follow-up to that, if I could. This is Tagliati. So setting, there's no one up here that's going to say, oh, we don't trust Chair Hendrick to, have the best interests of the public and the industry and, and our national and international reputation as the gold standard. I think it goes without saying that you have the complete trust of this group. I know that. That being said, this kind of subject to, let's say we have a particular chair that feels like the account should be open for all purposes, and the more relaxed and inclusive version that was supposed to be, this one's supposed to be in between. That's somewhat concerning to me. The other thing is, I guess, what review is there, if any, of this? Let's say Chair hypothetical Smith says, you know what, as far as I'm concerned, all retail purposes at all times, every day, all day. Thank you. What is the ability to address that? We're the policy, commission, the one that's kind of drives setting policy in our state, right? That's kind of understanding of what the purpose is here, with all of our individual backgrounds and whatnot, as set out by statute. What ability is there for review?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Again, for the record, John McKella. I will turn to your first question first. I would direct you to subsection 3A of the draft before you. This does limit the discretion of the board chair. This section would only allow the use of a wagering account in Nevada at a licensee, affiliate, or tenant thereof. Additionally, currently within this regulation section, although you can't see it in the draft before you because it says no change for these sections, the chair already possesses discretion to expand how funds are deposited to a wagering account, as in subsection 9, to expand how funds are withdrawn from a wagering account, which is in subsection 10, to expand how credits are made to a wagering account in subsection 11, and to expand how debits are made to a wagering account in subsection 12. This discretion added by the proposed changes is in line with this. The board chair could expand how the funds of a wagering account are used, and this expansion would be limited by subsection 3A to purchases made in Nevada at the licensee, affiliate, or tenant. Addressing your second question, what sort of review there would be? There would probably be review under Regulation 4. I believe it's 185 or 190, somewhere around there. And to make this abundantly clear, if you so desired, you could add the word administratively to subsection 1D to read any other use administratively approved by the chair, and then this would clearly be put under the review process that actually Deputy McGaugh set out for his regulations.
So the copy that we have of the statute, has a lot of no change, no change, no change. And I'm not, when you're reading, I don't know, 1,000 pieces of paper to prepare for this meeting. Unfortunately, I didn't go look up all the other sections to determine how would this weigh in on the section that we're talking about. So I apologize you have to tell me that, but at some point, it's more efficient for me to ask you than to go Houston in the blind and try to figure it out for myself. So I appreciate that. As far as can you restate the sections you were talking about, please? I apologize, you ran through and if you look at what we have in our materials, it says no change, no change, no change. So it's not like I can look at it as you're speaking right this second, unless I go online, which.
Yes, Chair. Again, for the record, John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. The sections I ran through, and they all do say no change on your draft. Subsection 9, funds may be deposited by a patron into the patron's wagering account as follows. And then G under subsection 9 states any other means approved by the chair. Subsection 10, funds may be withdrawn by a patron from their wagering account as follows. And you go down to G of that subsection, any other means approved by the chair. Subsection 11, credits to a wagering account may be made by the following means. And then subsection F of that subsection, any other means approved by the chair. And then subsection 12, debits to a wagering account may be made by the following means. And then F of that subsection states any other means approved by the chair.
So if we did add the language, which I have no opinion on it until I finish listening to what you tell us and what you're advising us, related to administratively approved by the chair, how does that mesh or conflict with the other, because that's not how it's phrased in section 9 and section 10. And so I'm just curious, like what is your vision as far as how that affects anything?
Again, for the record, John McKellar. Ideally, those sections would mirror this one, but I don't know that there would be a great impact even without the change. It's at least arguable that this could be reviewed under Regulation 4 and moved on up to the commission. But if you added administratively approved here, perhaps the interpretation could be that, hey, this is expanding what a wagering account may purchase. You can't just wager with a wagering account now. Oh, you can buy stuff at the gift shop. And if you add administratively here, it would, maybe indicate that you would like to explicitly state that this is something the commission would like to review.
I see. Okay, thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate it, and I'm sorry I didn't have all the sections prepared to go forward today. But what did you say? There's a lot of words. Commissioner Quility, is that what you said? There's a lot of words.
Again, if you're not living in it every day. Chief Barbie, I'm going to be grabbing you in a second. It's Commissioner Krolicki speaking for the record. I think my pause here, and I know that the terminology approved by the chair is used regularly throughout these statutes or these regulations and statutes. And it makes sense, but they are administrative matters that don't rise to a certain level. So if somehow adding that word administrative, boxes it in a little bit, that's fine. But coming in from it the other way, and Chief Barbie, from your world, it's, you're aware of companies that we regulate that want to bring technologies forward that can take advantage of this. And as we've said, and we're on record, we want to innovate, we want to help the industry, we want to thrive, we want to, compete against any other jurisdiction on the planet. So I totally get that stuff. But when we're talking about the items, I mean, they're big things, race book, sports book, mobile gaming systems. I mean, it's that, there could be a technology that I'm just not thinking of that could come in here that becomes approved by the chair. And that's kind of my rub. So we've had Sightline come in here and they have a concept that you're aware of that I'm not, that they support it, but they didn't march into your office and say, let's change these regs because we got something cool. They've just kind of got captured by it because they're doing something, whatever it is, that they want to make sure that that effort's not, impaired by what we're doing. I think you're on record as saying there are people or entities in the industry that are waiting for the commission to approve regs. But again, we don't know who they are, and that's fine. We're not supposed to know it at this point. But can you give me some comfort and, what's coming down the pike? Because these are big deals. And the Gaming Control Board, so, hold that thought, hold that question. The board did a phenomenal job asking a bunch of questions for many months now. And I heard Sightline talking, this is really about disbursement and how to use the wagering accounts. Judge Assad, you spent a lot of time talking about money getting in and Macau, or if it's Massachusetts, we have different jurisdictions. We've got Foreign Corruption Practices Act, we have AML. But we're told that, we should really, always be worried about it, but that's not what we're doing here. But there could be technologies that do touch those areas. And I just don't know if this has just been tied up into a package, but let me go back to my question to you. The industry that we touch, which for these changes to happen, can you just give us any color or light on that, please? Again, I don't want to harm anybody. I want to slow them down, but I'm a little worried in the control board, unintended consequences of what we do. And I'm told this is a medium step, not a big step, not a baby step, but help me, please.
Jim Barbie with the Technology Division. Commissioner Krolicki, I won't mention the manufacturer, but we have approved technology that has the ability to do this now, but we have conditioned the approval that it can't be used. That somewhat spurred this conversation to, well, what is it if somebody wants to use their wagering account in the gift shop, or wants to use it to pay for dinner or a show that's on the property? Or what if they want to use the wagering account, the same one that they could put credits on a slot machine with, to make a purchase, let's say at a tenant in the mall for whatever that location might be? The technology currently exists to do that. It's not approved here. We do have not just one, but I think at least one other manufacturer who's got it queued up, who would be able to roll this out in short order should they get a customer for it and should the customer wish to develop that further. But yes, Commissioner, we're talking about an intermediate step from taking it on property or with a tenant of the licensee, from allowing that wagering account only to be used for gaming purposes. That next step is on that property or with a tenant, let that same wagering account and those funds that it's tracking be used for some type of retail activity. Again, a show, the gift shop, the coffee shop, or go buy a whatever in the mall if you need a belt or whatever the case may be.
You know, and using a wagering account to purchase something in gift shop, you know, of course, you know, who care? I mean, if it's convenient, great. And any advantage we can provide, you know, customers, you know, the better. But I'm, you know, has NRA or the gaming world come to us in any of this? You know, Sightline was the only company that I saw giving any kind of testimony, but has Ms. Valentine or other people weighed in? I mean, is there a demand for this, or we've just got some clever people who believe there will be a demand if this is approved and they can market, you know, this new product?
Jim Barbie with the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I have not interacted with the NRA on this matter, and I don't believe that they have submitted comment as far when the public comment opportunities were available or been to any of the board meetings. I would like to think that this is an instance of where we're trying to keep pace with technology in the gaming industry. Here we've already had an innovator implement this technology, and I'm not certain if it's being used in another jurisdiction or not. But here we've had a manufacturer who we've licensed come forward, bring a product. They have this in there. We can't approve it right now because this functionality doesn't fit within the confines of our regulatory structure right now. So we're trying to be responsive to that maybe an operator hasn't come forward and say that I want this, but a manufacturer who greatly supports our industry as well has come forward with, here's a novel concept. I'd like to see if it'll work in the industry. Unfortunately, we can't allow that in Nevada right now under the current regulation. So this is an attempt to try to accommodate that and go back to what we were talking about, encouraging innovation and bringing these type of new ideas and features into our space.
So before I address anybody else who might want to make commentary, what issue, if any, do you have with the language, any other use administratively approved by the chair? What's the problem with that for you, if you have one?
Jim Barbie, Technology Division and computer engineer, not lawyer. So please take my comments in that context.
I just want to make a record that I will get to you after Mr. Barbie and after our chief DAG. So you're in the hopper.
I believe language is written right now, and I would defer to our Attorney General's office, but I believe the language without the administrative pre-qualifier is sufficient because it is an administrative approval. All of the approvals that we do through the board are an administrative process, and I believe anyone who's aggrieved by that would be able to appeal to the full board as well as the commission if they didn't seek satisfaction there. And I will tell you how this would come through the process. A manufacturer has this technology. They submit it to the technology division. We go through the approval process. There is something novel in there that now the regulations may permit. We haven't seen this before. I would go and confer with the board chair, get his direction on how we would like to go with that, and then we will issue them an approval, and we will either approve fully the use of that technology or we'll condition that particular technology out. That's a form. They have to submit a formal application, and they get a formal approval through that process. If they weren't satisfied with that, I believe that qualifies them to go through the Reg 4 process.
That's one hypothetical. There's another hypothetical. Your hypothetical is from, you know, not given administrative approval up And I'm talking about the commission seeing administrative approval that it doesn't, that wants to address and, down, meaning giving the commission an opportunity to, if, because technology is going and there's a lot of different options that, I'm sure we can't imagine right now. So that was my, that's why I'm looking to our chief DAG and I'm making this comment now so that you can make whatever comment you wanted to make and maybe comment on what I'm saying.
Well, Darlene Caruso, from the Attorney General's office. My only comment would be, as far as adding administratively, it doesn't make any changes to the regulation. It's still an administrative approval subject to Reg 4, 185, 19, et cetera, so that someone who is aggrieved by that decision could, yes, like you suggested, appeal up. So that was my only comment. And adding it, I think, would be a disservice to the rest of the reg where it's not added, and then obviously they would think that you intended something different. So
I don't have the rest of the reg because it's, not changed.
So I don't think that's necessary, but I see where you're going as far as maybe wanting to have more of a say in what those other items might be.
Even if it's after the fact, quite frankly, just as policy considerations.
Correct.
Not weighing in on any one decision, but like kind of policy wise, I guess. But I mean, it's it's a lot of hypotheticals. I don't know if my fellow commissioners understand what I'm getting at because I'm not being particularly articulate the 6th hour into the meeting. That being said, did you wish to address us? Please step forward. Thank you.
Public comment in Boulder City. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Carlton, Chief Legal Officer for Sightline Payments. I felt it probably made sense for me to come up here since our company has been mentioned several times from the public comment and as well as the board meeting to consider this regulation change. And I wanted to specifically speak to the industry interest in this regulation change. So Sightline, we are a digital gaming payments company. We have relationships with licensees all over the United States and provide payment solutions. And so the problem that this type of this proposed regulation is trying to solve, and this technology is trying to solve, there are two main issues. The first is when a player funds their wagering account, however they fund it, depending on the jurisdiction, obviously, as you all know, there are different ways in which someone can fund a wagering account, and there's different processes that they have to go through, including obviously Bank Secrecy Act, Title 31, Know Your Customer, all of those kinds of things. But they can, once they fund their wagering account, there are always fees involved in when the customer moves money, right, into a wagering account. There's always fees, right? Everyone, there's fees for everything. Then when the customer uses that wagering account for internet wagering or to place a sports book bet or with a slot machine or at a table game, but again, whatever's authorized in any jurisdiction, when they've concluded their gambling and they want to utilize those funds for other purposes besides gaming, they have to move that money out of the wagering account. And again, there are fees that are involved in that movement. Those fees are typically borne by the operator. So the operator has an interest in allowing the customer the ability to utilize those funds in real time versus having to move their money out, transfer their money out of the wagering account in order to be able to have access to those funds for things other than wagering. It's called churn. It's just sort of the term that we use in digital payments. But that can add up to millions of dollars a year to operators that manage these wagering accounts for their patrons. So they have an interest in making this process more customer friendly. And that's the second issue is if you think about, for those of you who like Starbucks, I sure do. And if you have the Starbucks app, you fund your Starbucks app with whatever mechanism you want to use. And then there you go. And then you go to Starbucks and you can use that for anything, right? You can use it for coffee, but you can also buy things. You can buy a mug or you can buy lunch, whatever you want to use. You're still in that sort of closed loop ecosystem. Again, sorry, I'm using payments terminology, but you're in that closed loop ecosystem. But what if you could only use it to buy coffee? And if you wanted to use it to buy a mug or you wanted to use it to buy lunch, you had to transfer it back out to your debit card that you used to load it in the first place. And that's essentially, not to stretch the analogy too far, but that's essentially what we're talking about here. It's you funded your wagering account and then you want to use those funds once you've concluded in that same closed loop ecosystem with a licensee, with one of their affiliates or with a tenant within that same ecosystem. You want to use those funds instead of having to migrate them back out to your debit card or your credit card that you use to fund. So that's essentially the second, is to make it more easy for the patron rather than having to migrate.
I don't think that's the issue for us. I think, we don't have language that says, and within that closed loop system, you can use it in retail, you can use it in the restaurant, you can use it in, related, that's not what this says, right? And so, and quite frankly, I'm hearing middle of the road compared to what was proposed. But there's, I guess the question is, why is it just as approved by the chair, as opposed to saying retail and restaurant and, things that are like very specific to the closed loop system. And I'm not looking at you, I'm looking at Chief Barbary, so.
So before again, Jennifer Carlton.
Sorry.
Sightline Payments, the primary reason that I wanted to make comment was to reiterate that operators that we've spoken to are very interested in this product. We've spent the last year and a half meeting with regulators to explain the issue and help them identify exactly how much they're paying in churn and what could be addressed with introduction of this type of technology. Obviously, we would prefer for it to be expanded beyond just the affiliates and the tenants, and to allow patrons to be able to use their wagering account anywhere. And certainly, recognize that, maybe Nevada's not ready for that yet, but we have approval in a number of other jurisdictions, other states, to move forward with that concept, and have signed agreements with operators to do that outside of Nevada. So just wanted to speak to that specific question.
And Chair Tagliati, to go to your previous question here, you're worried about the discretion from any other use approved by the chair, but that's not unfettered discretion. If you go down to subsection 3A, this discretion is limited to any patron activity occurring in Nevada with the licensed gaming establishment, with any affiliate of the licensee, and with any tenant of the licensee. So it does have to be within the confines of the licensee or affiliate that issued the wagering account.
Sure, but it's not limited to any particular, like, my comment is related to, this is just it's not a toe in the water, it's not a foot in the water, but we're up to our knees with this one, right? But we're not getting our hair wet. That is, I have a way of I'm a very visual person. And so that's what I'm describing is, I just think it's interesting. I understand the issues. I understand it. So. Did you have anything you want to add?
Chair, yes, thank you. Jim Barbie with the Technology Division. The reason the language is as it is right now is we couldn't come up with an exhaustive enumerated list. It was somewhat open-ended to accommodate for something that we couldn't think of today. If there was an appetite to explore further, I'm certain we could, what that enumerated list might be. The challenge with doing that, though, is in the future, if somebody comes forward with something that we didn't see today that we need to add to that list, we'll need to go through this process again.
Understood.
And it's Corlicky. I think that's exactly the issue. It's what we don't know that's coming in that, shouldn't it be a larger decision group like the commission or something? It's the unknown. It's not the stuff we know today. But I do note that we were Commissioner Light today and Commissioner Solis Rainey, I think would love to have discussions about this issue. But I still have questions about the payment systems because even when I use my Starbucks app, it's based on a credit card. And not a debit card, credit card. And I actually, in other hats that I wear, I've been dealing with Visa not wanting to be close to the gaming industry and having issues and not allowing credit to be used because that wagering account funding would be considered a cash advance fee. And I mean, it gets very complicated. So now we're complying with U.S. laws and Banking Act and all of those things if we're just talking domestically. But the cards have their own rules. And I thought I heard in testimony that there is no money in the wagering account. It's a ledger. It's almost zero sum. So if I charge something on my wagering account, it pulls it from a debit card or a savings account or a checking account, whatever. And it's immediately moved. But and you're shaking your head no, but is there actually a cash balance in the wagering account?
Yeah, and
who controls it and who's earning interest on it?
Jim Barbie with the Technology Division, and I apologize, Commissioner, to be clear on what that ledger keeps track of. It's not the patron's debit card that's associated with the wagering account. The patron has to put funds up front, and then that will be deposited into that licensee's merchant account, separate from their operating funds. But the licensee will just keep those funds in an account, and the wagering account is that individual patron's ledger of what funds they're entitled to in that account. That's what I meant in prior testimony about the wagering account itself doesn't hold money. It just keeps track of how much of my money is sitting in that account that the licensee is holding, that I have given them $1,000. They have put it in the entire bucket with all of the rest of their money. And it's keeping track of my portion, my $1,000, whether I have spent from that $1,000 or whether I have added to via my winnings or not to what that $1,000 should be.
And it's Crowley.
I could add,
but this is when a casino is a financial institution, right? So they were actually holding, an investment account. I mean, if there's, $1,000 times a lot more, I mean, they could have $1 million worth of wagering accounts. Who, if it's cash, who's generating interest on that? Who gets to keep it? Is this a reason why we want to make wagering accounts larger so we can use it for the other incidentals? We know that, some of these properties, and God bless them for doing it, but they generate more in sales tax and in non-gaming kind of things than they do in gaming. So, I mean, I'm just trying to understand why this is even in front of it. I don't know what the market is for this.
May I, Commissioner, to respond a bit? I can tell you, as a member of the NRA, up until 2 years ago, I sat on that committee. Every single casino that gets a chance will vote for this. They will be banging on the doors to have this. And if I could give an explanation until I got onto the commission, I had sports betting accounts at local casinos, just like 99% of every other local, I'm pretty damn sure. And no statistics to prove it. Now, how did that work? Well, I did because I like occasionally, if I'm going to have a boring day, I want to go and watch a football game, and I'd like to have $50 on that. Okay, that's just how it is. So maybe I would put in $500, maybe every couple of months. I don't know, but there's some places where you go, and they're not. You might put in your 500 or maybe make it 600. Yes, I'm not getting interest, and frankly, I didn't care as a consumer. The benefit to me was I don't have to stand anybody's line. I don't have to stand by 100 other people who think they're experts on sport. I just do it on my phone, blah, blah, blah. So I put it, then I want to watch the game. Well, I'm going to go to that bar in the middle of the casino because they got TVs. Okay, I just want, so can I just charge my drink onto my phone? Yeah. Why? Because my betting account, it's my money for goodness sake. And I don't want to go to an ATM and draw cash, or I don't want to use my credit card necessarily. I could. It's not to say you couldn't. You could. But it's sure convenient. The more I think about it, and this I think could be used mostly for food and beverage. I'm telling you right now that my view, I mean, now on hotels, but locals, I can assure you it's not as much about retail. In many retail establishments, you're not even allowed to sign to your room. A lot of retail establishments are tenants. So it's not like it's going to be somebody goes in and says, I'll take those 5 Gucci handbags with your gaming account. No, the retail, I think, as I'm hearing, at least the intent, is probably the little gift shop that sells Advil, Tylenol. I mean, I went in there the other day, actually at Red Rock. My son had a headache, so we were having a blue ribbon, and I went, well, I paid, obviously, cash. But I ran in, I was thinking, I never go into a retail shop in a hotel. But I need Tylenol. That's where I bought it. I mean, if you want to Gucci, go to a real store. Don't be sitting there dicking around with, no, because if I win $400 on football, the last thing I want to do is run now and say, oh, how can I spend it on? Or something like that. So anyway, I just wanted to throw it as an operator. Anybody does it first and gets the competitive advantage. Certainly in the...
It's happening.
It's happening, and it hasn't been really, not happening here.
No, not here.
No,
I'm saying
that's
in other jurisdictions.
Yes, in other jurisdictions. I'm thinking that, we'd have to approve it before it could happen here. But the convenience for the customer, and nobody's getting bank interest. You're right. Nobody's getting interest, Commissioner.
Somebody.
Well, the bank might be, but I don't think they're holding that amount. I don't think people put those kind of huge sums into their little sports gaming account. You must be, but you might have a problem if you're putting in like a lot of money and then let the bank make that interest. You're not a very smart person. Sorry, I want to get mine off my chest.
I think there's different issues being kind of put into a giant salad bowl. And I wanted to pull out some of the issues, right? There's the issue of, is the concept of it a problem that this, it's already, there, right? Versus this language related to approved by the chair. Like, okay, let's say it's approved by the chair. 20 uses. When do we know? Do we get a memo? Because my experience is no. When I find out, when I go to the Red Rock, if I were to ever, I don't gamble, obviously, because we can't, and I don't know, honestly, I'm not familiar with their points or anything like that, but since that's been used, there's no mechanism for us to weigh in, I guess is what I'm saying. That's the part I don't like. I'm just being honest. And it's not just because of me, because of my ego or anything else. Lord knows how long I'll be here. It doesn't matter. It's my vision of what is my compass for my involvement. And, sometimes there's a feeling, and I'm not saying anyone in this room, but just a feeling that, oh, the commission just, I think not always a rubber stamp, right? And so we're here for a reason, a statutory reason. And as the time goes by, it's kind of just being eroded. And I'm concerned about that, not necessarily here, but just generally. And this might be an example, it might not, quite frankly, because I just got pointed out 3 sections where, erosion has already occurred. My point is, I don't necessarily have a problem with the concept. So I don't need to hear a sales pitch on the concept. I might be different than a fellow commissioner. It's that language there where there is zero involvement on our part. If you want to know the truth, that's my issue. So it's not the concept. I agree, we should be on the cutting edge. I just feel like we're the last to know in a lot of regards. And that part I don't love. There you go.
Good
You want to fix
afternoon.
that?
Kurt
Chair.
Hendrick, Chair of the Board, for the record. Completely understand the commission's concerns and your concerns, Chair. As I took this job since day one, I've committed to make the board the most effective and most efficient gaming regulator in the world. I understand your concern, but if the commission gets involved in day-to-day operations, it will slow down the process. This example has taken us 6 months probably, and probably been in the hopper for a year and a half, and we've taken an intermediate step. If we don't have the ability as the board to move that forward in baby steps as we go, if we have to keep coming back to the commission and saying, what about this concept for a wagering account or this concept for a wagering account, it will make us behind the other states. It will make our operators, our manufacturers concerned that Nevada is not moving efficiently.
So when you say
Person-
concept, we're talking about use, any other use. So the question becomes, I just heard a commissioner who's been around forever in every aspect of being a local and being in the industry say, he bets it's going to be restaurants, drinks, right? I guess that's the question. Why does it have to be so? What are we afraid of if we say retail? Good news, you can look it up. You don't have to go to the chair because you can use it in retail. Good news, you don't have to go to the chair because you can use it at a bar. You can use it at a restaurant. You can use it at the spa. You can use it anywhere, and not have to go to the chair each time, I guess, is my question. And then we already know, because as a policy, we embrace it. And so I understand you might feel like that's limiting because there could be the babysitting places that we didn't list, and there could be what are those pool clubs that are their own, right? I get that. I do. I guess I'm just saying, was that ever part, I don't remember exactly all the language of the workshop because we had some record difficulties. I have run through it very quickly because our employee of the month managed to get everything for us. So I guess that's the question. I think it's I don't know that we need to spend another half hour on this. Wasn't my intention. But that's my issue. It's not the concept or the ability. I think it's the future, right?
Defined. You want to move, it should be clearly defined.
I'm just asking questions.
fair, that's-
I started this by saying I haven't decided.
Madam Chair, it's Krolicki and Chair Hendrick. I mean, I love your postulate when you came up. We want to be the leading regulatory body on the planet. I get that. I want to assist you 1,000%. I think it's just some of the unknown and some of the concepts that Chair Tagliati has put. How about, I mean, again, we don't want to make it cumbersome, but we want to have a chance to touch it. Yeah, I don't want to speak for the commission, but this commissioner would like a chance to touch it again. Is this something that we revisit? If we approved it essentially as it is, so you can be about your business and do all these wonderful things, but let's just see what comes through the door, and whether it's a year or 2 years, maybe put a sunset or just, I usually don't like that word, but at least it brings it automatically when some of us won't be here, may not be here, but just so we can revisit it and see if some of those unintended consequences that Judge Assad had talked about and the board certainly considered, but just couldn't articulate because we don't know what those unintended consequences are. But maybe just see how it's going, just do a status check. But if we put a sunset for 2 years, is that something that's reasonable?
This is Tagliati. That sounds very judicial.
You like that?
Status check. That resonated.
I've got
with
the
that one.
chairman doing circles over here on the gaming control board. Again, I don't want to hinder. I just, before we let go and let it fly, I just, let's make sure we understand what we're doing. As you just said, this has been in your hopper for a year and a half. It's been on our desk. I mean, we've watched you wrestle with this over a couple of months, but it's been with us a month and we haven't had, good communication abilities for the last 3 weeks for other reasons.
Chair Tagliati, if I may, at the expense of having this off the top of my head, Kirk Hendrick for the record. If your concern is what the chair and not me, I don't want to make this about me as the chair.
Because
any
then we'd
chair-
approve it.
Yeah, that'd be faster, right?
If you just stay forever.
The question would be, we're trying to allow the chair to make incremental changes. So we got to intermediate steps, concepts that may come along for uses. this could be before you today to allow it to say wagering accounts can be used for any purpose. And there is no AML issue here. In order to be a wagering account, AML had to be taken care of. So you don't need to worry about that. This issue is about whether or not wagering accounts, money could be front money deposited, as Commissioner Marcantonis mentioned, and then used for something off property. We as the Game Control Board just wanted to get a better handle on those off property. So we talked about on property and on property tenants. But the industry, without speaking for them, I think, as Commissioner Marcantonis mentioned, would love this to just be, it's my money, it's my account, not credit cards. We're not getting into credit cards. It's your money, and if you want to go use it somewhere, you should be entitled to it. Again, not speaking for the industry, but I think their attitude would be, why is the Nevada Gaming Commission and the Nevada Gaming Control Board keeping our Nevada customers from having the ability to use their own money that they've put into place? Perhaps my fault that I took an intermediate step and tried to get that in front of you, but the industry wants it to be, again, without speaking on their behalf, Ms. Carlton, she says, go ahead, speak on their behalf. They would say the Nevada Gaming Commission should say, it's my front money. I put into a wagering account. Let me use my money. What's the big deal? And that's the next step down the road. To your point of sunset, I probably wouldn't like that idea because it's cumbersome in the process. But if you want to have a commitment from the Gaming Control Board through its staff, that the chair gives you an update on anything that's changed every quarter in terms of wagering accounts, great. I'd be happy to do that. What we don't want to get into, though, is things that are in the hopper. We get back into our earlier conversation about intellectual property. A lot of these manufacturers are, to Commissioner Marcantonis's point, wanting to be first mover status. I don't want to talk about their products, potential products, in the middle of a public meeting. And so what you'd have to talk about is, we've had 3 submittals in the last quarter. They want to do this. The chair has approved their right to do it, but you may not be able to get too deep into it. But I can tell you their goal is, it's my money, let me use my money. That's a very simple explanation of what they would like to have.
Well, I don't want to speak for you, but quarterly seems like a little much.
Too frequent.
Yeah, I mean, we're, you know what? I think unless anybody else has any questions or comments, we got to start deciding if someone's going to make a motion, if we're going to have any suggestions, how you want to handle it, because I think there's just different kind of commentary going on, so that we can, we've put a lot of, I don't want to cut anyone short, but we've spent a lot of time on this. I think the issues are pretty clear. It's time to start making some decisions. So my question is, does anyone have a motion in particular? Whether that is to approve this language, any other language, put an approval with a report in a year, or something like that, or a list of uses, no list of uses. It's honestly, I have an open mind. I want to defer to the daily operations of our board and our staff to make us continue to be where people want to be licensed, but understand that we have, a rigorous expectations. So whatever that means to each one of us. If somebody has a motion, I'll entertain it, and we can talk about it as if someone has strong feelings. I'm sorry Commissioner Solis Rainey isn't here, but I don't know that I could do another hour of this with her here. If we had to pretend like we're having a do-over. So,
question?
Yes.
Does it have to be a motion, or could it be from the point of view of, we would like to have the language revised and re-presented in front of us quickly, not to take months and months. In other words, by listing the actual, as you just mentioned, the more clearly defined, maybe to also put in a reporting structure of how frequent that would be and so on. And therefore that motion will be all encompassing, and we could look at it perhaps the next meeting, unless you feel that we need to have a motion on, as it's phrased today, right now.
Well, I think what Chair Hendrick was saying was, I don't know that a reporting requirement is, that hasn't been vetted, and we don't know what that means to staff and how many of these kind of decisions by the chair would be made in a certain time period. So I don't want to codify it necessarily, but I think what I'm hearing from the chair is if we directed staff to say, hey, we want to report on this in a year or 9 months or whatever, let's, the time it takes to gestate a person, we want a report, then we could get one. I don't think that it has to be in the reg. If anyone disagrees with me, I think that I'm hearing from Chair Hendrick that that's something that we could easily ask for, and we don't have to make it part of because honestly, if there's no problems and things are going smoothly, I imagine a world where that would be the last report, right? Who knows? So I don't know, but I'm open to it again. Thoughts, comments?
I'd make the motion. I mean, we don't have to keep kicking this can around. If I can, my language might not be ideal, but I'm pretty sure CDAG will. Go ahead.
Before you make a motion.
Okay, go ahead. Let's go.
Thank you. It's key. I think this whole conversation has perhaps been frustrating, but it's also illustrative. Nevada has a gaming scheme where we have a gaming control board that thinks about this every day, and they do a phenomenal job from the chair to rank and file and all the different divisions. And I'm in awe of the quality of work that is generated by all of you. But we also have this gaming commission that is the ultimate decision maker that doesn't do this every day. We convene once a month, we work hard, we try to engage, we watch workshops and things like that. But you're going 1,000 miles an hour and we're just trying to keep up. So this is a healthy conversation, but it just points out that we have a dual regulatory scheme, which has been copied some places around the world successfully. Other people don't want to have that stopgap. So I think this is how we've constructed the Nevada gaming regulatory structure. I don't want to slow you down. I want Nevada. We've talked about it. We were lagging. We're seeing other jurisdictions do extraordinary things. We want to be doing the extraordinary things, and we want to do it first. We're cautious. We need to make sure it works. We don't want to, just do random things. It needs to be well thought out. But I trust our gaming control board to do that. But I think it's an important conversation. And you know what? There are unintended consequences. That's a conversation the board had, not just this commission. And so as long as we're mindful of that and we're thinking about it, and should that consequence come in a material way that it requires the commission to have some input along, with advice from the board, I think that's a healthy thing. So I know this has made an afternoon longer, but I think going forward for the Gaming Control Board, for the Gaming Commission, and for the gaming industry as it touches Nevada, this has been time very well spent. So I would support a motion if Commissioner Marcantonis is presenting the regulation as presented. I think we've mitigated or figured out why some of the concerns we had coming in, like, approved by the chair. I think, we're okay on those things, and I will support that. And again, just going forward, I hope that the Gaming Control Board on these issues will be, and as they always are, constant communication about potential unknown things that are coming through the door or are not coming through the door. That gives me comfort.
So I'd like to ask this is Tagliati. I'd like to ask our DAG. So I would like to propose a hypothetical question to you, which is if we approve this, we ask the staff to give us a report in a year as to how many of these requests were made, how they were approved, that kind of thing, in generic terms, as mentioned. I'm not, in a manner and method that's acceptable to the board, that could be at least examined by the commission. What, if any, is there no ability to sua sponte as a commission, say, hey, we want to revisit this, we want to revisit this reg?
Sure, you can change your regs anytime you want.
There you go. Okay, there's the answer to that question, which I just wanted, there's Tagliati on gaming law, and then how long have you been doing it? I'm sorry. Many, many years?
Many.
Okay, so I think I'm prepared to vote. You did make the motion. I'm so sorry. Did you make the motion yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you cut him off. Okay.
No, no, you can cut me off. It was just fine. I didn't think I got my language right anyway, but I'll mess with it now.
Okay, you're on.
Okay. So, Chair, I move to approve Regulation 5.225 with the proposed amendments as recommended and presented to us by Nevada's Gaming Control Board.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the motion?
Is
Go ahead.
that the motion?
Are we talking about this?
Oh, I actually didn't have this in
Yeah.
front of me, but yeah,
I
remember,
think-
I'm the
I think that's your
non-attorney
motion.
on this board. Oh, okay, so can I go, would you like me to repeat?
Yes,
that?
would you like to
Okay, this
restate
is
the
George
motion?
Marcantonis, Commissioner. I'm restating the motion. I move for the adoption of the proposed amendment to NGC Regulation 5.225 as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board in the draft dated November 6, 2024 to become effective upon adoption. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. So at this time, I would like to can I put a report, an intention to place a report, a request of staff to provide information in terms that are acceptable to the board, to the chair of the board, that advises the commission of the status of these requests and approvals, the nature of them generally, and actually a presentation in a year? And can I direct that be put on the agenda this far in advance?
Determined, you can do anything.
I hope you bought your calendar for next year.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so we're talking December of 2025. It'll be on the agenda and we'll call it
Wagering account update.
wagering account update, 5225 subsection 1D. We'll put it under the subsection that applies. Nicole will handle that immediately after. I can't even look at it anymore. So thank you very much for your patience while we work through that. And at this time, that brings us next to our agenda on administrative reports.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners. Kirk Hendrick for the record. Our first meeting of the Game Control Board in 2025 will be on January 15th. It's a little bit later in the month just to the way the calendar fell. It'll be in Las Vegas. We believe it'll be in the Clark County Commission chambers. And we're expecting non-restricted to begin at 9 o'clock. We're still working on the number of items, and we believe restricted will either be at 1 or 1:30 that afternoon. Again, we're still working on the number of items. The agenda right now doesn't look too heavy, so won't be as long of a meeting as we had in December of 2024. I also want to, since I have a public opportunity, thank the 400 agents and employees of the Gaming Control Board and your one employee of the Nevada Gaming Commission for all the hard work and dedicated time and effort they put in on behalf of the state of Nevada and the gaming industry all throughout the year. And I know they'll continue to do it in 2025, and I'll wish you all happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, where is our meeting next month? I'm sure I know this, but possibly here in Boulder City? Okay. Pardon me?
Because of the short commute for me, Chair.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well,
All about Jose.
we're glad that worked out for you. All right, thank you for that. From our Attorney General today.
I have no report today, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if we could close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Is there anyone present in Carson City to make public comment? There appears to be no one. Anyone here in Boulder City? There appears to be no one. That will close our public comment section, and this concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of December. We are adjourned. Thank you.